Everyone hastily shut their mouths. The flying boat slowly descended. It was over 300 meters long, and its entire body was golden. It appeared grand and luxurious, and countless formation runes shone brilliantly over its surface. A red-robed, beautiful and graceful woman descended from the boat. "Greetings, sect master." Including the vice sect master, everyone hastily bowed. Long Chen also awkwardly followed. Yang Qiuyu nodded slightly. "All disciples can get on the boat now. The time is almost upon us." Long Chen and the others went in according to the vice sect master's signal. Only once they got up did they realize just how luxurious this boat really was. "It's actually a treasure item." Xuanhuan immediately recognized its level. The top of the flying boat was very spacious, and there were many lavish decorations, some with tea and refreshments on them. It was extremely comfortable. Furthermore, there was even a translucent barrier around the flying boat. Even when flying, they wouldn't feel the slightest breeze. It was both cozy and safe. The disciples found places for themselves to sit. They were all filled with reverence toward the fairy-like woman standing at the front of the boat. In fact, they almost didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at her. This was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's #1 person. She was someone infinitely close to becoming a king, one of the apex figures in the entire eastern wastelands. Once everyone was up, Yang Qiuyu activated the boat. It began to slowly soar into the air. Then, the boat trembled and shot forward, looking like a ray of light shooting through the air. The Xuanhuan Dao sect rapidly shrank in their view until it disappeared in just a few breaths. They were all startled by this speed. Furthermore, it was only getting faster. "There's no need to worry. It'll take a few days for us to get to the gathering point. If you all start clamming up now, time will feel like it's passing even slower." Yang Qiuyu smiled at everyone amicably. But no one dared to speak still, because they were all filled with reverence for her. No matter how brazen they wouldn't dare to be unbridled in front of the sect master. Even Shui Guanjai, Zhao Wuji, and the others were all extremely reserved now. In front of an apex figure of the eastern wastelands, they felt an immense amount of pressure. As for Long Chen, he was nonchalant. He had already done something so embarrassing, so doing anything more wouldn't really matter. "Sect Master, why do we need to use a flying boat instead of just using transportation formations?" asked Long Chen. "Because the place we're going to has 3 spatial storm zones between us. Space is very unstable there, and it's impossible to create a transportation formation that can pass through them. We can only fly," said Yang Qiuyu. She didn't stand on courtesy. Just like that, she sat beside Long Chen, acting as natural as when she had eaten the fish with him. However, Long Chen was clearly a bit unnatural. He fidgeted a bit and maintained a polite distance. The main thing was that the pressure was too great. "Siskoff, sect master, what do you mean by storm zones?" asked Tang Wan'er awkwardly. She had gotten too used to calling her sister. "Junior sister Wan'er, junior sister Mengqi, you can call me the same thing as you used to. I rather like that kind of appellation," laughed Yang Qiuyu. Everyone was startled. It was completely unexpected for Mengqi and Tang Wan'er to actually know the sect master. Furthermore, they seemed very familiar with her. The sect master had always been an extremely mysterious figure. Even their monastery heads hadn't ever seen her. An immense, heaven-shaking battle was once fought in our world. That battle changed the very structure of the world, and the martial heaven continent was split into 5 pieces. Those are the eastern wasteland, the western desert, the southern sea, the northern source, and the central plains, said Yang Qiuyu. Everyone was shocked. So the 5 regions weren't natural, but the result of an immense battle. Then just what kind of shocking level had that battle reached? That battle happened so long ago that it's almost impossible to trace back. The legends say it was a battle of gods, but as for how trustworthy legends are, it's up to each person's personal judgment. However, that battle was truly terrifying. It happened so long ago that no one can remember it, but there were many places where space was destroyed. Although the world tries to recover, those old wounds left behind scars. As a result, there are many places in this world where space is too unstable to establish transportation formations, explained Yang Qiuyu. Sect Master, disciple doesn't understand something, said Zhang Wuyan suddenly. Go ahead, Yang Qiuyu smiled with encouragement. Seeing that Yang Qiuyu was so easy to talk to, Zhang Wuyan's nervousness lessened a great deal. I want to know, just what kind of world do we live in? What kind of existence is the immemorial path? Everyone else's ears perked up. This was also something that they all wanted to know as well. In regards to the structure of the world, even I am not sure about many things. This world is three-dimensional, but it is also a flat plane. Perhaps saying it like this is difficult for you to understand, so I'll put it another way. A transportation formation functions by folding space, making it so two spots connect, turning the distance between them to zero. But this is on the condition that space is stable, as well as finding the correct spatial node. If you want to know more about that, you would have to go find a formation master, and they would be able to give you a more detailed answer. Even my knowledge about it is limited. So that is the explanation about how it is planar, but the world is also three-dimensional. Our world is surrounded by endless planar spaces as well. Perhaps that is too confusing. If I were to make an analogy, our world would be like a bubble, and there are also countless bubbles surrounding us. We're all tightly bunched together. It is also similar to a honeycomb, but we are surrounded by more than just 6 worlds. So don't think this is the only world out there. Furthermore, there are worlds beyond those outside worlds beside us. However, we are isolated by laws from those worlds, so we can't see them. The reason I am telling you all this is because the immemorial path is different from those secret realms you know of. Secret realms are simply the remains of destroyed worlds that exist within the cracks of space. But the immemorial path is its own world, one on the same level as ours. Rumor has it that the immemorial path is a trial left behind from the immortal era. The secrets of becoming an immortal or god are within it. However, that world was wrecked. The damage done to it was even greater than what was done to our world, and it almost completely collapsed. The laws within the immemorial path are incomplete. Once you enter, you may find that your power is sometimes restricted. But fortunately, the laws there are favorable to celestials, and you'll still be able to summon your cries of the heavenly Taos. Everyone turned to look at Long Chen. Shui Guanjai and the others had an expression of delight. Ridicule surfaced in Long Chen's heart. These were his companions. Seeing others at an advantage, they were jealous. Seeing others at a disadvantage, they laughed. Suddenly, the flying boat began to rock. Countless runes lit up to form layers of light. The sky turned dark, startling everyone. Yang Qiyu said, "Don't be afraid. This is the first storm zone. Space here is incomplete and we can only barge our way through. We'll be through momentarily." Although Yang Qiyu comforted them, people were still a bit afraid. They were suddenly unable to see anything outside the boat. It was like they had been devoured by darkness. Furthermore, the flying boat was rocking intensely, and the barriers of light were also shaking. It seemed as if they might break at any moment. However, the darkness didn't last for long before they once more saw the light. Suddenly, people heard a loud grumbling sound. They hastily turned toward the source to see Wilda snoring in his chair. They couldn't help being speechless. Just how confident did he have to be to sleep here? "Sorry, Wilda's been extremely tired lately, so he needs to catch up on his sleep," apologized Long Chen to Yang Qiyu. After all, it really was impolite for him to sleep right in front of the sect master. But Long Chen knew that this was Wilda's way of preserving his energy. Furthermore, Wilda had been alone and suffering for so long. His heart was weary. Having found everyone, his nerves instantly relaxed. He needed some time. Yang Qiyu merely smiled slightly and expressed that she was fine with it. When her gaze swept over Wilda, shock flickered in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Retracting her gaze from Wilda, she told everyone, "You're the geniuses of our Xuanhuan Dao sect. You have your own personalities and opinions. Although I hope for you to be united, that's not really plausible, so I can't be bothered to waste the effort. I'll just warn you this once. Once you enter the immemorial path, no matter who you are, your chances of surviving will definitely not be greater than 50%. This has nothing to do with cultivation base. In fact, stronger experts generally have higher mortality rates." Why? Because the stronger you are, the more things you'll be able to see within the immemorial path, things that others don't even have the qualifications to see. The principle is very simple. Those who drown are people who know how to swim. On the one hand, because they are strong, they get conceited and challenge more difficult things. On the other hand, stronger people are more likely to run into stronger existences, and stronger existences cannot be beaten with just luck. So the stronger you are, the more likely you'll fall, said Yang Qiyu. Everyone nodded. High risk was accompanied by high rewards, and if you misjudged your abilities, that risk might take your life. To sum up, no matter what opportunities you run into inside, don't think about how you're going to obtain it first, but think about whether you'll have a life to enjoy it. Even if you obtain something, you might not have the power to keep it. That's all I have to tell you. Cultivators are all gamblers. If you win, you can soar and continue to the next bet. If you lose, everything will be over. There will be no chance to make a comeback. After saying that, Aoyan Qiuyu no longer said anything. Everyone's hearts became a bit heavy. However, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure. Compared to Luck, he was more confident in his strength. 3 days passed. The flying boat finally began to slow down, and a barren land appeared before them. That land was covered with countless experts. Chapter 770, Irritating and Shameless. Long Chen looked down and couldn't help being startled. There was already a huge amount of experts here. From a quick glance, they definitely numbered in the thousands. Each one of them had powerful auras, and a certain Dao charm that marked them as celestials. Seeing this many celestials at once was truly shocking. They were all gathered on the desert in many groups. Some groups had dozens of people, while some had hundreds. Those large groups were very imposing. When the flying boat descended, all of them looked over. Aoyan Qiuyu led her people off the boat, and dozens of old experts immediately came to receive her. Greetings, Sect Master Aoyan Qiuyu. Those elders all bowed extremely respectfully to Aoyan Qiuyu. A large group of disciples behind them followed suit. These people were from smaller sects that didn't possess enough power. They needed to rely on the Xuanhuan Dao sect to get by. To put it more bluntly, they could be considered subordinates. Because they weren't strong enough to fight against the corrupt path on their own, they needed to form an alliance. And the Xuanhuan Dao sect was naturally the leader of that alliance. Everyone is too courteous. Seeing you all with such rising geniuses is truly gratifying. Aoyan Qiuyu smiled as she looked at these disciples. She truly found it a bit unexpected that these smaller sects could raise this many celestials. They had over 400 celestials, so on average, each sect had raised over 10 celestials. Sect Master overpraises us. This generation of disciples truly is the strongest batch we've had in all of history. Hopefully, they can temper themselves in the immemorial path and become true geniuses. It's just that the immemorial path is filled with dangers, and if those fiends from the corrupt path attack, we hope that the heroes of the Xuanhuan Dao sect can help, said one elder. He actually bowed slightly toward Long Chen and the others. Long Chen and the others hastily returned the bow, but Shui Guanjai and the others only lightly nodded. They didn't really take this elder seriously. This elder was only at the peak of sea expansion. His strength was even lower than theirs. Thus, they were indifferent to him. But Long Chen was different. No matter his cultivation base, he was the leader of a sect, and despite his age, he had not hesitated to ask for help from a group of junior disciples. That was something he could admire. In their entire group, only Long Chen's people returned the bow respectfully. Don't worry, if our junior apprentice brothers and apprentice sisters need help, we naturally won't just watch. Shui Guanjai nodded. His tone was extremely arrogant. He was clearly speaking as the #1 person from the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Yu Ran was a bit irritated, but a gaze from Long Chen held him back. Long Chen never cared about standing out, because the bird to stand out was the first one to be shot. If Shui Guanjai wanted to seek fame, he could. Long Chen was happy to leisurely wait for the opening of the immemorial path. At this time, those disciples from the smaller sects came over to introduce themselves. Their sect leaders had clearly told them about the Xuanhuan Dao sect's foundation and told them to properly form relationships. Perhaps one of them could save their lives on the immemorial path. Perhaps doing this was a blow to their egos, but the cultivation world's rules were just that simple. Experts were to be respected, and acting friendly toward experts wasn't an embarrassing thing. Those disciples might also be celestials, but their auras were clearly much weaker than the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. This was the difference. Not every sect had so many resources to raise their disciples. These disciples were filled with reverence. In order to suck up to the vanity of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples, they asked them a few cultivation questions. These disciples actually benefited a great deal just from the answers. Even Gu Yang and the others were surrounded by people asking for pointers. As for Gu Ran, there was no need to say any more. He had already begun to spout so much nonsense that the people listening felt like they were lost in the clouds. Senior apprentice brother Gu Ran truly is a dragon amongst men. This wisdom is truly amazing. It's just that. We can't really understand what you're saying. If you could explain it more in detail, we would be incomparably grateful, said one disciple humbly. Yu Ran had an extremely serious expression on his face, and in a very showy manner he said, The supreme principles of heaven and earth can't be explained in just a few words. Only comprehension will allow you to grasp the Tao, and only the Tao can allow you to grasp Godhood. Everything is up to your own opportunities and comprehension abilities. You can't force it. A snicker almost escaped Long Chen's mouth. Xuanhuan, who was essentially a blacksmith, was actually lecturing them on the Tao. The thickness of his face was something even Long Chen had to admit defeat in. As for Ming Qi and Tang Wan'er, they were surrounded by a group of women. But what made Long Chen almost cough up blood was that they were actually not talking about proper matters. "Big sister, you're so beautiful and your skin is so nice. What secret technique did you use?" "Big sister, your hair is so refined. Where did you buy it from? It really matches your temperament." "Big sister, this dress of yours is so decorative. How is it so beautiful? Are these beauty runes?" Long Chen and Wilder were in the back of the crowd. Long Chen found a place to set up a chair, while Wilder sat on the ground. But considering his size, his head was still on the same level as Long Chen's. "Brother Long, I'm a bit hungry," whispered Wilder. "What, did you already finish the azure scale horned eagle?" asked Long Chen. "It only lasted 2 meals," said Wilder in an aggrieved manner. Long Chen was speechless. A 7th-rank magical beast only lasted him 2 meals. That really was incredible. Even with Long Chen's wealth, it seemed he still might be eaten out of house and home. "Brother, endure it. I don't have anything for you to eat here, but once you're in the immemorial path, there'll definitely be plenty of food for you. How about you go to sleep for now?" "Okay." Wilder closed his eyes. In just a few breaths, snoring sounds came from him. Wilder's body was just too strange. Long Chen had never seen such a constitution. He didn't need to cultivate, all he needed to do was eat. And his consumption was also shocking. Whether he was standing or sitting, he would exhaust his energy and quickly grow hungry. Only sleeping allowed him to last longer. Long Chen had inspected Wilder's body previously. Currently, almost 90% of his cells had awoken. But there was still a portion that was sleeping. Once he awoke all of them, Wilder would definitely become a terrifying monster. But to activate the remaining 10% of cells would require who knew how many magical beasts to enter Wilder's stomach. "Excuse me, are you senior apprentice Brother Long Chen?" Long Chen was in the midst of pondering when a young maiden appeared in front of him. She appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, and she was clearly shy. He was startled, but then he saw Tang Wan'er looking over at him with a naughty smile. Do you need something?" asked Long Chen. "I hear you're the strongest member of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Is that true?" she asked excitedly. "What kind of joke is that? The strongest person is currently speaking to your sect leaders. If she heard this, I'll be beaten." Long Chen nervously pointed to Yang Qiyu. That maiden laughed and said, "I was talking about the junior generation." At this time, Ming Qi and Tang Wan'er, along with the women they were talking with, all looked over at Long Chen. Their actions drew quite a few people's attention, and the nearby disciples stopped talking to look. "How could that be possible? I'm not even a celestial. The only reason I could sneak my way in is because I bribed the sect master with a fish." Long Chen shook his head. He couldn't admit such a thing. "You're lying. I heard that during the Xuanhuan Dao sect's trial, you managed to win against the 4 heavenly geniuses all on your own. You're definitely the #1 member of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's junior generation," she said worshipfully. Her words immediately caused Shui Guanjai and the others' expressions to sink. That was their greatest humiliation. Although no one in the Xuanhuan Dao sect dared to bring it up around them, they all knew that countless people were discussing it behind their backs. Now that she brought it up, their fury immediately ignited. Long Chen seemed to understand something. Originally, Shui Guanjai had acted like he was the #1 member of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and he hadn't retorted. But that didn't mean everyone had his kind of magnanimity. This maiden had clearly been used by Tang Wan'er. She had sent her to bring up this topic publicly. Although Tang Wan'er didn't like it when Long Chen flirted with other women, he was still the grandest hero in her heart. She wouldn't let others take that title away from him. As a result, this maiden's words were a slap in Shui Guanjai's face. Didn't he want to act like he was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's #1 disciple? But even 4 against 1, they had still been defeated. Thinking of that, Long Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It really was impossible to understand a woman's thinking. He was just lucky that time. If we fought again, he definitely wouldn't be able to last even 100 exchanges against me, sneered Shui Guanjai suddenly. His tone was extremely provocative. You dare to say that my boss wouldn't be able to last 100 exchanges? Idiot, do you know what you're saying? I immediately challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare? Said Xuanhuan icily. Gu Yang and the others were all enraged. They didn't mind so much when they were insulted, but they wouldn't hold back once others insulted Long Chen. Hearing Xuanhuan's challenge, everyone jumped in fright. Xuanhuan had actually issued a life and death challenge against a rank 3 celestial. Xuanhuan, don't mess around, said Long Chen indifferently. He knew Xuanhuan was confident in his new armor. He had long since grown impatient to test it out and spread his name, but this wasn't the place. Although he hadn't seen Xuanhuan's new armor, Long Chen knew it had to be extremely terrifying. If they fought, perhaps he would be able to suppress Xuanhuan, but if it became a life and death battle, then even he wouldn't have any assurance of winning against that little fellow's wretched mechanisms. Oh, who would have thought that the Xuanchen Dao sect's side would be so lively? Maybe things would be more peaceful if a few were offered as a sacrifice to the heavens. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. Chapter 771, Song Minjuan Fights. A white-haired crone covered in wrinkles slowly walked over. Her eyes seemed to shine so brightly that no one dared to look at them directly. She carried a simple walking cane. Behind her were dozens of other elders, and behind them was a mass of celestial disciples. It seemed that they numbered over 20 more than the Xuanchen Dao sect's side. People from the Remote Heaven Gang. The Remote Heaven Gang was an existence that had started out in the Eastern Wasteland. They had existed here for even longer than the Xuanchen Dao sect's Eastern branch. However, their true foundation was a far cry from the Xuanchen Dao sect. Back when the Xuanchen Dao sect had decided to establish a branch sect here, conflicts had erupted between them and the Remote Heaven Gang. However, the result of those conflicts was that the Remote Heaven Gang's core was heavily injured, and they had almost been eradicated. But the Xuanchen Dao sect had had no intention of having their branch sect dominate the Eastern Wasteland, and so they hadn't exterminated them. As they had once been the sole ruler of the Eastern Wasteland, once the Xuanchen Dao sect had intruded, the Remote Heaven Gang was naturally irritated. But after that battle, they understood just how powerful the sects from the Central Plains were. Thus, they could only swallow their anger. Later, the Remote Heaven Gang's power gradually recovered. But the Xuanchen Dao sect's branch had also established its roots by then, and they had grown to the overlord level as well. Both sides minded their own business. However, the Remote Heaven Gang had always been holding back their rage, and so eventually they began to cause some trouble for the Xuanchen Dao sect. However, the branch sect no longer needed to bother with them. All their income came from the head sect in the Central Plains, so the Remote Heaven Gang was unable to do anything to them. The branch sect couldn't be bothered to deal with the Remote Heaven Gang's provocations. So in all these years, their relationship was never very harmonious. The old woman was the newly appointed leader of the Remote Heaven Gang, Jade. She was also an ancestor expert, but she hadn't wasted her cultivation base or longevity on her looks. That made her combat power even higher. It was rumored that Jade was an extremely haughty and ruthless person. In less than 3 years of office, she had completely devoured all the smaller sects around the Remote Heaven Gang, turning them into their subordinates. These smaller sects could only rely on them for their protection. But most arrogant of all, Jade had actually stretched her claws toward those powers that relied on the Xuanchen Dao sect. The two great powers had definitely clashed privately several times. But those private clashes were things outsiders were unable to learn anything about. It seemed as if neither side had an advantage. Now that Jade had brought her people over, her provocation was very clear. The small sect leaders directly pulled their disciples far away. Now that the two enormous existences were clashing, they had to hide further away to avoid being implicated. Yang Qiuyu also stopped talking with the sect leaders and indifferently looked at the old woman. It seems the Remote Heaven Gang's development these past few years has been not bad. Your power has increased quite a bit, but it seems your temper has also grown. Jade leaned against her cane, and a cold smile appeared on her wizened face. It's all thanks to your blessing. Just now I saw that this place was very lively. It almost seemed like a fight was about to break out. Well, there's still plenty of time, so why don't we send out a few of our disciples to exchange pointers? Everyone's hearts shook. This provocation was too clear. I am Jiu Kaifeng, a rank 1 celestial. I wonder which disciple from the Xuanchen Dao sect would like to exchange pointers with me. Of course, if you're afraid of death, then there's no need for you to come up. I tend to not know how to hold back, and it wouldn't be good if I accidentally killed you." One of the remote Heaven Gang's disciples walked up. His gaze swept across the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Light roved around his body, and the skin of his bare arms had strange lines on them. He was clearly an expert amongst experts, and an extremely dense murderous aura came from him. He was clearly someone who had slaughtered his way out of over 100 battles. "I'll kill him right now." Gu Yang snorted and was just about to go out. Being looked down upon irritated him. "None of our people need to do anything. Have you not gotten enough of this kind of senseless game?" Long Chen shook his head. "If you charged forward as soon as someone provoked you, wouldn't you be an idiot? Did you have a mental disease? To fall for such a plain scheme, Long Chen was practically speechless. "But," said Gu Yang. "No buts. In the future, don't play this kind of stupid game. Use your head more. Is it worthwhile to fight with idiots?" said Long Chen. "Bastard, who did you call an idiot?" Before anyone else could say anything, a thunderous roar came from the opposing disciples. Long Chen's words had essentially been cursing all of them. Of course, Jai Hongling was also included in his cursing. "Boss, it looks like you made an error. Since they can understand that you're cursing them, they must be comparatively smarter idiots," said Xuanhuan with amazement. "Xuanhuan, don't be rude," chided Tang Wanner. Xuanhuan was speechless. What was this? His boss had been rude, but she didn't say anything. But as soon as he cheered for his boss, she chided him. "Yang Qiuyu, these are the disciples you raised. It seems they're all a bunch of cowards whose only ability is cultivating their filthy mouths. Don't you feel ashamed to call yourselves a supreme sect?" sneered Jai Hongling. Surprisingly, Yang Qiuyu didn't get angry. She amicably smiled and said, "Having filthy mouths is at least better than having filthy hearts." Suddenly, a clapping sound filled the air. Long Chen was the first to give his praise for her words. Since the sect master was supporting him, he naturally also had to support his sect master. Xuanhuan suddenly shouted, "Yes, exactly. Some people don't just have filthy hearts, they also have filthy faces. And there are such deep gorges on their faces that to wash their faces, they'd need a huge brush. You know, now I realize that the reason a woman cares so deeply about her beauty is because by maintaining her beauty, she can also maintain her beautiful heart. Only someone with a beautiful heart can be kind-hearted instead of being a crazy bitch. Look at our sect master and then look at you. I really have to admire your courage. If I were you, I would have long since killed myself. Being so ugly isn't your wrong. Your wrong is coming out to disgust others." Beautiful. Long Chen hadn't expected that Xuanhuan could say such touching words. He gave him a huge thumbs up. "Hee, boss, you overpraise me. It's all thanks to your training. While immersed in the sunlight of your words, my tongue is rapidly growing in skill," said Xuanhuan humbly. "Are you trying to die?" roared Jai Hongling. Although she knew that she should ignore them with her status, she couldn't hold back. "You're the one trying to die. If someone as ancient as you hasn't died, why would we?" cursed Long Chen and Xuanhuan. They looked at each other in shock. Each of their words were exactly the same, and even the rhythm and tone had been identical. Even Yang Qiuyu couldn't help but laugh inside. These two really were a perfect pair of clowns. In all her years of cultivation, she hadn't encountered even one person like them. Jai Hongling, a grand ancestor expert, was now quivering with rage. Rancor filled her eyes, and if looks could kill, Long Chen and Xuanhuan would be dead. HMPH, from top to bottom, the Xuanhuan Dao sect is filled with brats who only know how to talk. It seems they can only lick the feet of the higher-ups, said Zhu Kaifeng. His words immediately provoked the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. This was not only humiliating them, but also their sect master. One disciple was just about to charge forward when another person pulled him back. "Let me." That person was Song Minjuan. He knew that the disciple he held back had no chance of defeating this fellow. Going out to fight would just be a humiliation for them all. "Boss, can I?" asked Song Minjuan. "It's still the old rules," said Long Chen. "Understood," Song Minjuan nodded. Their words baffled others, but the fact that Song Minjuan would fight relieved all the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Amongst rank 1 celestials, no one could defeat the Dragon Blood warriors. They had a murderous aura around them that made others tremble before them. Others didn't know what Long Chen meant by the old rules, but the Dragon Blood Legion's members did. They held back their smiles. Those rules were that they couldn't accept any senseless challenges. If they were to fight, they had to kill their opponent as fast as possible. If there were too many people present, though, they had to do their best not to reveal their true strength. Seeing Song Minjuan, Jiu Kaifeng's heart trembled. He was also an expert who had fought against the corrupt path many times. That had tempered his powerful spiritual perception. As soon as Song Minjuan came out, he felt a terrifying killing intent lock onto him. It was like he was being stared at by a monster. "I'll give you one chance to kneel and apologize to the sect master. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today," said Song Minjuan coldly. His words were arrogant but serious. His words contained his unquestionable confidence. Long Chen smiled and nodded. In truth, while Song Minguyan and Li Qi's combat abilities weren't as high as Gu Yang and Yue Zifeng, they had also found their own confidence, a belief in being undefeatable. Once that kind of confidence was cultivated, their combat powers would be even greater than they ever expected. Long Chen didn't care so much about their talent. What he had been doing his best to raise was that undefeatable confidence. With a solid belief in themselves, then talent wasn't so important. They could always use special resources to change a person's talent, but this kind of confidence was not so easy to build. Arrogant brat die. Jiu Kaifeng was infuriated. A strange terror welled up from his heart along with a sensation of death, but he roared and immediately activated his heavenly Tao manifestation. Runes filled the air as he charged at Song Minjuan. A cold light flew and scarlet blood splashed. Those runes disappeared as a saber slashed his body in two. Chapter 772, Sword Offering. What? Everyone was appalled. Other than a very few numbers of experts, no one else had seen what had happened before Jiu Kaifeng was cut in two. Long Chen smiled with satisfaction. A battle should just be like this, using the smallest price to get the greatest result. Yang Qiuyu's expression was calm, but inside, she was stunned. Song Minjuan's attack just now had actually been one of exchanging his life to take a life. When his opponent's weapon had been about to reach him, he hadn't even looked at it. Instead, he had directly slashed his saber at his opponent's waist. That was clearly a suicide attempt. Furthermore, unlike most people who used such a move, he was not bluffing. This kind of exchange was a competition between who had more guts and who was more afraid of death. In this kind of competition, anyone afraid of death would be forced to change into defense. They would be forced into a passive position. But that was not Song Minjuan's intention. He was clearly going for an exchange of lives. By the point he had struck, it had been too late for Jiu Kaifeng to change his attack into defense. In the end, Song Minjuan's saber had cut through Jiu Kaifeng's body, while Jiu Kaifeng's weapon had only broken Song Minjuan's shoulder. Although that attack had reached the bone, it hadn't even severed his arm. Of the people present, only the Dragonblood Legion's people understood why that was so. It was because Jiu Kaifeng had been completely suppressed by how imposing Song Minjuan had been. When Song Minjuan had displayed his unquestionable resolve to die with him, Jiu Kaifeng's courage had been completely broken. In that instant, he had wanted to switch to defense, but he hadn't had enough time to do that. As for dying with Song Minjuan, he also didn't have the courage. As a result, his head had become completely empty. That had resulted in his attack weakening, and this conclusion. Jiu Kaifeng might have plenty of combat experience, but he had never seen someone so ruthless as to immediately fight with his life on the line as soon as they clashed. Jiu Kaifeng's body had only just been sliced apart when Song Minjuan's saber slashed through his head. Blood splashed, an acrid smell spread. A powerful celestial had died just like this, without an opportunity to even use the heavenly Tao recovery. Looking at the indifferent Song Minjuan, quite a few people were filled with reverence. Boss taught us that as people, we need to understand what respect and gratitude are. You don't have any respect for experts or life, so it was fated for you to lose today. Song Minjuan merely tossed out a few sentences before returning to his side. It was deathly silent. No one had yet to recover from their shock. It felt like the battle had yet to start before it had ended. Most people hadn't even understood what was happening. They looked at the completely calm Song Minjuan behind Long Chen in shock. The Celestials from the Xuanhuan Dao sects, subordinates, finally understood why their sect leaders would have them put aside their pride to humbly ask for advice from the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Song Minjuan had appeared so ordinary before, but as soon as he took action, he shocked everyone. "All right, we've already killed someone and spilled blood. We can continue with the ceremony. What's the next step for our sacrifice to the heavens? I know you, the old witch, can you start chanting?" Yu Ran's voice broke the silence. The people on his side didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he really have to infuriate a supreme expert like Jai Hongling? Jai Hongling's face was extremely dark. She hated Jiu Kaifeng for being such an idiot. He was both stupid and a coward. He was clearly a celestial. Even if both sides had to be injured, he could still use his heavenly Dao runes to heal. It wasn't like he would die, so why did he have to hesitate? It was that slight hesitation that had caused his death. He hadn't just lost his life, he had lost all her face. Originally, the remote heaven gang had entered a golden age with many geniuses. Jai Hongling was already irritated with having to stand on the same level as the Xuanhuan Dao sect's branch sect. She wanted to suppress them to show everyone that it was the remote heaven gang that was the eastern wasteland's strongest power. Although they had to be worried about the main sect in the Central Plains, after all these years, they had found that the head sect essentially ignored the branch sect. All problems were to be resolved by the branch sect by themselves. And so Jai Hongling had planned to use the opening of the immemorial path to suppress the Xuanhuan Dao sect in front of the Eastern Wasteland's top powers. Then she would begin to pull those powers to her side, strengthening the remote heaven gang. HMPH, Jiu Kaifeng received an internal injury when fighting the corrupt path previously, which is why you managed to win. You suicidal brats, it seems it'll be up to me, Wang Yiping, to teach you what respect is. Suddenly, a thin and tall man walked out. He pointed at them as he spoke, which was extremely rude. It was a naked provocation. Long Chen really was speechless. Had the Righteous Path's disciples spent all their cultivation time on provoking others, their provocation abilities really were excellent. Just a few words could infuriate someone. Even Long Chen felt some fury. But did provocations have any use against the corrupt path? Could you really hurl enough abuse to injure your opponents? If cursing was effective, wouldn't the corrupt path have long since been cursed to death by the righteous path? This skinny man was a rank 2 celestial. As soon as he came up, he released his cry of the heavenly Daos. 2 different kinds of runes interwove in the air. A loud rumbling like the waves of the sea came from his runes. Boss, probed Xuanhuan. The scale's too small. It's not suitable for you to show off, responded Long Chen. Looking at Xuanhuan's stifled expression, it was obvious how hard he was holding himself back. Long Chen really understood him too well. But he didn't want Xuanhuan to reveal his trump cards so early. The main thing was that there was no point right now. Was he really planning on showing them just to show off? Well, if he continued like that, he could definitely continue living until he was dead. Let me handle him. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for Xuanhuan to be the first one to stand out. As soon as she went forward, she summoned her ancestral spirit support. Long Chen was surprised to see Wang Yiping release light from his body that made his body indistinct. It was like he was merged into space, and Xuanhuan's attacks were weakened a great deal. Furthermore, even the ancestral spirit's attacks were weakened. Xuanhuan has been suppressed. Tang Wan'er was surprised. She had never seen such magical art. It should be a spatial magical art. He's using spatial strength to weaken her attacks. It also possesses a restrictive effect that makes Xuanhuan suffer. Her speed and power are clearly lower. If this continues, she won't be able to gain any advantage at all, said Long Chen. Then isn't this kind of magical art unrivaled? Asked Tang Wan'er. Spatial strength was something only Foundation forging experts and above could control. Foolish girl, there's no such thing as an unrivaled magical art in this world. Just because Xuanhuan is suppressed doesn't mean others would be. If it was you, then in less than an incense stick's worth of time, you would be able to cut him into pieces. As for why he can control spatial strength, it seems his heavenly Dao runes were innately special. But compared to an ancestor, this amount of spatial strength isn't worth anything at all, said Long Chen. His voice wasn't loud, but the surrounding people heard it clearly. Liang Qiuyu nodded inside. As expected, Long Chen was extremely experienced and could immediately see through his opponent's weak points. As for the disciples, they had an urge to prostrate themselves in admiration. Theory is useless, sneered Shui Guanjai. Is something wrong with your head, or is something wrong with your mouth? No wonder my boss slapped you so many times. It seems you still need some more, cursed Gu Yang. Gu Yang's cursing caused the surrounding people to be stunned. Could it be that Long Chen had slapped Shui Guanjai in the face before? Although they had heard that Long Chen had defeated the 4 heavenly geniuses, that was just a rumor. None of them knew whether it was true or not. But now, they were all shocked. They looked at Long Chen and Shui Guanjai, wanting to see the answer from them. You must want to die, Shui Guanjai pointed at Gu Yang. Gu Yang had touched his most painful scar. Long Chen shook his head. There really was no saving this idiot. Wasn't he just slapping himself in the face? As expected, as soon as Shui Guanjai said this, everyone realized the truth. They looked at Long Chen with reverence. "Gu Yang, are you a child? Go sit and just watch." Long Chen waved his hand. Long Chen could see that once Shui Guanjai had refined the heavenly water pearl and become a rank 3 celestial, his confidence had also greatly risen. Now he was like a wild dog. It was best to stay further away from such a dog. Of course, the other option was to kill it, but you definitely couldn't try talking to it. Boom! Suddenly, the land trembled. It was unknown what magical art Wang Yiping had used, but he had completely locked Zhang Wuyan in place, and a palm viciously slammed into her chest. That huge power directly caused her chest to cave in. She wildly vomited blood as she flew back. A few of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples went over to catch her, but she then once more coughed up blood and fainted. That palm had clearly not been as simple as it had appeared. Damn, is she really a woman? Her chest was even flatter than mine, cursed Wang Yiping. Suddenly he turned to look at Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. He lecherously smiled. But you two are not bad. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er's expressions immediately changed. Tang Wan'er was just about to charge forward when she was held back by Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then turned to Yue Zifeng. "I'll leave him to you. Use him as an offering to your sword." Chapter 773, Demon Usra Kuyu. "All right." Yue Zifeng was a bit surprised, but then he walked out with a delighted smile. This caused quite the stir. Everyone saw that Yue Zifeng was merely a rank 1 celestial. How was challenging a rank 2 celestial any different from suicide? "Long Chen, will Yue Zifeng?" asked Meng Qi worriedly. "Don't worry, I believe in him," Long Chen smiled. That smile contained both confidence and pride. In the past few days he had seen some clues, now he wanted everyone to bear witness. "Ha ha ha, another piece of trash actually came out. Since you want to die, I'll help you out." Wang Yiping was so enraged that he laughed. He felt this to be an insult to him. His runes erupted, and within those runes was a spatial compression. It was the same technique he had used against Zhang Wuyan. But what startled people was that Yue Zifeng didn't release any of his aura, nor did he release his cry of the heavenly Taos. Instead, his right hand slowly grasped the sword on his back. His movements appeared so gentle and slow. In fact, it felt like time had slowed down. Yang Qiuyu was shocked. She hadn't thought that Yue Zifeng had already. "Careful," shouted Jai Hongling suddenly. Yue Zifeng's sword was unsheathed. A ray of light slashed through the air, splitting apart time and space. It was like this slash was cutting through the past and the future. People simply saw the briefest flash of light before everything returned to normal. His sword was sheathed once more. Yue Zifeng's hand slowly left the hilt of his sword. His face was a bit pale, and a trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. But there was a sacred light shining in his eyes. He turned and went back to his position. People didn't even know what had happened. They saw Wang Yiping simply standing there, still looking forward. Suddenly, Wang Yiping fell forward. At the same time, his body split apart. He was split perfectly in half. A clamor erupted. Yue Zifeng's sword had not only severed his body, but it had also severed his soul. Even his heavenly Tao runes were destroyed. This was truly a peerless attack. "You vicious brat, die." Unexpectedly, Jai Hongling suddenly attacked Yue Zifeng. A strange power was contained in her voice, and that power came crashing towards Yue Zifeng. Long Chen and Meng Qi's expressions changed. This was a spiritual attack. An ancestor expert had actually shamelessly targeted a Xiantian disciple. Even Yang Qiuyu had never imagined such a thing. Spirit Shield. Both Meng Qi and Long Chen activated their spiritual strength to form shields in front of Yue Zifeng. Both of those shields were the same size, but Meng Qi's shield was much more condensed. With two bangs, their shields exploded. Yue Zifeng collapsed to the ground. "You old bitch, you really are looking to die." Suddenly, a furious shout rang out, one that caused the heavens to shake. An absolutely terrifying pressure erupted, one that made it so no one was able to move a finger. The graceful and amicable Yang Qiuyu suddenly appeared in front of Jai Hongling and smashed her palm forward. She was truly infuriated. Jai Hongling sneered and extended her own hand. She had long since been looking forward to finding out the power of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's sect master. What Jai Hongling hadn't expected was for her hand to instantly explode upon coming into contact with Yang Qiuyu's palm. The sound of bones breaking rang out along with her startled and pained cry. "You damn bitch, do you think I'm a pushover?" Boom! Hungling's shoulder was directly torn off by Qiuyu. To Long Chen and the others' surprise, runes appeared on the ground. The ground instantly became rock, and there was no damage on it. However, Hungling's blood was wildly spurting. "Senior, please show mercy." A long-haired man suddenly shot forward. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. This person was extremely powerful to be able to move through the pressure of an ancestor. Even he had been unable to move at first, and now, although he would just barely be able to move, he wouldn't be able to move as easily as him. "Fuck off, if you piss me off, I'll kill you." Qiuyu directly sent out a kick. People didn't even manage to see what was going on when that long-haired man, who was still many meters away, was sent flying. He vomited blood before fainting. This was absolutely horrifying. The amicable and refined Qiuyu had suddenly become a berserk dragon, terrifying to the peak. "Fuck, you want to provoke me? Why don't you ask those damn old fellows in your gang just how I gained the name Demon Usra Qiuyu?" Boom. I spent the last 800 years to cultivate my mind and character. It was with great difficulty that I managed to suppress my temper, but you damn old bitch, had to ruin it. I really will kill you. Boom. As Qiuyu cursed, her cursing became more and more crude and obscene. In the end, even Long Chen was wincing. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were filled with disbelief. This refined and fairy-like sect leader of theirs would actually burst into such foul language when infuriated. "Shameless, despicable, damnable little bitch. A loss is a loss, but you still had to act so shamelessly. To harm my disciples in front of me, are you trying to insult me?" POW. Even Long Chen, who considered his face-slapping art to be unrivaled, had to admit his inferiority when it came to speed. The sect master's slaps were just too fast. In a single breath, she slapped her over 100 times. Furthermore, the cadence and rhythm were identical for each slap. Long Chen finally learned what it meant for there to be a heaven beyond the heavens. There truly were always more talented people in the world. Were all your years of living wasted? You actually attacked a group of children, so don't blame me for bullying a dog. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Every single bone in Hungling's body was broken one by Qiuyu. Her body was completely deformed now. Everyone was appalled. They also recalled how the sect master had reported her name as Demon Usra Qiuyu. Usras were just stories, evil spirits who preyed on bad children. They were the kind of spirits that ate people's flesh, and these spirits only ate the flesh of the living. They liked to see people being tormented. Although Qiuyu appeared as beautiful as ever, her actions caused them to shiver. Hongling had already lost her human form at her hands. Long Chen looked from the berserk Qiuyu to the dog-like Hongling. He felt a chill. He really had been an idiot. How had he really dared to call her little sister? After an hour, Hongling had essentially become a lump of flesh. She had long since lost any semblance of being human. Qiuyu finally tossed her aside. "Idiot, let alone you. Even those 3 damn ghosts of yours wouldn't dare to fart in front of me. A little junior like you also dares to challenge me. If I hadn't reserved my temperament in the past few years, you would be dead. Count yourself lucky. I'll give these children face and let you off once," said Qiuyu icily. Hongling's body began to tremble. Heavenly Dao runes appeared around her, rapidly healing her injuries. She was clearly a celestial. She was absolutely terrified. She realized that her late foundation forging power didn't have the slightest bit of ability to retaliate in front of Qiuyu. If she had wanted to kill her, she would have long since died. It could be said that Qiuyu had completely shattered her confidence. Thinking of how she had vainly wanted to challenge her, she felt it to be so laughable now. She had originally thought that, with her talent, combined with the fact that she hadn't wasted any energy on maintaining her youth and looks, she definitely should have been able to fight evenly against Qiuyu. But now she had learned what despair was. "Long Chen, check that child. If he's crippled, I'll slaughter this bitch to accompany him," said Qiuyu. "There's no need to look. He's already crippled. Slaughter her," said Long Chen without the slightest hesitation. Qiuyu almost laughed in her rage. Long Chen really was too evil. He actually wanted her to kill Hongling. Killing Hongling wouldn't be anything, but she was still the current leader of the remote heaven gang. It wasn't convenient to just kill her like this. Others looked at Long Chen. He actually dared to talk like this to a godlike woman. They had to admire his guts. This is what it meant to be a real man. "Don't mess around, examine him." Liang Qiuyu glared at Long Chen. He really is crippled and in many places. Look, his clothes are crippled in 2 places and several strands of his hair have been crippled. Meng Qi couldn't bear it and said, Yue Zifeng merely suffered a shock to his soul. There's no major damage. After going through Long Chen and Meng Qi's spiritual defenses, only an extremely small portion of Jai Hongling's attack had managed to reach Yue Zifeng. If it was at a normal time, Yue Zifeng would have easily been able to resist it. It was just that he had been completely focused on displaying the sword intent he had just comprehended. Although its power was incredible, it had overdrafted his spiritual strength. Jai Hongling had seen through that weak point, which was why she had used a spiritual attack. Her best option was to get rid of this terrifying sword cultivator before he could grow. Sword cultivators that had comprehended sword intent were incomparably terrifying. The attack power of those sword cultivators had already escaped the bounds of common sense. At this moment, Yue Qianchen was filled with envy. He had obtained the heavenly sword grass, but he hadn't comprehended that ephemeral sword intent. Long Chen had seen clues that Yue Zifeng had begun to emit that kind of sword intent, which was why he had brazenly said to use Wang Yiping as an offering to his sword. That sword offering was to use a powerful opponent as a target to treat them as his current shackles. Yue Zifeng had broken his shackles in a single blow, allowing his mental realm to rise. However, if he had failed, it would have very likely formed a heart devil. The best target to use as a sword offering was someone incredibly powerful. It was the same old thing. Opportunity existed within danger. So for that sword offering, Yue Zifeng had immediately used his full power. Now he had succeeded. Once he woke, he would find that he had taken his next step. Just as everyone was staring in shock at Liang Qiuyu, a flying boat flew overhead. Seeing the people on the boat, Long Chen and the others' hearts shook. Chapter 774, Old Friends. The reason Long Chen was so shocked was because each of these people had a 3-inch horn on their head. It was like a rhinoceros horn. The flying boat stopped, and over 50 young men and women walked down. They ignored everyone's strange gazes. In fact, they seemed extremely arrogant and were actually looking at them in disdain. These are the full moon race's disciples. Liang Qiuyu quietly told them that these people possessed an ancient bloodline. The blood flowing within their bodies contained a powerful inheritance, and that horn on their heads could release their innate divine abilities. They had to be careful around them. "What are you looking at, you inferior bloodline trash?" shouted one of the full moon race's women at the stupefied disciples. Their expressions changed. This was insulting every single person here. She was clearly saying humans were an inferior race. "Don't be rude." The lead elder of the full moon race chided her. He nodded slightly at Liang Qiuyu in apology before leading his disciples to find a place to sit. His disciples followed him, sitting down and closing their eyes, not even deigning to look at them. "They really are arrogant enough," said Xuanhuan irritatedly. "I have a cow horn here. Tie it on your head like them and maybe they'll start treating you like family," said Long Chen, also irritated. Even with Liang Qiuyu's countless years of experience, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. She really didn't know what Long Chen's head was filled with. "Don't spout nonsense. They are a powerful race from the ancient era. In order to protect their bloodline purity, they don't form relationships with the outside world. They treat their bloodline as their greatest glory, and insulting their bloodline like that will infuriate them," whispered Liang Qiuyu. She needed to warn this fearless fellow. Long Chen rolled his eyes, sneering inside. What kind of reasoning is this? They can jeer at us, but we're not allowed to mock them. They can infuriate us, but we can't infuriate them. What kind of garbage rule is that?" But he still gave face to Liang Qiuyu. In any case, if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. He wouldn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. The tension in the air grew following the full moon race's arrival. Jai Hongling had already recovered from her injuries. Although Liang Qiuyu had been vicious, she hadn't really wanted her life. It wasn't difficult for her to recover with her heavenly Tao energy. "Chen Kang," Jai Hongling suddenly turned to a disciple beside her. "Disciple is present." This man was the one who had moved through Liang Qiuyu's pressure when she had suppressed Jai Hongling. He was incredibly powerful. "Once you enter the immemorial path, kill any of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples that you see," whispered Jai Hongling. Her hatred of Liang Qiuyu had reached a peak, but unable to do anything to her, she had set her gaze on her disciples. "Don't worry, as long as I catch a glimpse of them, I'll kill them. Even that newly advanced rank 3 celestial. I'm confident I can kill him in under 100 moves, said that disciple with a sinister smile. Be careful of that Long Chen. I feel like he's strange. Other than him, you absolutely must cut down that sword cultivator. If you allow him to grow, he'll be troublesome for us. He's your main target, said Jai Hongling. The reason Jai Hongling had thrown away her face to attack a Xiantian disciple was because of Yue Zifeng's terrifying potential. I understand. I'll definitely give him some special care. He smiled, revealing his teeth, similar to a hidden leopard bearing its fangs. On the side of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, Aoyang Qiuyu was informing everyone about some taboos within the immemorial path. Although she had already said all of it before, she said it again to give them a deeper impression. Other than that, take care of the remote heaven gang's people, especially that fellow called Jai Changkong. When I kicked him, I originally only used 20% of my power, but using a strange magical art, he managed to block a portion of my power. I had no choice but to increase my power in order to send him flying, said Aoyang Qiuyu. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. Aoyang Qiuyu was as close to the king level as possible. Just from seeing how she had completely destroyed the late foundation forging Jai Hongling, it was obvious she was incredibly powerful. But this Jai Changkong was actually able to block a portion of her power. That was truly alarming. If he dares to bare his fangs at me, I'll definitely kill him, said Shui Guanjie confidently. Long Chen rolled his eyes. At the same time, he saw ridicule appear deep in Aoyang Qiuyu's eyes. She obviously didn't think Shui Guanjie had that ability. After becoming a rank 3 celestial, a problem had occurred with his mental realm. His confidence had grown out of control. However, she didn't say anything to him. She had once more returned to her amicable and graceful self. It was like she was a completely different person from before. While they were talking, several more flying boats descended. They all came from ancient races. Some of them had scales, some had a tail, and there were some that had a third eye. The one that drew Long Chen's attention the most was the race with a pair of wings on their backs. They had eagle-like eyes as if they could see through a person's heart with just a glance. The person at the front was a tall man. He held a golden bow in his hand. The runes on that bow released powerful fluctuations. How powerful! That man had only just descended from the boat when his gaze swept across everyone. Anyone who was looking directly at him felt a sensation of death fill them. Those people couldn't breathe. He was definitely a supreme expert. That man's gaze paused slightly on Jai Changkong and Shui Guanjie before landing on Long Chen. Oh! That man suddenly stopped walking and nodded at Long Chen. Not bad, I've run into an interesting fellow. You're a pretty good prey. Everyone was startled. This person was actually so arrogant. As soon as he arrived, he acted so domineering, directly treating Long Chen as prey. Don't think that just because you have a pair of wings that you're so amazing. In truth, all you are is a birdman. Does that have a bird's use, or perhaps a feather's use? Retorted Long Chen. This person truly was strong. Even Long Chen felt a quiver in his heart, but that didn't mean he had the qualifications to insult him. Courting death. The dozens of experts behind that person immediately raised their bows. Cold arrows pointed in Long Chen's direction. Gu Yang and the others were infuriated, and so was Long Chen. He loathed it when people pointed their weapons at him like this. He icily said, I'll count to 3. If you don't put away your bows, I'll make it so you never see tomorrow's sun. 1. Arrogance, that man merely smiled indifferently. 2. Long Chen ignored him. Everyone was startled. They looked at Aoyang Qiuyu, but she didn't say anything. She was just watching with no intention of stopping this. Although Aoyang Qiuyu had warned Long Chen to do his best not to provoke the ancient races, that was because she was worried they would suffer in the immemorial path. It was different now. They were cursing right at them with her present. She naturally wouldn't stop Long Chen from fighting. Although the ancient races were powerful, so what? She was backed by the head sect, and so she wasn't afraid of anyone. On the cultivation path, making concessions was the start of defeat. She also wanted to see just how strong Long Chen was. Long Chen was just about to shout 3, and he was ready to fight and kill all those people. Although that would expose his power, he didn't care that much anymore. He couldn't swallow this anger. Put them away. As a hunter, the joy is in hunting. Killing him here is meaningless. That man waved his hand, and those people put away their bows, but they still icily glared at Long Chen with ridicule and disdain. Boss, let's kill them. They're too infuriating, said Gu Ran. Let it be. Of everyone here now, we don't have that many friends. Revealing our trump cards will allow others to find more openings. People will come up with plans in accordance with our fighting styles. It might be satisfying in the short term, but once we're all in danger, it won't be worth it. Once we're in the immemorial path, there won't be so many watchers. You can kill as you please. Remember, we are a team, and we have to think about everyone. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder. His words weren't just to Xuanhuan, but also Gu Yang and the others. It was a warning. He had always told them that there was no unrivaled magical art in this world. Once your trump cards were exposed, your enemies would come up with a way to handle them. Then you wouldn't be far from death. In order to survive longer, you either had to not let your opponents see your trump cards, or you had to immediately kill your opponents with them. It wasn't just for yourself, but your companions. Brat, remember my name. I am Yu Changhao from the Feather Race. I am the one who will kill you. That man had already walked away when he suddenly turned his head back. I am Long Chen. You should remember it because I am the one who will pluck off all your feathers and cut off your bird head. Long Chen's final words caused quite a few people's expressions to become odd. It was unknown whether Long Chen was referring to his big head or small head. The disturbance caused by Yu Changhao had only just passed when another flying boat arrived. Seeing the mark on it, Auyang Qiuyu smiled slightly at Long Chen. Your old friends have arrived. Bird is slang for penis. I won't be putting a footnote for every time it's used. Chapter 775, Terrifying Assassin Huang Junmo. This flying boat actually had over 100 celestials on it. That was an extremely terrifying number. It was the most powerful group that had arrived. Each of them was wearing a fiendish mask. It was made of blood-colored essence metal and was extremely detailed. A dense, bloody air came from them, one that made people's hair stand on end. It was like they were staring at a group of fiends. The Bloodkill Hall. Long Chen was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected that the Bloodkill Hall was so powerful that they had more than triple the celestials of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. These people were no ordinary experts. Long Chen was extremely familiar with their auras. There's no need to find it odd. When it comes to resources, other than the Pill Tower and the Huiyun sect, the next richest power is these assassins. They are spread through every corner of the continent. All they care about is money. As long as you have enough money, you can buy anyone's life. The accumulated wealth of the Bloodkill Hall is definitely beyond your imagination. Furthermore, the disciples they raise are all tools for killing. With their special methods of raising their disciples, there's no need to question their strength. Don't look down on them. Although they're infamous, and although they've been surrounded and annihilated countless times in the past, they always come back stronger than ever. Their foundation isn't any weaker than any supreme sect. In fact, it might be even greater, warned Auyang Qiuyu. Their hearts shook. It was unexpected that the Bloodkill had such a solid foundation. Previously, they had thought them to just be some degenerate assassins. These people carried swords on their backs, but their swords were extremely slender. In terms of length, they were similar to regular swords, but the width of the sheath showed that they were thinner. The person at the front also wore a mask, but his mask was covered in lines. The others behind him also had such lines, but most only had 3 to 5 of them. His mask was covered in lines. There had to be over 100 of them. Auyang Qiuyu said, I didn't expect for such a terrifying figure to have arisen in the Bloodkill Hall. What do you mean? Asked Long Chen. Those masks are a display of their glory. Each time they assassinate someone a whole major realm above them, the Bloodkill Hall will add a line to their mask to show their power, said Auyang Qiuyu. Heavens, doesn't that mean this person has assassinated over 100 sea expansion experts? Cried a disciple. That's not all. I've heard that 100 lines is the limit. Each mask will only have 100 lines, but his mask has 137 lines. Those extra 37 lines represent an assassination that was almost impossible to accomplish, said Auyang Qiuyu with profound meaning. Almost impossible to accomplish, could it be? Yes, it's to assassinate sea expansion celestials. In other words, he has killed 37 celestials that had reached the sea expansion realm, said Auyang Qiuyu. They were all appalled. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's monastery heads were sea expansion experts, but not one of them was a celestial. It was said that celestials that had reached the sea expansion realm would be sent to the head sect, but this man had actually killed 37 people on that level. Even Long Chen was shocked. Our eastern wasteland doesn't have that many sea expansion celestials. This person should have gone to the central plains, or perhaps he was originally from the central plains and came here for the opening of the immemorial path, said Auyang Qiuyu. Long Chen was shocked. That was very likely. He had heard that the Central Plains was the true stage of geniuses, a land full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In comparison to the eastern wasteland, one was a flourishing city, while one was a desolate village. Someone in the city wouldn't be able to claim himself to be anyone special, but in that village, they would be a peerless genius. And without so many competitors, it might be easier to obtain priceless treasures and opportunities. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen worriedly. They all knew what had transpired between Long Chen and the Bloodco Hall. Perhaps there would be a bloody battle as soon as they encountered each other. The only elder in the Bloodco Hall's group wasn't wearing a mask. His robes were gray and his face was stern. He led his people forward. When they passed by the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's people, the man with the lines on his mask suddenly stopped and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled oddly. Was he really so lacking in character? The only people who came to find him were those trying to find trouble for him. Why weren't there any suckups trying to become friends with him? Long Chen, that man's voice was incredibly icy and it gave people chills. I'm not lending money, said Long Chen directly. That man ignored Long Chen's reply and icily said, you shouldn't have blasphemed the god. The immemorial path will be your burial ground. It's still too early to say that. We'll see, said Long Chen. Although Yang Qiuyu had said that this person was extremely terrifying, he wasn't afraid. The feeling of mortal danger that this person gave him was on the same level as Yu Changhao and Jai Chengkang. But after so many years of fighting his way through his troubles, Long Chen had built up his confidence. As long as it was someone in the same realm, he refused to lose. This confidence was something built from the corpses of countless experts. Ha, interesting. Another powerful prey. It seems the immemorial path will be extremely marvelous this time, said Yu Changhao suddenly. Everyone was startled. This Yu Changhao was truly arrogant. After provoking Long Chen, he had actually provoked a terrifying assassin. Yu Changhao, correct? I've always wanted to meet you to learn whether you are really as powerful as the rumors say. Unfortunately, I never got the mission to kill you, and I couldn't break the Bloodco Hall's rules. But there's one thing you said right. The immemorial path will definitely be extremely marvelous this time, said that man. Don't bother. Your assassination arts are just a joke in front of me. Report your name, or I won't even know the person I'll kill in the future, said Yu Changhao. Huang Junmo, remember this name, because it's very likely you'll be killed by the person with that name. Huang Junmo indifferently tossed out some words before leaving. His people found a secluded place to sit. Following Huang Junmo's arrival, it was like a shadow had been cast over everyone's hearts. These assassins were just too terrifying. By the time you sensed their arrival, you would already be dead. How do you feel, Long Chen? Asked Yang Qiuyu. Under pressure. Long Chen obediently nodded. He truly was under pressure. Although he was confident in not being defeated, he wasn't confident in gaining victory. This was his first time encountering such powerful opponents. Although they hadn't exchanged blows, just from his intuition, he knew that Huang Junmo, Yu Changhao, and Jai Chengkang were all terrifying fellows. Although Jai Chengkang had used some secret technique to keep his power hidden from the other two, he hadn't been able to hide it from Long Chen. Furthermore, it wasn't just them. Amongst the ancient races, there were several powerful experts. Long Chen sensed 8 people who could be ranked 3 celestials. Adding on the power of their bloodline inheritance, they would be extremely powerful. Perhaps it won't be as simple as just being under some pressure. There are already 2 experts who have publicly said they will take your life. Has the thought of accepting your death crossed your mind yet? Sneered Shui Guanjai. You idiot water pipe. Are you trying to get yourself killed? My boss has always been too lazy to bother with you, but you still continue to spout your shit. Is it addicting to have shit come out of your mouth? If you really want to die, I'll immediately fulfill your wish. Guo Ran finally couldn't bear it any longer. If Long Chen hadn't said that he couldn't fight here, he would have long since summoned his armor and killed this idiot. His mouth was too detestable. Shui Guanjai, do you not feel like you're becoming more and more excessive? Do you believe me when I say I will immediately strip you of your right to participate in the immemorial path? Even Yang Qiuyu was angry now. Shui Guanjai had actually not given her any face and insulted Long Chen right in front of her. That was already extremely rude to her as the sect master. As for Long Chen, while he was also unruly, he always kept it within the proper limit. He had never given her an uncomfortable feeling. But Shui Guanjai really was hateful. She didn't want to chide her disciples in front of everyone, but this brat had far exceeded her tolerance. Shui Guanjai also felt like he had gone too far. If he infuriated the sect master and lost his right to participate in the immemorial path, he really would not even have a place to cry. Sect master, please calm down. Disciple was just joking with Long Chen. Disciple knows his wrongs. Shui Guanjai hastily bowed in apology. Although she knew that Shui Guanjai fundamentally did not really know his wrongs, Ayan Qiuyu didn't bother with him. Shui Guanjai had already been afflicted by a heart devil. No one's words would be able to get through to him. It was best for him to just self-destruct somewhere else. Once Shui Guanjai had shut his mouth, Long Chen began to talk to the people by his side. Meng Qi, Waner, Gu Yang, Zifeng, and Gu Ran, you can move about freely in the immemorial path. You all have the power to protect yourselves, so I'm not really worried about you. As for Minjuan and Li Qi, you two are a bit weaker. Gu Ran, give them both a tracking device and give another one to Wilda. As long as they're within a few thousand miles from each other, they'll be able to regroup. As for Wilda, he gets lost too easily, so he probably won't be able to understand. You two should do your best to find Wilda as soon as possible. That way, it'll be much safer with the three of you together. Wilda is strong, but he needs you two to look after him as well. You'll be making up for each other's weak points. Yu Ran handed 2 devices to them, and he also clipped one to Wilda's waist. Wilda was still fast asleep. Over 10 more flying boats came over. More and more experts had gathered. Suddenly, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted, and so was the ground. Ouyang Qiuyu waved her hand, creating a transparent barrier to protect her people. Up in the air, a huge vortex appeared. It looked just like the mouth of a beast that wanted to devour all of heaven and earth. The spatial gate has appeared. Chapter 776. Enemies often cross paths. Everyone was calmly sitting and adjusting themselves to maintain their peak states when rumbling filled the air. Light erupted, and endless primal chaos raged in the air. A huge portal appeared. This portal continuously opened and closed, like the mouth of a beast. This is the entrance of the immemorial path. Because of the transformations in the world, the entrance is damaged and unstable. You have to enter quickly. But before that, let me tell you again, once you're in, be careful, and even more careful, warned Aoyang Qiuyu. Long Chen and the others nodded. They knew that Aoyang Qiuyu was saying this so that the rather conceited fellows didn't vainly throw their lives away inside. Everyone sprang into motion. The feather race's people were the fastest. Their wings flashed, and they were like a ray of light as they directly shot into the spatial gate. That speed was absolutely incredible. Those birdmen really are fast, praised Gu Ran. Everyone prepare yourself. Wilda, wake up. Wilda, there's meat, shouted Long Chen. Meat where? Wilda had still been sleeping when Long Chen told him to get up, but as soon as he heard there was meat, he shot up so quickly that everyone jumped. They were speechless. The meat's inside there. Other than that, listen. Long Chen pointed to the gate and also told Wilda not to run too fast. He had to give time for Li Qi and Song Minjuan to find him. After that and saying goodbye to Aoyang Qiuyu, Long Chen led his people toward the gate. Aoyang Qiuyu had said that this gate was damaged and that they would all be individually sent to random places. In other words, it was very likely that if 2 people tried to enter while holding hands, space might directly tear them apart, and in the process, their individual bodies might also be torn apart. So they could only resign themselves to their fate. The most terrifying thing was that this spatial gate was unstable. If something unexpected happened during the transportation, you might get lost within the chaotic flow of space. Within that chaotic flow, there were countless spatial storms. Even treasure items would be instantly destroyed inside, let alone a person. If someone entered it, there would be no chance of surviving for them. So everyone was nervous about entering. Currently, the Feather Race, the Blood Hall, and the Remote Heaven Gang had already entered. Brothers, I wish you all luck. Once we're inside, let's completely flip the world, laughed Long Chen. He stepped in. As soon as he did, he felt terrifying spatial fluctuations. Normal transportation formations were like sitting in a carriage traveling smoothly over a flat road. Although it was slow, it was very steady. As for good transportation formations, they felt like flying through the air and were both fast and steady. But here, it was like a carriage was traveling as fast as possible over a path filled with potholes. It made Long Chen feel like heaven and earth were spinning around him, and he almost vomited. Long Chen didn't know how long he had flown through the spatial channel, and after spinning so much, he couldn't even tell what direction was up or down. Eventually, he crashed into a small mountain. That mountain was directly blasted to smithereens. He Long Chen patted the dust off his body and viciously spat on the ground, spitting out the mud and dirt in his mouth. How was this a transportation? It was more like he had been shot out of a cannon. Only now did he have a chance to appraise his surroundings. This was also a barren land, but rugged boulders of stone were everywhere, looking like a maze. Looking up, he saw a single sun in the sky. The environment was about the same as his world, but there was a strange and ancient feeling to this place. This is the immemorial path. Where's the path? Long Chen jumped onto a high boulder and saw that this kind of land stretched into the distance. There were large mountains that blocked his line of sight, and he rushed over to one of them. He found one aspect of the immemorial path which was different from his world. His divine sense was greatly restricted here, to the point where it didn't even go as far as his sight. It could only stretch a few dozen miles. Furthermore, he found that the primal chaos bead was automatically circulating to absorb some kind of unknown energy within the immemorial path. They said that the immemorial path contains the immortal era's secret to reaching immortality and godhood. Is that secret related to the aura here? Long Chen was lost in thought as he examined the primal chaos bead. The primal chaos bead was something he had obtained in the Geolai secret realm. Back then, even before entering the Geolai secret realm, he had felt a summoning just from hearing its name. After obtaining it, he had confirmed that it was what had been summoning him. He still knew far too little about the primal chaos bead. It not only possessed its own world, but was also able to offer him an unending source of life energy. It had also helped him subdue the earth flame. Furthermore, it could absorb the heavenly Tao runes from the fallen celestials to create heavenly Tao fruits. All of that was incredibly miraculous. Now, it had begun to automatically absorb some unknown energy within the immemorial path. That made Long Chen even more curious about the primal chaos bead. After traveling for 2 hours, Long Chen arrived at the peak of a mountain. This mountain was completely barren without even a single blade of grass. It practically looked like a rock, but it was huge, and so standing on the peak, he had a wide view of his surroundings. But before Long Chen could look into the distance, he suddenly found another person standing on the mountain peak. Moreover, this guy had also been about to look around. Long Chen, ha ha ha, today's the day of your death. That person was delighted and surprised to see him. Enemies really do often cross paths. Long Chen looked at Shui Guanjai and couldn't help smiling. Long Chen, you caused my family head to die. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Tell me, how do you want to die? Shui Guanjai's face was twisted with killing intent. It was like he was a hunter looking at his prey. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Shui Yunkang's death had been his own fault, and it was something unrelated to him. Even though Shui Yunkang had come to a moment of enlightenment right before his death, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. A blood-red saber appeared in Long Chen's hand. He raised it towards Shui Guanjai. You'll be the one to die today. Haha, what an ego. I'll let you see a rank 3 celestial's power, what true power is. Cry of the. Shui Guanjai's sneer was cut off as a lightning spear suddenly pierced through the back of his chest. The lightning runes crazily devoured his life. You, Shui Guanjai looked at the lightning spear piercing through his chest. He turned back, but then suddenly felt a chill at his neck as his head was cut off by Long Chen's saber. During a battle, you actually dare to get distracted. Do you think I don't exist? Long Chen leaned against his saber, shaking his head. The lightning spear's runes lit up, and Shui Guanjai's body was blown to pieces. The lightning spear transformed into a lightning dragon that returned to Long Chen's arm. You, Shui Guanjai was horrified. He had never dreamed that after becoming a rank 3 celestial, he would end up in such a situation against Long Chen. Idiot, did you think I would fight you as foolishly as when we were on the netherworld heaven staircase? I was just testing you all at that time to see how strong a rank 2 celestial really was and to see your techniques. To tell you the truth, I really am not proficient in fighting. I'm only proficient in killing. The difference is that the former is just a stupid clash of power, a competition of who has more trump cards and who can look more graceful when fighting. But the latter is much simpler. It is to use the simplest method and the smallest price to cut down your opponent. I've clearly grasped all your trump cards while you don't even know how many trump cards I have. Did you think you could crush me easily just because you got stronger? I really admire your imagination. A long time ago, I told you that if you wanted to die, you could find me. Now you should believe it, said Long Chen to Shui Guanjai's severed head. Shui Guanjai's body was destroyed, and with just his head, there was no way for him to use the heavenly Tao recovery. Even a rank 3 celestial was unable to reform their entire physical body as quickly, so he had now become Long Chen's prey. In truth, Shui Guanjai was definitely an idiot. When Long Chen had seen him, Shui Guanjai had stood still with his arms clasped behind his back, but Long Chen had stealthily had Lei Long slip into the ground. While he had been talking with Shui Guanjai, Lei Long had gone around him. Next, Long Chen had used his saber to draw his attention. By using a weak, ordinary saber attack, he had caused Shui Guanjai to look down on him. As a result, he had fallen for it. In truth, even if he had fallen for it with his power, he could have used his heavenly Tao energy to force Lei Long out of his body. Although that would have exhausted his core energy, he still would have had some ability to fight. But what even Long Chen found inconceivable was that Shui Guanjai had actually thought there had been someone behind him, and he had turned back to look. So Long Chen hadn't hesitated, and had helped him see that there really was no one behind him. I heard that you once killed a rank 2 celestial from the corrupt path. I really wonder whether that celestial was a pig, said Long Chen disdainfully. With this kind of intelligence, it really was a miracle that Shui Guanjai had managed to live this long. Had fate decided that he had to die by his hands? Long Chen, I don't want to die. I'm willing to have you place a spiritual seal on me and become your servant. With just a head with death imminent, Shui Guanjai finally knew what terror was. You don't have the qualifications to be my servant. We're all busy, so you can go now. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll reincarnate. Long Chen slowly pointed a finger. No, please. A lightning arrow pierced Shui Guanjai's head. It not only destroyed his head, but it also destroyed his soul. A generation's genius had fallen. Within the primal chaos space, a new heavenly Tao fruit was born, one with 3 marks. A rank 3 heavenly Tao fruit. Good stuff, Long Chen laughed. It seemed he really could obtain many things from the immemorial path. Even if he just relied on killing people, he would make plenty of profit. After dealing with Shui Guanjai's corpse, he tossed his spatial ring into the primal chaos space. He could go through it when he had time. At this moment, Blooddrinker flashed and sent him a message. Chapter 777, Feather Race Expert. Long Chen looked at Blooddrinker in surprise. Its spirit had actually sent him a message. This was his first time connecting on this level with Blooddrinker's spirit. But that message was extremely unclear. The general meaning was that it was in a special state and was preparing to completely absorb all the Phoenix blood black gold. Then does that mean I can't use you during this time? How long will it take for you to recover? Asked Long Chen. After a while, Blooddrinker once more sent him a spiritual message, saying that the Phoenix blood essence gold could only recover its physical damage, and that its spiritual damage would require much more spiritual strength in order to heal. In order to heal its physical body, it would require between a few months to a year. It couldn't be sure. But it told Long Chen that once its physical body was healed, it could work with Long Chen to release even stronger attacks. It was just that it couldn't be disturbed during this healing process, so it needed Long Chen's opinion. You can go ahead, don't worry. Long Chen decided to allow Blooddrinker to enter seclusion to heal. Although he needed Blooddrinker, in the long term, it was best for it to increase its power. Blooddrinker entered the primal chaos space and once more stabbed into the Phoenix blood black gold. Long Chen could see energy being rapidly absorbed by it. He helplessly searched in Shui Guanjai's spatial ring. He found a saber inside, but it was a Zhenmadao, not an ordinary saber. Its blade was narrow and it was too light. It was very similar to a longsword. Long Chen frowned slightly. Using this kind of blade would require more finesse and technique. But he didn't like that kind of flashy fighting style. What he liked was to directly hack his saber down and crush his opponents with pure power. However, this was a middle-grade enchanted item. If he used Split the Heavens with it, the effect would be greater than using a lightning or flame blade. He placed the Zhenmadao on his back. The feeling really was different, but it could be used to confuse his opponents. When he fought, their attention would very likely be drawn to the saber. They wouldn't know that in truth, it would mostly just be used to pose. Patting his hands, Long Chen finally had a chance to appraise his surroundings. In the distance, he saw several figures rushing around, but they were too far, and he wasn't able to see their clothes or appearances. According to reason, they should be disciples attending the immemorial path. He also rushed off. Looking in one direction, he saw footprints. That should be a path. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. The immemorial path would be open for a year, But what was different from the GLI secret realm was that when the time was up, they wouldn't need to find any spatial gates to leave. They were outsiders, and the immemorial path had placed a marker on them. They would be transported out automatically to where they came from. Even if they wanted to stay in the immemorial path, they couldn't. Long Chen saw several figures ahead that were just standing still. He only realized that they were watching a battle once he passed by them. In the distance, two disciples were fighting a corrupt expert. The corrupt expert was an expert spear wielder, and even 1 against 2, he was still suppressing them. Although he didn't know why these 2 righteous disciples would fight with a corrupt disciple here, he did see 4 righteous disciples just watching. Long Chen had an urge to slap these spectators to death. Even if the righteous path had to always fight against each other, when there was a common enemy, they should unite against them. How had these people reached this level of stupidity? The corrupt disciple was truly powerful. His attacks were decisive, and his physical body was extremely powerful. A sea of spear images completely enveloped the 2 disciples. Boom! Suddenly, the corrupt disciple forced one of them back, and his spear directly pierced toward the other. That person was appalled. There was no way he could dodge this attack. A large hand appeared and caught the tip of the spear. The corrupt disciple was startled. No matter how he tried, he was unable to pull his spear back. Die! This person was Long Chen. Pushing the spear forward, an immense power surged toward the corrupt disciple. Before he could even realize what had happened, his own spear's hilt pierced through his chest. But what astonished everyone was that, when the spear pierced his body, a powerful force directly blew his body to pieces. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the 2 of them were delighted. Long Chen was startled, and then looking carefully at them, he saw their robes marked them as disciples from the small sects that had come to greet the Xuanhuan Dao sect previously. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. If it weren't for you, the 2 of us would never have been able to return, thanked one of the 2 disciples. Long Chen nodded. Looking at the spectators, he coldly shouted, "If you don't want to die, then fuck off." Those people's expressions changed and they hastily fled. They didn't know how they had infuriated this person, but from what he had just done, they could see that if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as turning his hand. "What happened?" asked Long Chen. "I was rather unlucky and encountered that corrupt disciple. Just when I was in an extremely desperate moment, senior apprentice brother Juan came to help me. That was the only way I managed to survive for so long." That person looked at the senior apprentice brother Juan beside him gratefully. Long Chen nodded. As members of the same sect, being able to risk your life to save each other shows that you care about your relationships. However, your fighting style is garbage. That corrupt disciple was powerful, but if the 2 of you had been willing to risk your lives, you would have had a 90% chance of defeating him. Unfortunately, you didn't have that courage, which is why you almost died. Since you can fight shoulder to shoulder, you should trust each other. You should be able to put your lives in the other person's hands. One of you should put his life on the line, while the other makes up for any openings. That would be better than just fighting your own battle. I was able to save you this time, but that doesn't mean someone will still be there to save you next time. If you still can't comprehend what I'm saying, then you should just dig a hole and hide in there until the year's up." Long Chen turned and left. During that critical moment, neither of them had been willing to abandon the other to escape. If he hadn't seen that, he wouldn't have wasted time saying nonsense to them. But a person could only help someone for a time. Long Chen couldn't save the entire world, nor was he the kind of person who would want to. "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. We understand." The 2 of them looked at each other and immediately comprehended something. Long Chen randomly waved his hand to them to express that he heard them. He continued on his way. Up ahead, the land was no longer so barren. Instead, there was a huge mountain range filled with greenery. Towering trees soared into the sky, and thick vines coiled around them. Even before he arrived, a dense spiritual chi assaulted him. That density was almost like it had become liquid. "This really is a good place. The density of spiritual chi here is tens of times greater than in the Xuanhuan Dao sect," said Long Chen with shock. It had to be known that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had the support of spirit-gathering formations. That was what made its spiritual chi so dense. But here, in this ordinary mountain range, the spiritual chi was unbelievably dense. 7 Fire Essence Grass. Long Chen instantly saw a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient beneath a large tree. In the outer world, this kind of grass was extremely rare. He hadn't expected to see dozens of stalks of it here. He had just been about to go pick them when his heart shook, and he hastily dodged to the side. Boom! An arrow flew right by Long Chen. The ground erupted, leaving a crater hundreds of meters wide. You were actually able to dodge my hidden arrow. No wonder the junior master would be interested in you. Up in the sky, a man with a pair of azure wings and a bow in his hands icily looked down on Long Chen. Obviously, the arrow had come from him. Long Chen patted the dust off him. He indifferently said, "Birdman, do you know, this arrow of yours has brought a calamity upon yourself." This person was from the feather race. They had an innate pair of wings on their backs that allowed them to fly in the air and made their speed incredible. They were extremely powerful. Normally, only sea expansion experts could reach the realm of transforming spiritual chi into wings. As for using runes as wings, only rank 2 celestials were capable of that. Compared to ordinary celestials, they possessed a large advantage. Even a rank 2 celestial's runic wings would only allow them to float in the air. When compared to the wings of the feather race, they weren't even close to the same level. That was why the feather race looked down on people in the same realm. What boasting! Originally, you should have been left to the junior master, but since you've angered me, I've decided to kill you. An idiot like you isn't fit for the junior master to personally kill. The feather race expert raised his bow, and suddenly dozens of arrows shot toward Long Chen. Their speed was incomparable, and they came at crafty angles. They sealed any directions Long Chen could dodge. But just when those arrows were about to reach him, Long Chen vanished. The feather race expert was startled. His divine sense had clearly locked down Long Chen, but Long Chen had suddenly disappeared from his senses. Long Chen used the netherworld ghost steps to dodge the arrows and directly appeared in front of the feather race expert. A large hand came for his face. POW. What kind of joke was this? If someone wanted to use spiritual strength to lock down another person, the former would require at least twice the spiritual strength of the latter. Let alone this feather race expert, even Meng Qi wouldn't be able to do that to Long Chen. The feather race expert's jaw was broken from Long Chen's slap. Even an ordinary slap from Long Chen wasn't something normal people could endure. The people I loathe the most are you poser birdmen. Fuck, how dare you be even more of a poser than me. Today, I'll strip you of all your bird feathers. A pair of lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back. He suddenly went to grab the feather race expert's neck. Chapter 778 Beheaded. Thunder Force inherently possessed a void-breaking ability. There was practically no spatial resistance. The feather race expert's head was still muddled from being slapped, but suddenly seeing that Long Chen had arrived right in front of him, his wings lit up. Oh! Long Chen was surprised. He had tried to grab the feather race expert's throat, but he had missed. He was already hundreds of meters away with his bow knocked. Cloud-splitting arrow. A huge arrow pierced through the air. It practically reached Long Chen the instant it left the bowstring. This arrow was covered in runes. Long Chen was a bit startled. As expected, the feather race's name was not for nothing. Even such an ordinary celestial was able to condense their heavenly Tao runes into their arrows to give them incredible power. It was similar to Yue Kainshin's technique. "Split your bird clouds," snorted Long Chen. Light danced over his fist as he slammed it into the arrow. Boom! In front of the feather race expert's appalled gaze, his powerful arrow was blown apart by Long Chen's fist. Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit injured. "Impossible! Receive another one of my attacks!" The feather race expert roared furiously, and he continuously shot out arrow after arrow, all of them enveloped by his heavenly Tao runes. This kind of attack was something ordinary celestials would need to use their full strength to block. If they could block a single one of them, that would already be impressive. To block 3 in a row would be essentially impossible. The experts from the feather race had an innate advantage over others. With their wings, they possessed both great speed and could get a terrain advantage by shooting from the air. However, he was rather unlucky to have run into Long Chen. His terrifying arrows were smashed apart one by Long Chen's fists. Powerful explosions rocked the land. Because they were fighting in the air, quite a few people in these mountain ranges came to watch. Heavens, isn't this person from the feather race? Who would be so brazen as to challenge one of them? Are they suicidal? Wondered some people. Before entering, their sect leaders had all warned them not to provoke anyone from the feather race. If they offended other experts, they could always flee. But against the feather race, there was no way to run. Damn, isn't that Long Chen, the #1 disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, a demon-class genius who even suppressed their 4 heavenly geniuses? Although Long Chen didn't possess much fame, the Feather Race's Yu Changhao had challenged him before the immemorial path opened with all of them watching, and Long Chen hadn't taken his challenge lying down. Even up against the Feather Race's junior master, he was still so valiant. Also, even the Bloodkill Hall's Huang Junmo had said he would personally kill him, so it was a given that he had drawn quite a bit of attention. Boom! Long Chen's fist smashed apart the final arrow. He icily looked at his opponent. In truth, he was just probing him, wanting to learn the Feather Race's style of fighting in preparation for handling Yu Changhao. His opponent was a bit pale now. He had shot out dozens of his Heavenly Dao-empowered arrows. Now, his Heavenly Dao energy was running low, while Long Chen still seemed so relaxed. That made him a bit afraid. He finally realized why someone as powerful as Yu Changhao would be interested in him. HMPH, you have some ability. Only like this do you have the qualifications to die at the hands of the junior master. Count your blessings. After saying this, the Feather Race expert actually fled, turning into a ray of light. What? He had only flown a few hundred meters away when he suddenly realized that there was a person in front of him with lightning wings. Wasn't that Long Chen? I've already said that your arrow brought you a calamity. Did he really think he could just shoot him and then flee once he was unable to win while spouting such arrogant words? Such a good thing couldn't possibly happen. Long Chen pointed his finger toward the birdman. Lightning finger. Due to how hastily he was fleeing, the Feather Race expert was unable to come to a complete stop in time. A destructive lightning arrow pierced through his body. He didn't even have a chance to scream before his body directly exploded into a bloody mist. Within that bloody mist were many feathers. He died just like that. The spectators were all stunned. Someone from the powerful Feather Race was unable to receive a single blow from Long Chen. It was no wonder Yu Changhao and Huang Junmo would challenge him. This kind of power was horrifying and far beyond their comprehension. After killing him, another Heavenly Dao fruit appeared in the primal chaos space. Now that his cultivation base had increased, he didn't need to go destroy Celestials, Heavenly Dao runes. Once they were killed, their Heavenly Dao runes would be automatically absorbed by the primal chaos space. This was excellent. Even if he couldn't find anything else, just getting over 300 Heavenly Dao fruits would satisfy Long Chen. Thinking of himself leading a Dragonblood Legion where all 360 members were Celestials, he was filled with anticipation. This Long Chen has provoked a calamity. Yu Changhao definitely won't let him off. That Yu Changhao is too arrogant. Long Chen was right. They really are just a bunch of birdmen. Don't they like to call themselves the ancient races? They're just a bunch of hybrids. Shut up, even if you don't want to live, don't bring us down. After killing his opponent, Long Chen examined the spectators watching him. He didn't notice anyone he recognized. It seemed the sect master's words were correct. The immemorial path was truly vast, and no one knew where others were teleported to. Although he was a bit worried about Song Minjuan and Li Qi, they couldn't entirely rely on others to live in the cultivation world. They needed to rely on themselves. He ignored the gazes of these people and went on his way. Previously, Ayan Qiuyu had explained some taboos to them, but she hadn't given them a map. Ayan Qiuyu's reasoning was extremely simple. Whether it was the righteous experts or corrupt experts, they all had maps. If you wanted one, you could snatch one whenever. Back then, Long Chen hadn't really understood. This sect master of his really was too lazy. She hadn't even prepared maps or even given them directions. Later, after being in contact with her for longer, he had realized that Aoyan Qiuyu was different from most leaders. She liked to let nature take its course, and she didn't like interfering with the matters of disciples. In her opinion, experts should grow in the wild. Those that were raised in a fence weren't true geniuses. At first, Long Chen had found that a bit odd, but he did admire Aoyan Qiuyu's viewpoint. It was fated for experts to experience all kinds of trials. Only then could they truly release their light. Sometimes, helping someone with good intentions might end up irrevocably harming them. Obviously, after Aoyan Qiuyu had managed to control her temper, she had also managed to attain a much higher level of enlightenment. On his way, Long Chen found quite a few high-tier medicinal ingredients. After passing through several mountains, he noticed more and more people around, and many of them were people he didn't recognize. They were wearing the Righteous Path's robes, but they hadn't entered from the same entrance as him. Aoyan Qiuyu had said that the Eastern Wasteland had 2 entrances available to them, and she had chosen the closer one. He supposed these people were the ones that came from the other entrance. They looked at Long Chen oddly, because they didn't sense any aura of the heavenly Tao's coming from his body. In other words, he wasn't a celestial. Brat suddenly, a large fellow blocked Long Chen's path, looking at him disdainfully. Pal? Fuck off, don't waste my time. Can't you do proper things? Next time you get in my way, I'll slap you to death. Long Chen knew what this idiot was planning with just a glance at his eyes. In the eastern wasteland, Long Chen might have some fame, but that fame was mainly that he had the ability to fight celestials without actually being a celestial. So unable to sense Long Chen's heavenly Tao aura, they recognized who he was. Many celestials refused to accept the rumors. They felt that Long Chen was blaspheming the dignity of celestials. That person had come out to test Long Chen, but as a result, he was knocked unconscious by his slap. This group of people really had to have something wrong with their brains. They didn't use their time to explore, to find treasures, or even to kill enemies. Instead, they came to find trouble for him. If Long Chen's mood wasn't so good, he'd have directly smashed apart his head. In truth, Long Chen had really had an urge to do just that. Even if it wasn't for anything else, just a heavenly Tao fruit made it worth it. But Long Chen restrained that kind of desire. He couldn't use greed as an excuse to kill people. Otherwise, he would no longer be Long Chen. After slapping that person away, Long Chen suddenly saw 4 people rapidly rushing across the land. They were wearing the corrupt path's robes. The food's come. Long Chen was delighted and he suddenly appeared in front of them, roaring, "These mountains were opened by me, these trees were planted, damn it, can't you wait for me to finish talking?" Long Chen had only just started talking when the 4 corrupt experts released their cries of the heavenly Taos and attacked him. The person at the front was a large man whose fist shone with a bronze light. Boom! Without even looking, Long Chen also sent out a fist. As a result, half of that person's body was smashed to pulp. The other corrupt experts were stunned. Long Chen once more let out a punch, and that injured man didn't even have a chance to speak before his head was blown apart. Currently, Long Chen's 4th star was growing stronger with each passing day. Long Chen consumed medicinal pills like candy, constantly feeding it energy. He already had the ability to kill ordinary celestials with just brute physical power. Furthermore, one benefit of only relying on his physical body was that there were no spiritual yuan fluctuations, which made it so his enemies were unable to instinctively predict what he was doing. This was also another reason Long Chen's slapping arts were so effective. You're Long Chen," one of them asked in horror. "Oh, you actually know my name." Long Chen was a bit surprised. "Run!" The other 3 celestials didn't even think about it before turning tail and fleeing in 3 different directions. Chapter 779, Mysterious Rune. "Since you've come, don't leave." Long Chen sneered. He didn't feel the slightest unease when facing corrupt experts. With 3 pointings of his finger, 3 lightning arrows shot out. 2 of them had barely managed to get anywhere before they were pierced by those lightning arrows. If those were just ordinary thunder force, their heavenly Tao runes would have been able to completely block them. But Long Chen's thunder force came from tribulation lightning. Thus, their bodies were directly blown apart. As for the other one, he was the last one Long Chen pointed at, and with a supreme effort he managed to dodge. But although he had dodged Long Chen's lightning arrow, he wasn't able to dodge his saber. His head was directly cut off. In truth, these 3 were actually very strong. The instant Long Chen had pointed the 3rd finger, he had sensed that his opponent had realized and would be able to dodge. So he had directly used the netherworld ghost steps to cut his head off the instant he dodged his arrow. "Long Chen, you're already number 1 on our must-kill list. Zuyu will definitely kill you." The final corrupt expert only had a head left. He already knew that he was dead, so he sinisterly roared at him. Long Chen directly slashed apart his head. He didn't particularly care about his threat. In any case, many people wanted to kill him, so how could he possibly keep track of all their names? His Yanmadao let out a crisp sound as he returned it to its sheath. It was an extremely pleasing sound. Now Long Chen realized why sword cultivators like to slowly return their swords to their sheaths after killing their opponents. It really was a good feeling. Yes, perhaps to put it another way, it was posturing. The righteous expert that Long Chen had slapped unconscious now crawled up from the ground. He had just managed to see Long Chen killing the 3 corrupt experts. When Long Chen's saber returned to its sheath, that sound was like a hammer pounding on his heart. He finally understood that he had just returned from the brink of hell. Patting his hands, Long Chen felt greatly satisfied with his journey in the immemorial path so far. Here, he didn't need to care about any rules. Even righteous experts, if they provoked him when he was in a bad mood, could be killed without a care. 3 heavenly Tao fruits. That signified another 3 members of the Dragon Blood Legion that could become celestials. Long Chen's mood became extremely cheerful. With a thought, he went through the 3 spatial rings he had just obtained. He took out a map. Damn, really? Looking at the map, Long Chen's expression changed. He saw that there were countless blocks on the map. If all those blocks were joined together, they would form one huge path. He saw an area filled with little sesame-sized spots that had been marked with a special color. They were the spots that people could be transported to from the entrance. Long Chen did a quick count and saw that there were actually thousands of such spots. He quickly found his own spot because the corrupt expert had already marked it for him. Now it's a bit troublesome. The chances of Song Minjuan and Li Qi finding Wilda are a bit low. They really can only listen to fate, sighed Long Chen. This map clearly showed that the immemorial path was a jigsaw puzzle. Between each piece was an abyss. The map even showed that some abysses could not be crossed. He carefully looked through his current location. He suddenly saw there was an abyss not far to his right, so he began rushing in that direction. After over 2 hours, he saw the abyss. It was pitch black and emitted a chilling aura. It was like the open maw of a magical beast. The abyss was only a few dozen miles wide. Summoning his lightning wings, he began to fly over it. He kept his spiritual yuan in its peak state, ready to handle anything unexpected at any time. But nothing odd happened. The spatial fluctuations only became a bit stronger once he reached the center. It was like he was moving through the water, but it didn't stop him. Crossing the abyss, he arrived at a thick forest mountain range. Examining the map, he saw that this was also a small area. Right now, he was still at the edge of the immemorial path. He crossed 5 more abysses. He finally arrived at a comparatively larger region. The map showed that this was the true entrance to the immemorial path. Only once he crossed this place would he have truly entered the immemorial path, a place filled with treasures and trials. It was rumored that the immemorial path was something ancient experts had to go through if they wanted to become an immortal or god. However, the immemorial path was too huge. Just the entrance was millions of miles wide. It was split into many pieces, and his current location was just one of such areas. Here was a huge stone pillar hundreds of miles long that was collapsed on the ground. It was broken in several places. Standing in front of it, Long Chen felt himself to be as minuscule as an ant. The pillar had countless carvings on it. There were azure dragons, divine phoenixes, as well as beasts that he had never seen before. Although the stone pillar was already fractured, it still emitted a powerful might. Within Long Chen's mind, a possible scene appeared. A huge pillar propping up the sky with endless carvings of grand and imposing dragons and phoenixes. Just how amazing must the immemorial path have been before it had been destroyed. He saw that the ground was inlaid with huge bricks dozens of miles long and with an unknown thickness. They were all covered in dust. There were broken eaves that were as big as mountains. Those golden days were no longer present. Everything was bleak. It felt like the broken pillar on the ground was trying to say something, but no one could understand it. It looks like the legends really were true. Back in the immortal era, people really were able to cultivate to immortality and ascend through the heavens. Otherwise, there would have been no way to construct such a huge path. This is definitely the style of immortals and gods. He looked at the huge stone pillar and felt its majestic aura. A single fallen pillar was comparable to a huge mountain range. He really didn't believe that mere humans were capable of constructing such a superstructure. Flying on the pillar, he looked over his surroundings. He saw what should have been the top of a huge gate. There should have been 2 huge pillars holding that up in some huge board with immemorial path written on it. But Long Chen didn't see any such board. As for this upper part of the gate, he was only seeing a portion of it. He had no idea if the rest of it had fallen into other areas or had disappeared into the abyss. Long Chen walked up to the broken roof of the gate. There were 3 roof tiles, but they were already covered in cracks. Seeing roof tiles that were over 100 meters long, Long Chen was filled with awe. He didn't know what material these tiles were made of. Picking up a small broken piece, he found he was unable to crush it. Its hardness was even greater than treasure items. Furthermore, they seemed just like ordinary tiles and not even made of metal. Maybe some kind of energy was supporting them that made it so he couldn't break them. Long Chen went all out, but he was still unable to break a palm-sized piece. That made him suck in a cold breath. Just what kind of power could have destroyed the entire immemorial path? Had it really been a battle of gods? If there were really gods, why would they fight here, a trial land for disciples? Long Chen couldn't figure it out. But this scene was truly shocking. He realized just how minuscule he was. In front of this power, he was as weak as an ant. It could truly cause a person to weep in despair. Could it be that this is the kind of power required to stand at the peak of the martial path? A bitter smile of powerlessness surfaced on Long Chen's face. The expert who had been fleeing with him as a baby had told Long Tianxiao that Long Chen shouldn't try to find his origins until he reached the peak of the martial path. In the beginning, from the huge river that was formed from the expert's slash, Long Chen had thought that the expert had merely had a Xuanhuan cultivation base. But now that he was at the Xuanhuan realm, he still hadn't reached the realm of even learning what the Tao transformation was. In order to protect Long Chen, that person had isolated himself from fate, choosing to transform himself into the Tao. Only later had Long Chen learned that when a celestial reached the sea expansion realm, they would be able to refine themselves and return to the heavenly Taos, erasing a portion of the karma relating to them. Someone who had at least been a sea expansion celestial had actually been just a servant and had sacrificed their entire existence to save him. Long Chen felt almost suffocated when he thought of his origins. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen pushed aside those thoughts. As his parents' son, he definitely couldn't retreat just because of some difficulties. That wasn't his style. Jumping off the gate, he saw that there was a large design on its sharp corner. Because it was too big, he couldn't get a good look at it from up close. He retreated into the distance to get a good look. This seems to be a rune. Although I can't understand it, I'll record it for now. Long Chen took out and activated a photographic jade. Bang! Suddenly, the photographic jade exploded. Long Chen was stunned as this was too bizarre. He couldn't recall such a thing ever happening before. He took out another one, and as soon as he activated it, it exploded again. Long Chen grew more suspicious. He carefully looked at that diagram. Taking out a beast hide, he was just about to draw it when he realized that despite clearly memorizing it, his head was blank. He had no memory of what that diagram looked like. There's definitely something strange here. Long Chen stared closely at the diagram, once more memorizing it, and then he rapidly raised his brush to draw it. But his brush had only just touched the paper when his hand stopped. His memories had disappeared again. You won't let me remember you, then I'll just draw you while I look at you. Long Chen stared at the diagram, and his hand began to move. He had just lightly touched the paper when his brush exploded, and Long Chen let out a pained groan. He almost collapsed on the ground. Chapter 780, Obtaining the Rune. Long Chen felt piercing pain in his head as though it was about to explode. As for the beast hide and brush in his hands, they both exploded. Strange energy was blocking Long Chen from remembering the diagram, and it also refused to allow Long Chen to record it. There's definitely something wrong here. Whatever this diagram is, its origin must be extraordinary. Long Chen held his head in pain. Looking at the diagram, his gaze became even more fiery. Although he didn't know what this diagram could be used for, his intuition told him that anything that could be carved at this location was definitely not some random picture. There had to be some secret behind this. I must think of some way to get it. Long Chen clenched his fists. This kind of mysterious diagram was something he had to obtain, but he couldn't copy it with a brush or record it with a photographic jade. His memory of it also disappeared in the blink of an eye. What was he supposed to do? His head was still hurting intensely. He hadn't yet recovered, and this was him. If it was someone with weaker spiritual strength, their soul would probably have instantly dissipated. Let's try it. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. With his gaze on the diagram, his mind entered the primal chaos space. He gathered a few medicinal ingredients. According to the diagram in front of him, he began to plant their seeds. Buzz! Incomparable pain racked his head while a terrifying kind of energy charged into the primal chaos space through some unknown means. Long Chen turned pale. If the primal chaos bead was destroyed, he really would be screwed. Boom! Suddenly, the primal chaos bead trembled and an incomparably powerful pressure descended. The encroaching energy was instantly blown apart. Not only that, but the pain in Long Chen's head also disappeared. Long Chen was delighted. The primal chaos bead had actually suppressed it. He hastily used seeds to replicate the diagram. Because he was using his spiritual strength, he finished replicating it in just an instant. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Long Chen was startled to see that the huge diagram on the corner of the gate actually exploded. A supreme power sent Long Chen flying. It was with great effort that Long Chen managed to stabilize his body. He saw that the corner of the gate had disappeared. It was like it hadn't been able to endure the primal chaos bead's force. Long Chen's heart pounded wildly. Just what was the primal chaos bead? Not only had it been able to resist the diagram's power, but it had even caused it to explode. Just now, he had been too nervous. But now that he thought back to what had just happened, it seemed as if the primal chaos bead had been provoked, and so it had automatically released its own power. He hastily looked inside the primal chaos space and saw that everything was calm. That made him relax. The diagram he had made of the seeds was still present. In order to make it more dependable, Long Chen tried to draw the diagram. This time, everything was normal. No outside force tried to stop him. Once he had drawn the diagram, he carefully looked at it. It was an irregular octagon. 8 paths converged toward the center, and at the center, there was a small spot. It looked as if 8 things were converging at the center. Is this an image of a woman's breast? Long Chen looked at the dot and was a bit bewildered. But the outer edge was octagonal, not circular, so that probability was low. The main thing was that Long Chen was now too sensitive to this kind of thing after obtaining the blouse before. He found that even without the diagram in front of him, he could remember it. It was extremely curious. Putting the diagram away, he decided not to try investigating it further since he couldn't understand it. He suddenly found that more and more people were appearing where he was. There were 5 people here now, and they were all ranked 2 celestials. 2 of them came from the corrupt path, while 2 came from the ancient races. One had a horn on their head and was clearly from the full moon race, while the other had red scales on one arm, so Long Chen didn't know what race he was from. There was also another one who was just wearing ordinary human robes. When that person saw Long Chen, he was a bit surprised, but he still amicably nodded toward him. Obviously, since they were the only 2 ordinary humans, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the 2 ancient race experts and 2 corrupt experts. Long Chen also nodded back to him. Looking at the 2 corrupt experts, he hesitated a moment and decided not to attack them. Instead, he continued onward. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill them, but that he didn't want to fight while others were watching. In any case, he had endless enemies waiting for him. There was no need for him to get anxious just because of 2 rank 2 celestials. Those 2 celestials were clearly a bit nervous. They were tense and on guard as they stared closely at Long Chen. They only relaxed when they saw Long Chen turn and leave. That caused the righteous disciple and the 2 ancient race experts to be startled. They hadn't expected that they would be so afraid of Long Chen. What they didn't know was that Long Chen had already become the pinnacle figure of the corrupt path's must-kill list. The corrupt path had long since sent down orders that ranked 2 celestials and below were not to attack Long Chen, because there was no chance of them winning. In order to kill Long Chen, the corrupt path had sent out 2 exceedingly powerful figures, so the other corrupt experts would all retreat in front of Long Chen. Although the corrupt experts were famed for their cruelty and viciousness, they followed the higher-ups' orders without the slightest hesitation. It could be said that, while Long Chen's fame wasn't so high in the righteous path, he had long since become the most dangerous threat to the corrupt path. That was because the danger that came from Long Chen didn't just come from his combat strength. The most dangerous thing about him was his scheming ability. This was something that had started back in the Geoli secret realm. The corrupt path had suffered many times under Long Chen's hands, and they had lost more geniuses to him than they had in the past 100 years of the righteous and corrupt battles. Furthermore, 4 of their foundation forging experts had been slaughtered. That careless loss had shaken the entire corrupt path. At the same time, they finally realized that they had fallen for the righteous path scheming. They linked together the loss in the chaos region with the loss of 4 foundation forging experts. It was too obvious. In truth, they were wrong. It wasn't that the righteous path had tricked them, nor had they tried to trick them. They really had wanted to cooperate with them to get rid of Long Chen. It was just that the corrupt path was already infuriated and refused to listen to a word from the righteous path any longer. No matter who tried to communicate with them, they would all be slaughtered without exception. Long Chen had used his own efforts to completely destroy any diplomatic ties between the righteous and corrupt paths. Even Long Chen hadn't realized that he had such a great ability. Following the large, broken path, Long Chen continued forward. Ancient ruins appeared, ruins that were battered and crushed. It was unknown how many years had passed for it to be so full of such desolate air, but considering how huge the ruins were, it should be the first place that ancient disciples had stopped to adjust themselves to the immemorial path. Perhaps this place had been used to get disciples adapted to the environment. Passing through the ruins, a smooth path appeared before him, but after several miles, the path ahead was severed by an abyss. Long Chen decided to give up on this path and just continue forward. This place was just the entrance of the immemorial path. Other than the gate, he hadn't found anything of value. If he wanted to understand the immemorial path, if he wanted to find opportunities, he would need to go deeper. Oh, an abyss suddenly appeared before Long Chen, but this abyss was different from the one before. It was over 100 miles long, and space was constantly twisting. Long Chen sensed great danger from that distorted space. He randomly flung in a low-grade enchanted sword. When it struck that distorted space, it directly exploded. "I can't pass here, I'll have to go around." Long Chen shook his head. Although his physical body was strong, he had no intention of trying to barge through here. He would rather find another path. The immemorial path was like a broken jigsaw puzzle. If he couldn't advance from ahead, he could just go around. It was just that he didn't know how far he would have to detour. But even if it was far, it was better than taking this risk. That was especially true since there was nothing to entice him to take this risk. It was definitely not worth it. Long Chen began to travel along the edge of his current block. He found another spot where the abyss was much narrower, and he didn't feel that sensation of danger. Long Chen felt like he was traveling through a maze. It was extremely infuriating, but he was also helpless to do anything about it. After a while, a large mountain range appeared in front of him. It was mostly covered in shrubbery instead of trees, and the land had plenty of small mounds on it that made it look like a cemetery. "These mounds are placed according to a set pattern. They aren't natural. Is this place a trial?" Long Chen hastily looked at his map. As expected, he saw a faint color here. If he hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed. It seemed the corrupt path's disciples were extremely crafty and didn't want people to notice this spot, even if they managed to steal their maps. The immemorial path was huge, and it was unknown how many trials and ancient secrets it was hiding. Some places had been found, but the majority were still secrets waiting for someone to find them. Even if a trial region had been found, there were only a few people that were capable of finding the secrets within it. This place was filled with unknowns and dangers. Stepping onto this land, a desolate air of death assaulted him. It was extremely uncomfortable. After just a few steps, he noticed that there were already footprints here. He followed these footprints to a certain hill, where he could see a large cave around 30 meters high. There were two large fangs at its entrance that made it look like a mouth. There were 3 large words written above the entrance. They should be immortal characters, but Long Chen didn't recognize what they meant. Although he didn't know the meaning of them, he knew this place should be a trial region. He carefully walked into the cave. Before he could get used to the dark, a sword stabbed toward Long Chen's back out of nowhere. Blood splashed. Chapter 780, One enemies inside the ancient cave. A body had been pierced and blood flowed out. But what was doing the piercing was a lightning spear, not a sword. In an instant, a person in a mask had appeared behind Long Chen. Long Chen didn't look back. Still holding the lightning spear, he icily said, "You might be able to hide in thin air, but you can't hide from my senses. Your assassination arts are just a joke in front of me." Suddenly, the lightning spear shook, and the assassin from the blood hall exploded before they could make a sound. Putting away the lightning spear, Long Chen continued forward. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen hadn't even looked at the person. Ever since coming into contact with the blood hall's assassins, Long Chen had lost count of how many times they had tried to assassinate him. Now, he could feel it whenever assassins from the blood hall approached him. So even though these assassins could suppress their auras, their heartbeats, their breaths, and their killing intent, they were still unable to escape the senses of the 9-star Hegemon body art. So for them to think that they could assassinate Long Chen was an immense joke. Long Chen advanced several hundred meters into the cave. Eventually, he arrived at a well-lit area that was like a den. There were 8 caves he could go into now, and each of them had an immortal character written above their entrance. But Long Chen didn't recognize the characters. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked in, he became the focus of 6 corrupt celestials. Those 6 people all possessed powerful auras, and they surrounded him. Long Chen, one of the corrupt experts, was like a dried-up corpse. His eyes were deeply set, and he looked like a zombie that had crawled up from the underground. Long Chen immediately realized why that assassin hadn't entered here. He had most likely entered here, but then seeing the 6 people in front of him, he had retreated. The Bloodkill Hall was neutral, just like the Pill Tower. They accepted business from the righteous path and the corrupt path, so they weren't allied with the corrupt path. He had left before the 6 of them could sense him. As a result, at that time, he had encountered Long Chen walking in. That assassin really was unlucky. After dodging 6 hungry wolves, he had been slaughtered by a fierce tiger. "You're not running from me. Then that must mean you're quite the figure. Are you that fellow called Zhu Yu?" asked Long Chen. He sensed a great deal of pressure from this corpse-like man. "HMPH, a great man like Zhu Yu doesn't need to personally kill you. Today I'll bury you here." The corpse-like man suddenly took out a staff of mourning. Countless strips of scarlet cloth were tied around the top. Boom! As soon as the corpse-like man took out his weapon, countless runes erupted like a volcano. There were actually 3 different runes. Rank 3 Celestial. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected that one of them would be a rank 3 Celestial, and his aura was actually much stronger than Shui Guanjai's. Die! The corpse-like man's mourning staff smashed down like a bolt of lightning. Long Chen snorted and smashed his fist at it. He wanted to test this person's skills. But the instant his fist touched the mourning staff, the red cloth on the staff suddenly stretched out like snakes, wrapping Long Chen completely before he could do anything. Haha, this is the existence at the top of the must-kill list, the figure that shook the entire corrupt path. He's just trash. Die. The corpse-like man laughed heartily. This weapon of his was no ordinary weapon. It was a high-grade enchanted item, and it was a corrupt weapon. This weapon could absorb the souls, blood, and flesh of the people it killed. Those things were condensed to form the scarlet strips of cloth. Normally, those strips of cloth were completely ordinary, but once they attacked, they could instantly coil around someone and crush them to death. Each strip of cloth had absorbed the flesh and spiritual strength of countless people. They were incredibly powerful, and it was essentially impossible to tear them apart with physical strength. Once they were activated, a person would immediately be crushed to a pulp. Boom! Just as the corpse-like man was about to kill Long Chen, the cloths wrapped around him exploded. Long Chen's entire body was surrounded by lightning runes. How close! What a strange attack! This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a strange weapon. The instant he had been wrapped, he had circulated his Thunder Force to protect himself. Thunder Force possessed quite an advantage over corrupt weapons. Taking advantage of his shock, Long Chen immediately launched an attack. A fist covered in Thunder Force smashed toward the corpse-like man. The corpse-like man hastily used his staff to block. As a result, both Long Chen and the corpse-like man were forced back a few steps. Long Chen was startled. He once more shot forward. The other corrupt experts also recovered from their shock and joined the battle. These 5 were all rank 2 Celestials and incredibly powerful. It was no wonder they would want to kill him here. "Get back, he's mine." Suddenly, the corpse-like man shot forward, his runes surging like a sea around him. A fierce aura caused the air to rumble, and the ground beneath his feet began to shudder. The most terrifying thing was that his aura contained a dense aura of death. Behind him, his runes actually formed an illusory mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Chaotic emotions of resentment resonated with heaven and earth. The scenes of countless people dying miserably flashed within the mountain and sea. They were crying, they were begging, they were screaming. They were filled with a thirst for life and a fear of death. "Are those the people you killed?" Icy killing intent surfaced within Long Chen's eyes. "Correct. They were all people I personally killed, and I only killed them after endless torment. That was the only way to gather enough resentment. Hee. Do you feel their terror, their rage, their powerlessness, and their thirst? Hee. Yes, those are the emotions they were feeling right before their deaths. You'll quickly also become one of them. Your death will make me even stronger." The corpse-like man laughed sinisterly and excitedly. He was like a hunter looking at his prey. "Good, I really have to thank you. In the future, when I encounter people from the corrupt path, I really won't have to feel bad about slaughtering them. You're all a pack of brutes." Divine Ring. 4-star battle armor. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. The entire cave shook as Long Chen's full strength erupted. The lightning runes on his fist surged as he once more attacked. The corpse-like man smashed his mourning staff at Long Chen. But this time, the scarlet cloths on it had already been destroyed, and it was just a simple smash. As a result, the corpse-like man was blown back and smashed into the wall. In terms of brute power, when Long Chen went all out, the corpse-like man simply wasn't his match. The other 5 corrupt experts all attacked upon seeing the corpse-like man at a disadvantage. Die, Long Chen's roar was like thunder shaking their ears. A lightning blade appeared in his hands, and he slashed it mercilessly upon the 5 of them. Lightning erupted. The 5 of them were all rank 2 celestials, but Long Chen hadn't held back at all. This was different from when he had fought against the 4 heavenly geniuses in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. This attack didn't just contain his power, it also contained endless killing intent. The 5 of them were also sent flying and vomited blood. Long Chen sighed inside. If he had Blooddrinker, this attack would have at least heavily injured them if not killed them. As soon as he forced the 5 of them back, the corpse-like man once more came charging at him. Ghost devours spirits. The corpse-like man suddenly opened his mouth, and a blood arrow shot out. The blood arrow split into 4 bloody mists that surrounded Long Chen. Those 4 bloody mists were like 4 evil ghosts. Long Chen felt a chill. There was definitely something off about this attack. He was just about to retreat when the corpse-like man coldly shouted, "Explode!" The 4 bloody mists exploded into blood-colored runes that enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen hastily circulated his thunder force to destroy these runes as he retreated. Those blood-red runes emitted black smoke upon encountering his thunder force, but quite a few of them still managed to break past the thunder force's blockade to land on Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly shivered. It felt like several ice cubes had forced their way into his body, and as those ice cubes melted, a corrosive kind of energy rapidly spread throughout his body. He immediately felt his body become weak, as if he had just gone through some immense battle and no longer had any energy. Ha, let me see how you struggle now. This attack of mine is no ordinary attack, but a curse. Although using this attack exhausted 90% of my curse energy and all the resentful spirits I've gathered, your life is still worth the cost. The corpse-like man was gasping for breath. Obviously, that ghost devours spirit attack of his came with a heavy price, but there was still a sinister smile on his face. Die, the corpse-like man once more smashed his morning staff at Long Chen. He was aiming for Long Chen's waist because he wanted to first cripple him before killing him. Long Chen's smile was icy. He admitted that he really had ended up falling for this attack, but if his opponent thought he could kill him just like this, he was far too arrogant. He raised his hands. Surrendering has no use. Just die. The corpse-like man disdainfully looked at Long Chen as he raised his hands. Double Dragon Destruction. Chapter 782 Zuyu. Following Long Chen's shout, Lei Long and Huo Long flew out. They rapidly grew larger as they intertwined, looking like 2 dragons piercing out of the ground in the heavens. This action happened incredibly quickly. The corpse-like man had been extremely confident in his ghost devours spirit curse, and he had thought that Long Chen would be powerless to retaliate. But his confidence had become the death of him. The 2 dragons directly caused his body to explode, and they continued forward, directly roaring toward the remaining 5. Lei Long and Huo Long were too large, and they almost filled the entire cave. The 5 of them had no chance to flee, and they could only resist with their full strength. Boom! The 5 of them instantly exploded. Even the incomparably sturdy cave was blown wider. The corpse-like man only had a head remaining. Suddenly, 2 runic wings appeared on that head's back, and like a butterfly it began to fly away. Long Chen's saber sliced that head cleanly in 2, but then an illusory figure shot out. That was the corpse-like man's soul. If he could bring his head away, he would be able to survive. He had heard that as long as rank 3 celestials were given enough time, they could regenerate a full body from just a head. But now the head had been destroyed. The corpse-like man could only flee with his soul. His soul would at most be able to survive for 24 hours in the outside world before dissipating. So within the next 24 hours, he would have to find a suitable body to possess. Stay behind, Long Chen snorted and waved his hand. A lightning arrow shot at the soul. The corpse-like man's soul suddenly shouted, "Lord Zuyu, save." Regretfully, before he could finish shouting, the lightning arrow pierced through his soul. Lightning was the bane of all souls. His soul instantly exploded into runes. Those runes had only just appeared before they dispersed, being absorbed into the primal chaos space. Long Chen was delighted. He had gained yet another rank 3 heavenly Dao fruit. Suddenly his heart shook. A sensation of terrifying danger caused his hair to stand on end. Without even thinking about it, he dodged to the side. A ray of light pierced his shoulder, bringing with it a spray of blood. He slammed into the wall and hastily looked in the direction of the attack. There were over 10 people who had arrived, all of them from the corrupt path. The person at the front was a handsome, long-haired man. He wore a golden crown and violet robes. His gaze was like two sharp blades stabbing into Chen. The most terrifying thing about him was his pitch-black third eye on his forehead. It looked as if it could devour all of heaven and earth. Truly worthy of being Chen, ranked #1 on the must-kill list. Even under the Ghost Devourer's spirit curse, you were still able to kill Qi Luo. Chen, although we're enemies, I really have to admire you, said that man. They had just entered from the entrance, and so had blocked the only exit for Chen. The people standing beside him looked in shock at the broken weapons and bodies on the ground. Although they hadn't seen the battle, just the remnants and the leftover heavenly Dao auras in the air were enough for them to tell the scope of the previous battle. You are Zhu Yu, Chen slowly stood up. In truth, he was extremely alarmed. Just now, he had checked what had injured him. It had just been the wind from a pointing of Zhu Yu's finger. It was an incredibly ordinary attack, but was able to pierce his body. Although he was weakened and couldn't use the divine ring or 4-star battle armor any longer, his physical body was still comparable to enchanted items. But the wind from a finger attack could injure him. That was enough to prove that Zhu Yu's power was much greater than he had expected. Correct, I am Zhu Yu. I've long since heard your great name, but regretfully, you're currently under the Ghost Devourer's spirit curse and are in an extremely weak state. You don't even have half of your power available to you. Killing you is too boring, said Zhu Yu. If you want a fair fight, you can just give me the antidote, said Chen. Zhu Yu shook his head. Firstly, the Ghost Devourer's spirit is not a poison but a curse. There is no antidote. If you want to resolve it, you simply need to wait for its effect to pass. But although this curse won't take a person's life, it has a long period of effect. It would take at least 7 days, and I can't wait that long. And secondly, although you're strong, you haven't reached the point where you can stand on the same level as me. Even if you were in your peak state, you wouldn't be able to receive even 10 attacks from me. It's not worth it for me to wait. So, I'm very sorry to tell you that you're just a dog in my eyes, and you don't have much value at all. Only the fact that you're first on the must-kill list makes you worthy of me killing you. Zhu Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, and his tone incredibly arrogant. It was like he was a king looking down on a beggar. Although his words were a bit malicious, Chen didn't get angry. That was because he didn't have time to get angry. This Ghost Devourer's spirit curse was too vicious. It was like poison had spread throughout his blood, bones, and basically every single cell in his body. He had tried to use the primal chaos space's life energy to heal it, but he had found that it was useless. He was now in a great crisis. This man in front of him was extremely powerful. If Chen was in his peak state, he wouldn't be afraid of him. Although he was a very strong rank 3 celestial, Chen's confidence was that, as long as it was someone in the same realm, he wouldn't need to be afraid of them. Sorry, but my time is precious. I don't have time for you to feel terror or panic. Your physical body's not bad, so you can be refined into a puppet. To be my puppet is your life's greatest glory. Zhu Yu reached his hand toward Chen's throat. Although it was just a simple movement, it blocked every single path of retreat for Chen. Just this random movement clearly showed how much experience he had. This move had clearly reached the point of perfection and had no openings. It could be seen that Zhu Yu's fame was not unearned. He was a true expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. Chen's Zhenmao came out of its sheath, directly slashing toward Zhu Yu's wrist. His placement and timing were perfect. Even if Zhu Yu dodged, he wouldn't be able to escape the range of the saber. But if he forced his way through, he would lose the exchange. The reason he hadn't released his heavenly Dao runes or even his aura was because he wanted to capture Chen with technique. He had his own pride, and even if he had to kill a weakened Chen, he would disdain using his aura to suppress him. Oh, Zhu Yu was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that Chen's saber techniques would be so refined. He could tell that Chen also hadn't released his aura and was competing with him in terms of pure technique. Zhu Yu's palm bent slightly, and the instant his wrist was about to touch the saber, he strangely used his finger to flick the back of the saber and direct its slash elsewhere. Just like that, he managed to escape the blockade of the saber and continued reaching toward Chen's throat. But just when he thought that Long Chen would have no time to change his move, Long Chen's saber borrowed the rebound strength to slash toward Zuyu's throat. He also hadn't released his aura. In fact, he hadn't used his spiritual yuan. Zuyu was now truly startled. He shot backward, dodging the saber. His movement technique was incredibly bizarre. He had only just dodged Long Chen's slash when the tip of the saber pierced toward his throat. He was shocked, not expecting that Long Chen's slash was actually a feint. The instant he dodged it, Long Chen changed his slash into a thrust. Zuyu slammed his palm into Long Chen's saber, knocking it out of his hand, shattering it. The Zhanmata was widely known for the sharpness of its point. It was actually somewhat similar to a sword and relied more on agility. Zuyu had struck it in its weakest spot, and after all, it was just an enchanted item. Thus, it instantly shattered. Long Chen was forced back a dozen steps. Not far behind him was the wall, but he looked disdainfully at Zuyu. Looking at his own palm, Zuyu was infuriated. In terms of technique, he had lost. If he hadn't used his spiritual yuan in the end, he would have been injured. This was a humiliation that he couldn't accept. As expected, you really didn't last 10 moves. Long Chen smiled lightly. He had to admit that Zhu Yu was a terrifying expert, but when it came to combat experience, no one had more than him. His combat experience was something he had accumulated through risking his life. Even though the corrupt path was famed for their viciousness, Long Chen didn't believe that they would really throw their geniuses into crisis after crisis and have them either survive on their own or perish. Who cared if they were talented? He had trampled countless geniuses on his path. He had paid far more than anyone. Was the smooth and level path of a genius so amazing? Long Chen's words were a slap in Zuyu's face. He had previously said that Long Chen wouldn't even be able to last 10 moves against him even in his peak state. But now, Long Chen had forced him to use his spiritual yuan in just 3 moves. It could already be called his loss. Hopefully, you can still say such things once I draw out your soul. Departed spirit restriction. Countless blood-colored runes lit up on Zuyu's hands. The entire space was covered with his runes, and a terrifying pressure descended. It was like space was about to be compressed. This should be something similar to a spatial magical art. Long Chen's heart shook. As expected, Zhu Yu was incredibly powerful. He was actually able to use spatial strength. But he didn't have the time to be shocked. As those runes compressed, the space around him also compressed. Soon, he wouldn't even be able to move. Double Dragon Destruction. At this moment, he was incredibly weak. His only abilities unaffected by the curse were Huo Long and Lei Long's combined attack. Heaven Netherworld Divine Shield. Sensing the aura of the 2 dragons, Zhu Yu was startled. He could no longer continue compressing space, and a blood-red shield appeared in front of him. Boom! This was a world-rocking collision. The entire cave shuddered and almost collapsed. When the dust finally scattered, the corrupt experts were all dumbfounded. Chapter 783 Peak Trial Cave. The dust scattered, revealing that Long Chen had already disappeared. They were all stunned. There was only one entrance to this place, and they had completely sealed it. Not even a fly could have gotten past them. He entered a trial cave. Zhu Yu looked towards one cave. He sensed the slightest bit of leftover aura there. That aura contained the ghost devour spirit's curse energy. He entered a trial cave. Heavens, he entered the peak trial cave. That's somewhere even you can't enter, cried one of the corrupt experts. My guess is that he doesn't even recognize the immortal characters on top of the caves. There were 2 low-level trials, 3 middle-level trials, 2 high-level trials, and only 1 peak-level trial, but he actually chose the peak one. HMPH, he's definitely dead, said another corrupt expert. Even the sect master solemnly warned you to only choose the high-level trial. As for the peak-level trial, Long Chen has 0 chance of surviving. How regretful. His body and soul were wasted just like that, and without his head, there's no way to exchange it for a reward, sighed another one. They all looked at Zhu Yu as he was their leader. Now that Long Chen had entered a trial cave, he would be the one to decide what they should do. Zhu Yu said, "These trial caves flowed down from antiquity. The outside looks broken, but there are still treasures inside. 2 generations ago, one of our seniors found a divine elixir within the lower-level trial. When he brought it back, the elders appraised it and said that it was an extremely famous divine mortal molting elixir. This elixir was something created through formations that drew out the most primal energy in the ground. A single drop of that divine elixir was diluted 1,000 times and then given to ordinary disciples. Those ordinary disciples then completely transformed. Not only did their strength grow, but their talent also improved. Their spirit roots also advanced a level. You were just ordinary celestials before, but your foundations were excellent, so you were bestowed with a bottle of that diluted divine elixir. That's the only reason you managed to become rank 2 celestials. This divine mortal molting elixir is our secret. The senior from 2 generations ago only found this place by accident. He was fighting here, which destroyed some of the terrains and revealed this entrance. That senior was only an ordinary celestial, but his luck was good and he entered a low-level cave. When he left, he marked down this place and also copied the immortal characters here. Back then, our entire eastern wasteland's corrupt path was shaken. The next time the immemorial path opened, we sent 18 of our strongest disciples here. They were all at least rank 2 celestials, and 2 had reached the 3rd rank. As a result, only 1 disciple managed to survive, and that was because he entered the wrong cave. He entered the low-level cave beside the middle-level one. Thus, he was the only one who managed to bring back some divine mortal molting elixir. The others all died inside. The trial caves are filled with multiple mechanisms, and the final test is a fierce beast. According to the elders, those beasts should be nourished by some special formation that makes their longevity almost limitless. After the immemorial path was destroyed, no one looked after them, and so they managed to break past their original limits to become even more powerful. To be safe, you should all choose the low-level trial caves. They had already figured out that once you entered, you couldn't leave. If you tried, a powerful force would block it. If you pushed it, you would be injured by that mysterious force, and you could even die. The corrupt path's elders guessed that even though there was no one looking after these trial caves anymore, a portion of the formations inside must still be functional and in use. Furthermore, once they entered from their current location, each trial cave would be split into another 8 caves. They were also split into 2 low-level, 3 middle-level, 2 high-level, and 1 peak-level trail. You could choose the difficulty most accustomed to you. Each of these trial caves only permitted 2 disciples to enter. In a bit, there should still be some more people coming. 2 of you stay behind and guard the entrance. As soon as any outsiders come, kill them. This trial region can't be allowed to be leaked. This place isn't too far from the entrance of the immemorial path, and too many people came this time, so some people will likely show up. Furthermore, I saw the Bloodkill Hall's insignia on one of the corpses' robes. Those fellows are a bunch of irritating hyenas. They can follow people's auras, and their concealing arts are too strong. If you notice any of them, you have to immediately kill them. This matter concerns the prosperity of the corrupt path, so don't get careless, warned Xuanhuan solemnly. This trial region was first noticed by the corrupt path. If they could keep it secret, it would bring unimaginable benefits to the corrupt path. Yes, several of them hastily assented. They were all people that had followed Xuanhuan for a long time, and they were powerful rank 2 celestials. Xuanhuan also treated them as loyal followers to be raised. He often gave them pointers. It could be said that they were peak existences amongst rank 2 celestials. "Which one are you going to choose?" asked one of them. Xuanhuan looked at the peak trial cave. His heart was moved slightly, but he shook his head in the end. "I'll be choosing the high-level cave." The trial caves here were very strange because a person could only enter once. Even if you succeeded, you would be forced back if you tried to enter another trial cave. That was this place's law. In other words, Xuanhuan would only have one chance, but he still suppressed his desire and entered the high-level cave. "Let's go. Leaving behind 2 people is enough. Once the others arrive, you can also enter." Xuanhuan waved his hand and entered the cave beside the one Chen had entered. The others went directly for the 2 low-level caves. Once Chen entered the cave, he immediately found that something was wrong. The space behind him had been completely sealed. With each step he took, the space behind him would become untraversable. There was no way for him to retreat. Right now he was under a curse, and his body was extremely weak. His current combat ability was less than half of his peak state. Against someone like Xuanhuan, he had no chance of winning. All he hoped was to stall long enough for the curse to dissipate. Then once he had recovered, he could have an all-out fight against Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan might be strong, but Chen wasn't afraid. In fact, he made him feel intense battle intent. He was looking forward to having a real fight with a real expert. He knew that Xuanhuan's power was beyond his current comprehension. The blood-red runes he had released were heavenly Dao runes, but some magical art. It was usually only the sea expansion experts that could use magical arts. That was something related to the amount of spiritual yuan a person could use. Only once the Qi spiritual yuan was plentiful enough could it keep up with the immense exhaustion of a magical art. But Zhu, you was able to use a magical art so easily. At that time, he hadn't even released his manifestation. That magical art was an ordinary attack to him, but it had still forced Long Chen to the point of using the double dragon destruction. It was a good thing that Long Chen had improved upon the double dragon attack he had used in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Back then, when Lei Long and Hue Long's bodies came out, they couldn't control their own power. Once they attacked, they would use up all the power they had. They were like spendthrifts, not holding back at all. Even if Long Chen only wanted them to kill a mosquito, they would release their full power. Although it was extremely powerful, it would use up all their accumulated power. It might be satisfying, but he wouldn't be able to release a second attack for a while. Later, Long Chen had changed this attack. He sent a portion of his spiritual yuan into their energies so that he could control their power while their true body stayed in his body. It could be considered a joint attack between them. Although that kind of power wasn't equal to the full strength of their true bodies, it was already enough. Just the fact that it could kill a rank 3 celestial and 5 rank 2 celestials showed its power. Of course, the fact that this attack had managed to kill the rank 3 celestial was also lucky. It was because he had underestimated Long Chen, thinking that he wouldn't be able to release such an ultimate move while being in a cursed state. But the other 5 rank 2 celestials hadn't been careless. Even when using their full strength, they had been killed in one shot. It was because Long Chen had improved upon this attack that he had managed to escape with his life. Otherwise, in his weakened state, he would have been powerless to resist Zhu Yu's magical art. However, after using the double dragon destruction twice, Long Chen found that with his current spiritual yuan, he would barely be able to release the attack once more. Long Chen carefully advanced. The cave was completely straight and the walls and floor were covered in runes. He tried punching it, but not even the slightest bit of dust fell. But that wasn't strange. The entire immemorial path had crumbled. The fact that this secret cave had been able to survive proved that it was extraordinary. Furthermore, they had fought so intensely within it. If it had been an ordinary mountain, it would have long since collapsed. He advanced slowly. This cave gave him a feeling of immense pressure. Although he didn't feel any danger yet, he definitely wasn't feeling anything to be happy about. After an incense stick's worth of time, the path diverged into 8. Long Chen was startled. He looked around and decided on one path randomly. What he didn't realize was that the immortal character above the path he chose was the same as the one above the trial cave he had entered. Chapter 784 What the fuck? As soon as he went through that path, he saw his surroundings grow brighter. Long Chen was delighted. Had he reached the exit? For there to be light ahead was a good thing. But when Long Chen reached a spacious region, his hair suddenly stood on end. This was a large room over a mile long. It was practically a plaza but filled with golden boulders. Those boulders were covered in decorative designs, each of which was dozens of meters. In truth, those designs were strange runes. Below each of the boulders were 8 long, furry legs. When Long Chen appeared, the boulders suddenly shivered. Long Chen felt his scalp go numb, and goosebumps covered him from head to toe. Hidden ground gold spiders. Long Chen thought of a book that Meng Qi had given him. That book had been called A Record of Ancient Magical Beasts. Looking at the spiders' bodies that were sparkling like gold, he recalled a terrifying magical beast recorded within it. The hidden ground spider was its descendant. Its bloodline stretched back so far that it was impossible to trace. Looking at these hidden ground gold spiders, size and runic fluctuations, it was possible to see that they had reached the 6th rank. Long Chen did a quick count and found over 30 of them. They now slowly got up and began to come toward Long Chen. Their fierce mouths were quivering, secreting golden liquid. That liquid was poison. It didn't even need to be injected into the body. As long as you came into contact with it, your body would rapidly corrode. Long Chen instinctively took a step back, but a strange energy suddenly pushed him forward. Suddenly, one of the hidden ground gold spiders shot toward Long Chen. Long Chen randomly took out a spear from his spatial ring. That was a middle-grade enchanted item. Currently, he could only use it. It was a good thing that it was heavy enough. He smashed it onto the spider's head. Boom! But Long Chen was startled to see sparks fly. Although the spider was blown back, it wasn't killed. Furthermore, he felt his own hands go a bit numb. A sixth-rank magical beast was only at the Xiantian realm. In the outside world, Long Chen could kill them with a wave of his hand. But now, a full-strength blow was unable to even injure one. Although he was under a curse, the main reason was that the hidden ground gold spider was an ancient variant. This result shocked Long Chen. This meant that these hidden ground gold spiders could all be compared to rank 2 celestials. Was that supposed to mean that the ancient geniuses had been strong enough to completely dominate all these beasts? What Long Chen didn't know was that the trials here all had formations present. If the formations had remained in perfect condition, there would have only been one magical beast here. But as time passed, the formations had slowly weakened. The laws here still prevented them from leaving, but they had begun to reproduce in large numbers. Furthermore, they possessed incredible longevity. Normally, they were in a state similar to hibernation, and so they used up very little energy. They could entirely rely on the energy coming from the formations to survive forever. There was no way to retreat. Long Chen could only clench his teeth and fight. Forcing back 3 spiders at once, Long Chen felt his arms ache. His spear almost left his grasp. This was because he was under the curse. The more power he used, the weaker he would feel. He was immediately caught in a crisis. Long Chen continued to fight with his full strength, but one spider's leg still pierced his shoulder. Their fur was like steel, and even his powerful physical body wasn't able to resist. A bloody hole was opened in his shoulder. A disgusting stench immediately began to come out of the injury. What a vicious poison! Long Chen's heart shook. He hastily circulated the primal chaos space. He drew out the life energy within the huge trees from the spirit world, and his injury instantly healed. He was startled. These strange trees were truly powerful. They were able to instantly heal him and remove the poison. Furthermore, it hadn't taken any effort at all to heal such an injury, and he found that these trees didn't have any spiritual fluctuations. They were completely different from the one he had encountered in the spirit world. Although their shape was the exact same, they didn't possess any consciousness, nor did they possess such a fiendish air. They were no different from ordinary trees. Boom! After repeatedly blocking them, Long Chen finally couldn't endure any longer. His spear was blown out of his hand. Long Chen cursed inside. If it weren't for this damn curse, he would have trampled over these spiders. Although each of them was comparable to a rank 2 celestial, they were nothing to him. Due to their size, he only had to handle 3 of them at a time. The other 30 of them would be unable to reach him. If he was in his peak condition, he could easily kill them one by one. But under this curse, he couldn't break their defenses. It was truly infuriating. In truth, magical beasts were similar to humans in that there were ordinary magical beasts, and there were elite magical beasts. Different bloodlines represented different levels of power. That was similar to the human race's celestials. Celestials could fight across realms against ordinary experts. Magical beasts were the same. Each one of these hidden ground gold spiders was capable of killing ordinary 7th-rank magical beasts. Long Chen could be counted as an elite from the human race, but this group of hidden ground gold spiders could be considered elites amongst elites in the magical beast world. Their bloodlines were pure, and their defense was strong. Their combat power was absolutely monstrous. Dodging one of their fangs, Long Chen took a deep breath. His arms lit up. Lei Long Hu Long cut them down. 2 roars erupted. Lei Long and Hu Long shot out of Long Chen's arms. This time, Long Chen had summoned their true bodies. A lightning dragon and a flame dragon burst their way through the pack of spiders. The entire plaza was enveloped by flames and lightning. With Long Chen's encouragement, Lei Long and Hu Long released all their power, slaughtering every single hidden ground gold spider. Those spiders let out terrified cries. A charred smell filled the air, one that would make a person vomit. Lei Long and Hu Long roared to their heart's content. Their huge bodies shot back and forth until all their energy was used up. Long Chen's order had been to not hold back. The 2 of them immediately released all their power crazily. Lei Long wreaked havoc. Brilliant lightning surged out of it as it moved. Those spiders instantly turned numb and paralyzed when it touched them. The runes on their golden bodies were actually able to resist a portion of the thunder force, and they weren't immediately killed. But Hu Long was different. Earth flames were the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, and they were the bane of all creatures. The hidden ground gold spiders let out berserk cries as they were instantly ignited. Their bodies were covered in fur, and that fur was instantly turned to ash. Their huge bodies also began to combust. Compared to Hu Long, Lei Long was unable to break through their defenses. Earth flames were born from the land and capable of burning all things. They were innately an existence that could destroy anything. That was a bit different from the nature of lightning. The hidden ground gold spiders. Runes were able to block a portion of the thunder force, but they were unable to block an earth flame's ability to ignite all things. With Lei Long paralyzing them, they were unable to resist or even flee. The large plaza was filled with white smoke. Long Chen almost collapsed from the smell. The smoke contained poison. Even with the primal chaos bead's antitoxin abilities, he still felt extremely unwell. He hastily consumed an antitoxin pill to relieve that feeling. His nose was filled with the scent of the medicinal pill, which blocked quite a bit of the stench. Lei Long and Huo Long wreaked havoc for a full incense stick's worth of time. The only things left in this plaza were charred corpses. They had all been killed. The thing that made Long Chen laugh and cry at the same time was that those two fellows seemed like they hadn't gotten to vent their emotions in a long time. Despite the fact that all their enemies had been killed, they didn't stop. If Long Chen hadn't summoned them back, they would have continued. Those two seemed like children who hadn't played enough, but Long Chen could sense that they definitely had gone overboard. Their energy had already reached rock bottom, and they were beginning to overdraft their energy. They really didn't know what moderation meant. Prying open one of the spider's heads, he found a dazzling, almost golden crystal core. This is a treasure. Although its body was huge, its crystal core was only the size of a baby's fist. This was the place where all its essence was gathered, an endless source of dark energy. Whether it was for alchemy or forging, it would be a peak treasure. The dark attribute was extremely rare. Added to a weapon, it could make it harder to notice and give it a corrosive effect. Most importantly, if this crystal core was imbued to a weapon, it could give it the ability to cut through the air without any sound. You would be able to kill someone without them even noticing. If Xuanhuan saw it, he would definitely jump in excitement. It was regretful that their poisonous fangs had lost their toxicity after being burned by the earth flame. The poison would no longer possess a great threat to experts, so he could only give up on it. Long Chen obtained 33 crystal cores. That was quite the harvest. He was just about to continue moving forward when the ground beneath him trembled. The ground began to bulge and then erupted. An enormous figure appeared in front of Long Chen. What the fuck? Chapter 785, Peak Grade, Divine Mortal Molting Elixir. When that huge figure appeared, the rest of the ground began to sink, increasing the space. But that large figure continued to take up more and more of it. The huge room was completely filled by it. Compared to it, Long Chen was just an ant. It was a huge hidden ground gold spider. Its skin was actually covered in scales, and each scale contained a rune. It looked as if it had been made of gold. As soon as this huge spider appeared, it began to shrink. It shrank to the point that it was only 3 meters tall. Its two golden eyes stared closely at Long Chen, giving him goosebumps. This is absolutely impossible, Long Chen roared inside. This was a 7th-tier magical beast, and one on the level of a beast king. It could be compared to the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Let alone now, even in his peak state, he wouldn't be a match for this hidden ground gold spider king. Long Chen's luck really was lacking. This trial cave was just the first level of trials for the ancient disciples. Thus, its difficulty wasn't actually too high. The strongest guard of this place was originally just an early 7th-rank magical beast, but with the crumbling of the immemorial path, there was no one to look over this place. That magical beast had actually begun to reproduce on its own. Originally, with the laws of this place, it would be unable to continue cultivating. The early 7th rank was its absolute limit, but its children also then began to grow and reproduce. This Spider King was one of those descendants. Because of the laws and the formations present, they wouldn't starve to death. Although their cultivation speed would be lowered, they could still grow. As for this Spider King, it had actually raised its own children, and then consumed them once they got strong enough. With this kind of assimilation method, it managed to break the restrictions of this place. After all these years, it had reached the peak of the 7th rank. If it weren't for this cave's suppression, it could have even broken through to the 8th rank. This kind of ancient breed was extremely terrifying, and their growth limit was extremely high. As long as it was given enough time, it could even break through to the 9th rank. But after reaching the peak of the 7th rank, this Spider King had stopped consuming its children and begun cultivating underground. Now Long Chen had awoken it. As soon as it appeared, it charged at him. Long Chen was appalled. In his current state, not even 100 lives would be enough to go against this fellow, which could be even more powerful than the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. "Don't move," shouted Long Chen. The Spider King was actually extremely obedient and instantly stopped moving. It glared at Long Chen, not daring to move. To be more accurate, it was staring at the fist-sized scale that Long Chen was holding. It was clearly extremely apprehensive toward it. "Let me tell you, my status is incredibly high, and if you're smart, you'll immediately leave while you can. I don't want to have you as a steed," shouted Long Chen. Long Chen was holding the dragon scale, but he wasn't releasing the dragon might. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. Last time, he had exhausted all the non-core energy within it. If he activated the dragon might again, it would exhaust its core energy, and that might cause the purity of the essence blood within it to drop. If that affected his ability to cultivate the dragon blood body tempering art, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Even facing that many hidden ground gold spiders, he still hadn't activated the dragon might, all because he couldn't bear the consequences. But in front of this Spider King, he had no other choice. However, he didn't activate the dragon might. He wanted to see if he could scare it away first. He trusted that if he did activate the dragon might, he could subdue it into a housebit. Although that thought was enticing, it wasn't worth it. His intuition told him that what the dragon expert had left him was definitely a priceless treasure. He couldn't take any chances with it. Unless it was an absolute last resort, Long Chen wouldn't activate the dragon might. But Long Chen was surprised to see the Spider King was actually quite smart. It didn't dare to move. Get back, don't infuriate me. Let me tell you, if I get angry, I'll even beat myself." Long Chen slowly began to walk forward while holding the dragon scale. The Spider King was extremely apprehensive toward the dragon scale. As Long Chen advanced, it retreated. Long Chen was delighted it was working. He didn't go too far against the Spider King. He slowly detoured around it, but he continued to face the Spider King, on guard against any sudden attack. The Spider King just watched as it allowed Long Chen to go past it. It didn't attack. It was clearly too afraid of the dragon scale. Once Long Chen got to the end of the room, a light barrier appeared in front of him. With no other choice, he could only choose to enter that light. What Long Chen didn't expect was that this light barrier was no transportation formation. It was just ordinary light that seemed to be acting like a door. Once he was through that door, he saw a pool in front of him. The pool was 30 meters wide, and the water had practically reached the limit. Any more and it would begin to overflow. Above the pool was a stalactite. Just as he entered, he saw a drop of liquid drip from the stalactite and into the pool. He saw runes on the roof, and he could clearly sense some strange energy condensing at the stalactite. Fragrance cleared his mind as soon as he entered. Even with the curse, he felt relaxed. Long Chen slowly walked over to the pool. Looking away, he saw that this was truly the end of the cave. This pool should be the final reward. Am I supposed to take a bath here? This water should be extraordinary. Perhaps I'll gain some unimaginable benefits from bathing in it. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. He took off his clothes and was just about to step in when he paused. He had just noticed a cup at the bottom of the pool. It was half a foot tall, and it was perfectly below the stalactite. Could it be that this water isn't to be bathed in but to be drunk? Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. In truth, this water that Long Chen was seeing was the divine mortal molting elixir. Furthermore, it was the highest grade of it. This divine mortal molting elixir was a priceless treasure for Xuanhuan disciples. The Xuanhuan realm was fundamentally the foundation of transforming a Haoshan body into a Xuanhuan body. During this process, a person's spiritual qi was transformed into spiritual yuan, and the body's impurities were expelled. It was a complete transformation. But this process was not so easy. Relying purely on your own power, it would be impossible to accomplish it perfectly. In the end, quite a few impurities would remain within your body, and that would affect your future cultivation. This divine mortal molting elixir was created through a formation that extracted the most primal energy in the ground. It allowed a person to completely purify their bodies, allowing their physical bodies to reach a flawless level. Only when the body was flawless would the world's Xuanhuan spiritual qi be able to enter without any hindrances. Ordinary divine mortal molting elixir could cleanse a person's body and allow them to sense the heavenly Tao's better. Many of the corrupt paths rank 2 celestials had actually been rank 1 celestials that had advanced through the use of the elixir. As for the elixir in front of him, it was peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir. It was different from the elixirs in the other caves. This peak-grade elixir would be counted as a priceless treasure even in ancient times. It took several months to gather a single drop. The other caves had a bowl at the end as their final reward. When that bowl was filled, the elixir would flow down to the earth and return to its source. But this peak-grade elixir was too precious, and so, back in that era, if no one passed the peak trial for too long, they would gather the elixir and leave behind only the cup. In other words, a person would only be able to obtain a cup after passing. The pool of elixir here had been accumulating for countless years. It had filled up the entire pool, which was what had caused Long Chen to assume this place was for bathing. If those ancient experts learned about this, then, even dead, they would roll in their graves and curse him. Long Chen carefully took out a drop and swallowed it. As soon as it entered his mouth, he found that it didn't go through his throat but actually spread throughout his body. As it spread, he felt a refreshing feeling. Wherever the elixir passed, impurities would be forced out of his pores. Long Chen was delighted. He hastily took out a bowl and drank a dozen bowls in one go. That refreshing feeling completely filled him. He felt so relaxed that he might melt. After just a bit, impurities covered his entire body. They were disgusting, but they delighted Long Chen. This liquid was absolutely miraculous. His body had gone through the cleansing of heavenly tribulation. He had thought there were already no more impurities for him to expel, but now these many impurities were forced out. That was absolutely divine. But then, later Long Chen realized that these impurities were very likely the accumulated pill toxins from consuming too many pills. After all, even with his special constitution, he really had consumed a ridiculous amount of pills. Long Chen was delighted. This liquid was an absolute treasure, and he hastily began to pour it into some wooden buckets. This kind of liquid definitely couldn't touch metal, or it would lose its effect. He filled over 100 barrels, not even leaving a single drop. It was fortunate he had enough wooden barrels that he normally used to store some medicinal liquids. Only then did Long Chen sit, completely satisfied. A dozen bowls had completely expelled all his impurities. He felt incredibly refreshed, and when he drank another few bowls, he found that there was no longer any effect. That meant his body had truly reached its peak. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive sound came from his body. His powerful aura shook the cave. He had actually advanced to the 10th heaven stage. As expected, there really are 13 levels for each realm. Long Chen muttered to himself. The only thing that made him dejected was whether it was this divine elixir or his advancement. Neither had allowed him to break free from his curse. He didn't feel like he was surging with energy because of his advancement. I wonder whether those fellows have scrammed yet. I'll go take a look. Long Chen looked around and saw there was no exit or transportation gate. He could only return by his original path. Chapter 786, Conning People. When he left the Barrier of Light, the first thing he saw was the hidden ground gold Spider King. It immediately raised its guard and glared at Long Chen. Long Chen once more took out his credentials. The dragon scale was his credentials that said he could pass. As expected, the Spider King immediately tensed and retreated. It was too afraid of the dragon scale. Long Chen laughed mischievously. This protective talisman felt too amazing. He slowly went around the Spider King. When he reached the tunnel, he found that the strange energy that had prevented him from going back had disappeared. In other words, he could return. In truth, Long Chen didn't know that as soon as he had entered the place with the final reward, the formations present had acknowledged it as a pass. However, normally, those who passed had either killed the defending magical beast or gone through other mechanisms. There definitely hadn't been anyone who had passed like he had. He carefully walked out. Once he was about to reach the exit, he suddenly heard voices and stopped. As expected of Lord Zhu Yu, you actually managed to pass the high-level trial and bring back high-grade divine mortal molting elixir, praised a corrupt expert. It's just regretful that there wasn't too much of it. The rest of it flowed underground, but at least I almost got 1,000 drops. That harvest really is great. Zhu Yu's voice floated out. 1,000 drops, that counts as a great harvest. Can your 1,000 drops compare to my 100 barrels? Long Chen sneered inside. But his sneer also contained envy. He didn't know that what he had was peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir. Did you run into any dangers inside? It really was dangerous. There was an early 7th-rank magical beast hiding inside, a blood-thirst wolf. It was restricted by my magical arts, but I still suffered a slight injury before cutting it down, said Zhu Yu. Long Chen was startled. As expected, Zuyu was extremely powerful. That bloodthirst wolf was also an ancient breed that was extremely powerful. It just hadn't reached the level of the hidden ground gold spider king or the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. However, to be able to kill it in exchange for just a slight injury was extremely impressive. "What about you?" asked Zuyu. Only 7 people managed to return from over 10 people. Some people came in later and entered the middle grade trial, but none of them returned alive. "That's fine. Life and death are up to fate. If they didn't survive, that just means their lives weren't hardy enough," said Zuyu. "That Long Chen entered the peak trial cave. He should have long since died. What should we do?" Long Chen's eyes enlarged. Only now did he realize he had entered the peak trial cave. No wonder there had been a peak 7th rank magical beast waiting for him. Thinking of his luck, he had an urge to curse the heavens. But then thinking about it, he couldn't be mad. If he hadn't entered that trial of absolute death, how could he have obtained that much divine mortal molting elixir? "We can all rest for a bit. Protect me while I try out the high-grade divine mortal molting elixir. I want to see if I can break through the barrier and reach the 4th rank. HMPH, if I could become a rank 4 celestial, the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path will be turned into a river of blood," said Zuyu grandly. Then the sound of a bottle opening rang out. Long Chen wasn't able to see anything, and he also didn't dare to use his divine sense. But he knew this bastard should be drinking the divine mortal molting elixir. Long Chen wasn't a celestial, and so he hadn't realized that it was so helpful to celestials. But hearing that Zuyu wanted to use it to advance to the 4th rank, he jumped. "All right, let me help you." Long Chen smiled coldly. Even in his current state, he definitely couldn't allow him to do as he pleased. That wasn't his style. This was the most sullen he had ever felt. This curse made Long Chen feel like he was impotent. It was like he had the energy but not the means. He clearly thirsted for a battle but couldn't. Now seeing Zuyu want to break through here, if Long Chen didn't give him a little gift, would he still be Long Chen? Long Chen turned back. When he reached the fork, he actually realized he had forgotten which path he had gone into. He had to rely on scent to find his original path. He quickly found the hidden ground gold spider king. "Brother, let's go. Your big bro will bring you for a stroll." Long Chen took out the dragon scale and began to walk toward the Spider King. The Spider King was a bit confused to see Long Chen come and go like this. Having been isolated here for so long, its intelligence couldn't possibly be much higher than the other spiders. But that fear toward the dragon scale was something instinctual from its very core. Long Chen began to urge it toward the exit. It retreated in that direction, and it also raised its 2 front legs, taking on an attacking posture. But Long Chen ignored that. Such a low, intelligent magical beast would immediately attack if it really meant it. For it to take on an attacking posture just meant it was afraid and wanted to intimidate him. At this time, Long Chen stopped moving. If you got too close, a magical beast would think you were launching an attack. It would definitely attack him then, and Long Chen didn't want that. As expected, when Long Chen stopped moving, the spider began to retreat. Long Chen slowly advanced. As a result, it slowly retreated out of the exit. It was just that the process was extremely slow. "All right, guard me. I'll begin refining the divine mortal molting elixir," said Zuyu solemnly. "Yes, don't worry." Currently, the only ones in that large room were the 7 rank 2 celestials and Zuyu. There were also 2 others hidden by the entrance. Their mission from the very start had been to guard this place. If anyone entered, they would immediately kill them. Zuyu nodded. With 7 rank 2 celestials here and 2 rank 2 celestials guarding the entrance, there definitely wouldn't be anyone to disturb him. Zuyu consumed half of the high-grade divine mortal molting elixir he had obtained. Maintaining a hand seal, he was just about to enter a meditative state when the sound of movements came from one of the caves. A 3-meter spider retreated out of that cave. It looked as if it had been made of gold. Hidden ground gold spider, it's actually so small. One of the rank 2 celestials directly unsheathed their sword, and sword chi slashed at the spider. This attack was extremely powerful. It could one-shot ordinary celestials, but when it landed on the spider's body, it didn't even leave a mark. Of course, this was the Spider King that Long Chen had forced out. Its attention had been entirely focused on the dragon scale, and so it actually hadn't noticed them yet. But now that someone attacked it, it immediately went crazy. After being forced back by Long Chen repeatedly, it had long since reached its limit. However, it had always been too afraid of the dragon scale to attack. When that person saw that his attack hadn't caused any damage to the spider, he was appalled. Boom! The 3-meter Spider King's body suddenly grew 1,000 times. It was like a golden mountain, and one of its huge legs stabbed toward them. What? Even Zuyu's expression changed. Now that it had grown, it immediately released the aura of a peak 7th rank magical beast. In the cave, it had shrunk because it hadn't had enough room. Only once a magical beast had reached the peak of the 7th rank could it control the size of its body. Now, it no longer had any more misgivings. It would slaughter all these people that had angered it. "Retreat!" shouted Zuyu. They all rushed away, but one fellow was a bit too slow. There was no way for him to dodge, and with a roar, his runes erupted around him. He raised his weapon to block. Boom! That powerful rank 2 celestial was killed in one blow. Furthermore, the spider leg continued forward, piercing a large hole in the wall. How terrifying! Long Chen was hiding within the cave as he watched. The Spider King had finally released its true power. A rank 2 celestial was like an ant in front of it. Seeing them fleeing in such a panic was truly satisfying. "Zuyu, didn't you want to bully me while I was cursed? And you still had to act like such a poser, even more of a poser than me. Then you shamelessly used power to suppress me. Now you should know what it feels like to be suppressed." Long Chen felt incredibly refreshed, even more refreshed than before. But although Zuyu was startled, he was still a peak expert. He immediately saw through the Spider King's power. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why it had appeared here. "All of you get back, don't fight it head-on," Zuyu shouted, having the others retreat. He had already realized that other than him, no one else could even block a single attack from it. They would all die if this continued. However, before they could retreat, a huge net fell over their heads. That was naturally the Spider King's web. It was incredibly quick and came without any warning. Furthermore, its scope was too great. Even Zuyu was caught by it. "Not good." Zuyu's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that this web had a poisonous liquid dripping off it. He hastily formed a hand seal, and a ray of light shot out of his third eye. It pierced a hole through the web, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. He shot out of the opening. "Ah!" Miserable screams rang out behind. When Zuyu looked back, his expression completely changed. Chapter 780, 7 Yama King Blood Curse. The other corrupt experts instantly began to corrode upon coming in contact with the web. That corrosion speed was appalling. In an instant, half of their bodies disappeared. "Hurry and activate the Heavenly Tao recovery," roared Zuyu. "We can't." That guy died before being able to finish his sentence. His body had turned into a pile of rotten, liquefied flesh. Even his bones were like mud. 3 others also collapsed in the same manner. They all died miserably under the web. The remaining people were pale. They hadn't touched the web with their weapons, which had allowed them to survive for the moment. The liquid on the web would automatically explode into poisonous mist when it suffered an attack. Previously, those people had all died to that poison. The ones still alive had formed a domain with their Heavenly Tao runes to block the web, but they were still trapped. The web was rapidly compressing around them, and their domain was shrinking by the second. "No need to be afraid, I'll save you." These people were Zuyu's subordinates, and he couldn't just watch as they died. His third eye once more lit up. His attack should be able to easily cut apart the net. What? But suddenly space trembled. A sea of gold appeared in the air. The gold waves roiled tumultuously and came crashing toward Zuyu. He immediately turned pale. As for the hidden Long Chen, he also jumped in shock. That gold sea was actually a mass of fist-sized scales. The scales were octagonal and possessed strange lines on top of them. These were naturally the hidden ground gold Spider King scales. Those scales had originally been stuck to its body, so Long Chen had assumed they were its defensive armor. He had never expected that they could be used as an attack. Tens of thousands of scales left the Spider King's body and flew toward Zuyu and the others. Even space was being torn apart by this attack. Long Chen's hair stood on end. This attack covered all of heaven and earth. Thus, it was impossible to dodge, and Zuyu had to take it head-on. Looking at those rapidly spinning scales, Long Chen knew that he would have to use the second form of Split the Heavens to block it, and even so, he knew that his chances of surviving wouldn't be high. Zuyu's expression changed several times. He could no longer bother about his trapped people. With a furious roar, 3 colored runes formed the face of a fierce fiend behind him. At the same time, a spot of light appeared within his third eye. "Blood Devil Possession, Devil Eye destroys the world." The fiendish face behind Zhu Yu instantly merged within his body. His other eyes closed, only his third eye remained open. A bloody light shot out. The light was incredibly bright. It released an incredibly destructive aura as it pierced toward the Spider King. Boom! The ray of light collided with the scales. The entire cave trembled intensely, and a portion of it began to collapse. Long Chen was startled. Zhu Yu's attack was definitely not any weaker than when he went all out using the second form of Split the Heavens. In fact, it might even be stronger. The Spider King let out a strange cry. It was sent flying and crashed into the wall. As for Zhu Yu, he was pale as paper. That was his strongest attack, but he had only been able to block a portion of the scales. The other corrupt experts had long since disappeared from this world. The thing that horrified Zhu Yu the most was those scales that had been struck by his attack. They hadn't been destroyed, and they once more returned to the Spider King's back. Furthermore, his attack had merely left behind a faint mark on the Spider King's head. There was no injury at all. That made Zhu Yu's hair stand on end. The Spider King suddenly shrieked furiously. It had clearly reached a berserk point and was releasing all the sullenness Long Chen had given it onto Zhu Yu. Whether it was humans or magical beasts, they all liked crushing the weak. He, amazing, truly amazing. Long Chen cheered for Zhu Yu inside. His own sullenness at being cursed evaporated. Zhu Yu took a deep breath upon seeing that his attack hadn't caused the slightest injury to it. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. Ancestral heroic spirit, hear your descendants call. The bloodline stretches through eternity. The spirit reaches through time immemorial. Zhu Yu began to solemnly chant. Long Chen was startled. A blood-red mist began to float out of Zhu Yu's body. Long Chen saw that the mist wasn't runes, but actual blood. Zhu Yu was actually sacrificing his essence blood to release a supreme attack. Following his chanting, the blood mist around him grew denser. In the end, it took on the image of a fiend. That was a 30-meter fiend with a horn on its head, red hair, and 2 black holes as eyes. Its mouth was holding a dagger, and it appeared incredibly lifelike. Long Chen had never seen such a thing before. Even Zhang Wuyan's ancestral spirit had just been a blurry, illusory figure. But this thing was like a real person. Long Chen could even feel a dense aura of death from its body. Yama King blood curse. Zhu Yu roared. The originally handsome Zhu Yu had now become like a desiccated corpse. It was like there wasn't the slightest drop of blood within him now. Following his shout, the fiend behind him extended its hand and cut off its own tongue. Black blood flowed out. Zhu Yu rapidly formed hand seals. That black blood formed an image filled with a dense aura of death. Long Chen felt an icy chill from head to toe. He had never seen such a terrifying attack. It wasn't just Long Chen. Even the Spider King began to shiver. It sensed an immense threat. Die, you monster! Zhu Yu roared furiously. With a final hand seal, the black image transformed into a ray of light. The Spider King hastily went to dodge the black light. But the black light seemed to have its own life, and no matter how it tried to dodge, it was still struck by the black light. The thing that Long Chen found bizarre was that the black light instantly shattered upon striking the Spider King's head. There wasn't any damage or shockwaves. But the Spider King began to crazily shriek. Its legs were in a panic. The ground was being heavily damaged and the cave was shaking. Long Chen was really worried the cave would collapse. Because the cave had runes supporting it, it was extremely sturdy. But if it really did collapse and he was buried down here, perhaps he really would only be able to wait for death. The Spider King struggled a few more times, then its body suddenly went still. Long Chen was horrified to find that it was already dead. That was too terrifying. That was a peak 7th rank magical beast. Even if its head was smashed, it wouldn't die just like this. Fuck, it's another damnable curse. Long Chen immediately realized that this was a death curse. It was different from the weakening curse he was under. Even a peak 7th rank magical beast's immense vitality was unable to block this curse. Then just who would be able to block it? Thinking of that, Long Chen's scalp turned numb. This kind of attack was too terrifying. It was a good thing that using this curse took a long time. Thus, it would be easy to interrupt it or run. Otherwise, if he saw Zhu Yu in the future, he would have to flee as far as possible. Zhu Yu was panting heavily. At this time, 2 people rapidly approached him. Lord Zhu Yu, are you all right? Those 2 corrupt experts were the ones sent to guard the entrance. They were guarding against people who lucked their way here, and so they had managed to escape the disaster. Everything had happened too quickly. By the time they arrived, everything was over. Anyway, a battle of this level wasn't something they could participate in. "I'm fine," said Xuyu. However, that was clearly not true. His face looked so pale that he seemed dead. That Yama King blood curse had obviously come at an immense price. Even his third eye was tightly closed with blood dripping out of it. One of the corrupt disciples hastily handed him a handkerchief. Xuyu took it and wiped away the blood. "My devil eye received a backlash from using the Yama King blood curse, but having killed an ancient hidden ground gold spider king, it's worth it. Its crystal core is a priceless treasure and can be embedded into a treasure item to increase its grade. Furthermore, its scales are natural enchanted items with innate runes. Even if you aren't a soul cultivator, you would be able to use them. You too can also keep a few for yourself." "Many thanks." Those two corrupt experts were delighted as material for enchanted items was rare. These scales were definitely priceless treasures. The others all dead. It can only be said that their lives weren't hardy enough. Luck is also a kind of strength. "When you follow me in the future, I definitely won't let you lose out," said Xuyu. Now that his subordinates had mostly died, he needed to raise a new batch of them. These two were not his subordinates, but they were also from the corrupt path. Hearing this, the two of them went wild with delight. Following an expert with limitless potential, they would definitely be able to walk further as well. After saying that, Xuyu walked over to the Spider King's corpse. He had only just reached it when a sharp light pierced toward his back. A sharp blade pierced the chest. An immense power caused that flesh to explode. Chapter 780, A Fair Fight. Long before Xuyu had killed the Spider King, Chen had made his preparations. He had stealthily crept below the spider's fangs. His guess was that Xuyu would first go to extract the crystal core. A peak 7th rank magical beast's corpse wasn't something that just any spatial ring could store. That was especially true with the scales on its back. Those had runes on them that made them natural soul items. They would need spatial rings at least on the soul item level to store them. But those kinds of spatial rings were exceedingly rare. Soul items were usually only used by soul cultivators, and soul cultivators had their own spiritual spaces for those items. Then they could directly bring them out in battle, and when not in battle, they could nourish them with their souls. As expected, Chen's guess was right. Xuyu went directly to the Spider King's head. Chen hid his aura as much as possible and stealthily attacked Xuyu from behind. In order to conceal his killing intent, Chen had self-hypnotized himself, making him think that he wasn't killing someone, but simply stabbing the air. This was Chen's first time being an amateur assassin. Everything had gone so perfectly, but when the tip of his blade was 3 inches from Zuyu's back, he failed. Xuyu had sensed him. In that instant when Xuyu sensed him, Chen didn't hesitate. His blade was like lightning piercing into his body. When it stabbed into his chest, he didn't hold back his power. His energy erupted. Blood splashed. But what startled Chen was that despite him clearly stabbing Xuyu, when his blade pierced the body, Zuyu's body had strangely switched with one of the other corrupt disciples. The person Chen killed in the end was just a rank 2 celestial, and the true Xuyu had appeared where he had been. He glared at Chen with fury and shock. "Chen, you're not dead." His response was a saber that was still covered in blood. The other corrupt disciple hastily attacked Chen. He knew that Xuyu was in an extremely weak state, and he needed to protect him. Chen's saber instantly exploded upon colliding with the corrupt expert's weapon. That saber had just been an ordinary weapon. Enchanted items innately possessed their own murderous aura. He didn't know how to reserve that aura like the Bloodco Hall's assassins. If he had used such a weapon against someone like Xuyu, he would have been sensed immediately. But in the end, he had still failed. Furthermore, this failure still confused him. He still didn't know how Xuyu had done this. An ordinary weapon would naturally explode upon colliding with an enchanted item. The corrupt expert was startled. He hadn't expected that Chen's weapon would be this useless. His follow-up moves immediately became useless. Chen had long since expected this result. A lightning spear appeared in his left hand and stabbed toward his enemy's chest. When it came to combat experience, even the fierce corrupt path's experts couldn't compare to Chen. His speed in adapting and changing moves had reached a supreme level. Thunder rumbled. Originally, he had thought that his attack would be able to kill his opponent, but the result was different from what he had expected. It only left a large hole in his opponent. Only then did Chen recall that Lei Long and Hue Long had used up all their energy in the cave previously. They had less than 1/10 of their power, and the curse on him still hadn't faded. This attack hadn't killed his opponent. Suddenly, little snow appeared behind him. A sphere of wind blades smashed into the opening on the corrupt expert's chest. That corrupt expert didn't have the slightest ability to resist. He died. The current little snow didn't have the ability to kill ordinary celestials, let alone rank 2 celestials. But the opportunity had been set up perfectly by Long Chen. From the explosion of his weapon to switching to a lightning spear to little snow's attack, everything had happened without the slightest hesitation. Long Chen didn't even need to make a strategy. Everything he had done had happened so instinctively. The corrupt expert was blown into a blood mist. In his weakest state, he couldn't possibly endure little snow's attack. Long Chen turned to Zhu Yu and indifferently said, "I'm under a curse, and your power has also dropped. Now we can have a fair battle." After saying that, Long Chen put little snow back into his spiritual space. His opponent was Zhu Yu, who knew what techniques he still had up his sleeve. He didn't want little snow to be in danger. A spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. It was what he had used against that pack of hidden ground gold spiders. Its weight was not bad. Without a better weapon, this was the best option. Boom! Zhu Yu suddenly took out a pitch-black sword. Long Chen's spear collided with his sword, causing a powerful explosive sound. Both of them were forced back a dozen steps. I have the advantage in terms of physical strength, and you have the advantage in terms of weapon. Now we're on a level playing field. Let's have a fair fight. Battle intent surged within Long Chen. Zhu Yu's black sword was definitely a treasure item. His wrist was actually a bit numb from that collision. That wasn't from Zhu Yu but from that sword. In terms of weapon, Long Chen was actually at an immense disadvantage. Long Chen was truly startled inside. Zhu Yu was incredibly powerful. His trump cards came out one after another. If he was in his peak state, then that treasure item would be able to release even greater power. If he was capable of truly activating a treasure item, then perhaps he would be able to kill Long Chen. Zhu Yu didn't say anything. His black sword danced in the air as he fought an intense battle with Long Chen. Both of them had profound combat experience. Zhu Yu was clearly an expert in using a sword. His sword attacked and defended as he pleased. He possessed thousands of sword forms for offense and defense, and his sword arts were extremely refined. But Long Chen's spear also danced in the air. Although Long Chen didn't normally use a spear, he knew this kind of long weapon was suited to attacking. As power was more important, he didn't bother using so many fancy techniques. He competed purely in power. But Long Chen was startled to find that Zhu Yu's strength, technique, and experience had all reached the point where he could find no weaknesses. He was definitely an expert forged through slaughter. Boom! Long Chen smashed the spear into Zhu Yu's sword. The ground shook intensely, and dust flew into the air. A lightning and a flame dragon suddenly flew out. Seeing that Long Chen could still use this technique now, Zhu Yu was horrified. He hastily spat blood onto his sword. A black barrier appeared around him. Just as Zhu Yu went all out blocking the 2 huge dragons, they vanished. Zhu Yu's expression changed, and he hastily dodged to the side. A spear pierced his back, leaving behind a bloody hole. Originally, Long Chen had intended on killing him with this blow. Leaving him alive would bring trouble to the people by his side. Zhu Yu was just too powerful. Those 2 dragons had just been a feint. They were too weak to menace Zhu Yu at this time. But Zhu Yu hadn't realized that fast enough, and thinking that Long Chen had still had such a trump card, he had fallen for it. The last bit of his exhausted essence blood had been squeezed out. Using the cover of the 2 dragons, Long Chen had activated the netherworld ghost steps to appear behind Zhu Yu. If he was in his peak state, Zhu Yu would have managed to easily block it, but his physical strength had greatly fallen, and his spiritual perception had also blurred. Long Chen's sneak attack had succeeded. But even if it was a success, Zhu Yu's body was extremely strange. The power of Long Chen's spear was actually greatly weakened upon entering Zhu Yu's body. It was like ignited gunpowder was suddenly put out with water. Otherwise, Zhu Yu would be a corpse now. But even so, there was now a large hole in Zhu Yu's back. Not much blood flowed out, as he was almost out of blood. Despicable, Zhu Yu looked from the injury to Long Chen. The only thing in his eyes was killing intent. Despicable, when this word comes from your mouth, don't you find it satirical? What qualifications do you have to say that? You, someone with great status, actually took advantage of when I was cursed to fight me. In a competition of technique you lost, and in your fury you tried to use a magical art to kill me. Although you're in a weakened state now, so am I. Our power is about the same. Furthermore, you are holding a treasure item. For me to use some tactics is considered despicable. Previously I thought you were a genius. Now I realize you're an idiot. Long Chen pointed his spear at Xuyu, battle intent overflowing from him. He shot toward him. Although Long Chen was under a curse and tired to death, he still forced himself to continue. He knew this was his best opportunity to kill Xuyu. If he didn't kill him, he would have to worry in the future. Boom! Zuyu's sword slashed onto Long Chen's spear. Xuyu was blown back dozens of meters. He suddenly spat blood upon his sword once more. That sword began to buzz. Long Chen tightly clenched his spear, ready for an attack. There was definitely something strange with that sword. Count yourself lucky today, Long Chen. I don't have enough essence blood now and my spiritual yuan is exhausted. Otherwise, I would have many techniques available to kill you. You wouldn't even be able to last 10 moves, but you'll only be lucky this once. Next time I'll personally cut off your head. After saying that, Xuyu suddenly formed a hand seal, and that black sword actually shot off into the distance, carrying him along. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. Xuyu truly had many trump cards. He sighed. In the end, he still let him get away. It really was dejecting. But he didn't have that much time to feel regret. He hastily put the Spider King's corpse into the primal chaos space. He then went through the battlefield, picking up the corrupt expert's weapons and spatial rings. Then he quickly left. This definitely wasn't a good place to stay too long. Chapter 789, Indigenous Aboriginals. Once he left the trial caves, Long Chen carefully continued forward. He passed through 2 more regions and saw a rather large block ahead on the map. This place was already a bit off from the main path, and there shouldn't be any opportunities within this place. The reason Long Chen had chosen here was to avoid other experts. After going through so many immense battles while cursed, he was already exhausted, whether it was physically or mentally. This curse was just too hateful. This kind of weakness, exhaustion, and negativity made him feel like he had some disease that wouldn't go away. That feeling could make a person crazy. Long Chen swore that he definitely wouldn't play around with this kind of damnable thing again. Last time, it had been his mistake. In truth, while that person had been using this curse, there had been time for Long Chen to interrupt him. Or perhaps he could have summoned Lei Long to isolate the runes outside his body. Of course, the Yama King blood curse that Xuyu had used was much more terrifying. Long Chen felt like such a strange move wasn't something that could be blocked. Most likely, he would have to directly interrupt him or directly flee. After all, even a peak 7th rank magical beast had been cursed to death. How was he supposed to block it? It really was too regretful that he hadn't managed to kill Xuyu this time. He had just been lacking ever so slightly. In the future, he probably wouldn't have such a good opportunity. Once they encountered each other again, it would definitely be a true world-shaking battle. But Long Chen wasn't afraid. It was only because he had been cursed that he had been at such a disadvantage. In his current weakened state, Long Chen no longer continued to run around randomly. He found that circulating his qi was becoming more and more tiresome. If he encountered an expert in this situation, it really would be problematic. There was a vast forest ahead. According to reason, such a place shouldn't have any trials inside it. Cultivators wouldn't be interested in this place. Long Chen entered and found an extremely hidden cave. Confirming that no magical beasts were living inside it, he set up a camp inside. Under this loathsome curse, Long Chen couldn't do anything. He just directly began to consume Enlightenment Palace pills. After 3 days of eating, the Enlightenment Palace star shook slightly. Its body once more grew a bit as it entered the 3rd star transformation. That filled Long Chen with anticipation. Only when each star had reached the 9th star transformation would he be able to summon the true next level divine ring and battle armor. 3 days later, he felt his body suddenly lighten. The feeling of being sickly faded all at once, and he felt full of strength. It was like a misophobic person had finally gotten a chance to wash off all the mud on them. That kind of feeling made Long Chen have an urge to cry. The feeling of his strength returning was too good. Now the curse had disappeared, but Long Chen had gained experience in the corrupt paths techniques. When he encountered such people in the future, he would definitely have to pay any price to cut them down as fast as possible. Punching a few times, Long Chen confirmed that his strength had returned. Furthermore, because he had reached the 3rd star transformation, his strength had clearly increased. Long Chen took out the map. He saw that he had currently deviated from the main path and would need to correct his direction. After passing over 2 mountains, he suddenly saw 2 figures rushing ahead. He was startled, and he hastily hid himself behind a large tree. Those two were celestials, but Long Chen was startled to see that they were extremely young. They looked to be 15 or 16 years old. There was one man and one woman. They wore strange clothes in a style that he had never seen before. Those two youths were clearly panicked as they fled for their lives. There was a layer of light covering their bodies. Long Chen saw that that light wasn't some secret technique, but more like a curse that was exhausting their energy. "Big Brother Zio Fei, run, I'll block them," the woman suddenly stopped. "What kind of joke is that? How could I possibly let you block them for me?" raged the man. He pulled her, continuing to flee. At this moment, Long Chen saw 5 figures rapidly getting closer. They were wearing the corrupt path's robes, but they were all just ordinary rank 1 celestials. The young woman was so panicked that she cried, "Now that the immemorial path was opened, we're restricted and can't release our power. If this continues, neither of us will be able to get away. Stop wasting words. Even if we have to die together. If I let you block them for me, then even if I live, it would be a life worse than death," said the young man firmly. Their speed was clearly slower than the 5 corrupt experts. It was obvious they couldn't get away. The young man suddenly stopped running and took out a sword, placing himself in front of the woman. The woman also took out a sword. Long Chen looked and saw that their swords were simply low-grade spirit weapons. The quality wasn't very good. He was curious. These two were so young but had already reached the Xiantian realm and were rank 1 celestials. How could they bring out such broken weapons? Were their sex really so miserly? "Ha ha ha, our luck really is excellent. We've actually caught 2 aboriginals. Catch them alive and we can exchange them for treasures from their clansmen," laughed one of the corrupt experts. "The man's nothing, but we can try out the woman. To play around with an aboriginal here is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," said another. "You damnable invaders, die," roared the youth. A ray of light slashed toward them. His sword struck incredibly quickly. The image of a 3-petal flower appeared from his sword. That sword flower seemed both real and illusory. It was a sword technique Long Chen had never seen before, but it was extremely refined. However, he still sighed. This was just a flowery attack. It looked good but had no substance behind it. The youth's movements were too rigid. With just a glance, he could tell he didn't have any real combat experience. Boom! That corrupt expert's weapon directly charged toward the man's head. He essentially ignored the sword flower. When it came to combat experience, that youth was incredibly lacking compared to the corrupt experts. One of the corrupt experts released a single attack to force him to retreat. As for the young woman, she was startled and hastily went to interrupt the corrupt expert's attack. But even with the 2 of them together, they were still repeatedly forced back. The corrupt expert clearly could have defeated them in just a few moves, but he wasn't in a hurry to win. Instead, he was forcing them to counterattack. Long Chen was interested. He also wanted to see just how terrifying these aboriginals were. Why was it that everyone, whether it was Shui Wuhan or Ayan Qiuyu, would repeatedly warn him to be careful of the aboriginals? The corrupt expert forced them back over and over again. One of them had already activated a photographic Jade to record the battle. They had obviously obtained something from their fighting style. Bastards! The young man saw that they were being recorded and suddenly slashed his sword toward the young woman's neck. Long Chen was startled, but he then understood that he wanted to kill the young woman to avoid her being humiliated. He was clearly ready to kill himself as well. How could it be so easy to die?" sneered the corrupt expert. His sword suddenly slashed and broke apart the young man's sword. One of his allies also sprang into motion, and they rapidly subdued the 2 of them. "They really are weak," one of them spat on the ground disdainfully. "If we weren't restricted by the immemorial path, how could you possibly beat us?" The young man was captured. He was infuriated and filled with hatred. He seemed like a captured wolf that was prepared to bite its captors at any moment. It's okay. We don't want your lives. What we want is to exchange your lives with your clansmen for the things we want. However, before that, we'll need to have some fun. Little miss, so sorry. If you feel pain, please go ahead and scream to your heart's content, haha." That corrupt expert directly began to disrobe. "Brute!" the young man roared furiously. His veins bulged and his eyes almost tore out of their sockets, but he was being held back by 2 corrupt experts and couldn't escape. Pow! Suddenly, one of the corrupt experts viciously slapped the youth in the face. That powerful force directly broke his face. Blood poured out and his handsome face was completely deformed. But he ignored it and continued to struggle with his full strength. The woman was also struggling, but she was being controlled by two powerful corrupt celestials. Her struggling was useless. Tears flowed down her face. "Hey, by taking off your pants, are you trying to see if yours is bigger than mine?" That man was in the midst of taking off his pants and had yet to reveal his privates. However, as the lazy voice rang out, his body suddenly stiffened and he hastily turned back. At some unknown point, a black-robed, handsome man had silently appeared beside them like some specter from hell. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. There was a lazy smile on his face, a smile that was quite warm. Combined with his handsomeness, both men and women would like that kind of appearance. But those 5 corrupt experts immediately felt their hair stand on end. It was like a bucket of ice water had fallen on them, and they felt so cold that they began to quiver. The man taking off his pants didn't dare to move. He was filled with terror. The young man and woman managed to escape from their captors and run to the side now. The corrupt experts completely ignored them, looking in terror at that man, stuttering. Longs. Chapter 790, Red Spider Lily Nectar. Cold light flashed and blood splashed. That corrupt expert that had been taking off his pants was cut in two, and then with a turn of Long Chen's wrist, the upper half of his body was blown into a bloody mist. Long. This is your daddy Long Chen. What's the point of just repeating Long? Asked Long Chen impatiently. As soon as Long Chen had arrived, he had used his killing intent to lock down the 5 of them. That was why they were quivering, not daring to move. As long as they moved, it would immediately bring a killing blow from Long Chen. Toward corrupt experts, Long Chen's principles were simple. If he saw one, he would kill one. If he saw 2, he would kill 2. He wouldn't feel any guilt or burden. He had already realized the essence of the corrupt path. They believed in the corrupt god and that the weak were accessories to the strong. The strong could do anything they wanted, and they used the weak as their cultivation tools. The majority of their cultivation techniques were related to slaughter. Due to what they were taught from a young age, their humanity had already been eradicated. They were tools for slaughter now. Killing them wouldn't bring him any guilt. Everyone's very busy. Do you want me to do it or will you kill yourselves? Long Chen lazily rested his saber on his shoulder. That saber was a high-grade enchanted item. It was something he had found from the rank 3 celestial spatial ring. It was similar in size to Bloodrinker. Although it was a bit lighter, Long Chen was most suited toward this kind of weapon. The 4 celestials were pale. Long Chen was the corrupt path's #1 person to kill. It seemed there was no one in the corrupt path that didn't know him. The higher-ups had warned them all that rank 2 celestials and below were to run as soon as they saw Long Chen, because they had no chance at all. Only rank 3 celestials would have the ability to fight him. As for winning, perhaps only Zhu Yu had that ability, so the task of killing Long Chen had been given to Zhu Yu. The higher-ups didn't have favorable opinions of the other rank 3 celestials' chances against Long Chen. It could be seen just how important the corrupt path viewed Long Chen. His priority level had reached an unprecedented level. He was acclaimed as the genius who posed the greatest threat to them in the current age. Don't act so sad. The number of experts you have killed has reached far beyond the thousands. As for when you started cultivating back then, you already slaughtered countless innocent commoners. Why are you so unwilling now that it's your turn? Asked Long Chen disdainfully. From the very start of their cultivation, the corrupt path relied on disciples killing each other to bring out the elites. It was very simple. The disciples that lived were elites. Then those elite disciples, under the guise of a trial, would initiate battles against the righteous path. They would launch attacks on commoners, using their blood and souls to raise their own cultivation bases, weapons, and techniques. It tempered their instinct to treat other people's lives as stalks of grass, and also to make them unafraid of death. But there wasn't really anyone unafraid of death. The brave front they put on was for others to see. When death came for them, they would be no different from those commoners. Although they had slaughtered countless people, that was other people's lives. Seeing others struggle, they enjoyed their despair. But when death came for them, they were the same. They would be panicked, terrified, and unwilling. So with Long Chen's powerful killing intent, they didn't feel the slightest hope of being able to flee. But despite knowing they would die, they still felt such a longing for life. Even living an extra breath felt like such a wondrous thing. Since you want to live so badly, why were you so apathetic toward killing others? Long Chen's expression was icy. He slowly raised his saber, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. His killing intent actually began to condense into a solid form. The distant man and woman were shocked. Although Long Chen's killing intent wasn't targeting them, they felt themselves to be ants in front of a death god. Do you know, those people you killed had fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and also their lovers. To protect their family, despite knowing they would die, they still charged forward toward your butcher knives. Did you think about this day back then? For some unknown reason, seeing that these four were still unwilling to lose their lives despite knowing they had to die, Long Chen's fury soared. He thought of his first righteous and corrupt battle. Many of those who had followed him to charge into the corrupt path's army hadn't survived. He thought of how the corrupt path had massacred everyone in the cities they had passed. Mothers holding children, husbands holding wives, sons and daughters standing in front of their aged parents. Scene after scene appeared in Long Chen's heart. Since they were so apathetic toward other people's lives, they should be apathetic toward their own lives as well. He was infuriated to see them be so voracious for life. Die, Long Chen slashed his saber. A massive saber image whistled toward them, and a powerful chi wave blocked out the world. No! Four people turned into bloody mist. That saber had not only been shocking powerful, but it also contained Long Chen's fury. These bastards with their mistaken beliefs had muddled the entire world. Not having a belief was scary, but having a mistaken belief was even scarier. After killing the four of them, Long Chen took a deep breath and forced down his fury. He wasn't a god, and he had no way of changing this. He could only work hard on protecting the people by his side within this chaotic and troubled world. The young woman and man were pale. They looked at Long Chen as if he was a god. Those four celestials hadn't had any ability to retaliate in front of him. Long Chen slowly walked over to the two of them. The young man was afraid, but clenching his teeth, he stood in front of the young woman. He icily stared at Long Chen. His intent was obvious. Even if he had to die while protecting his companion. These aboriginals viewed the disciples as invaders. They were enemies with deep enmities stretching back countless years. There was no way to resolve those enmities. He didn't once think that Long Chen would let them off. In fact, he felt that Long Chen was even more sinister than the previous five. Long Chen walked up to that youth and patted him on the shoulder. "Little fellow, you're not bad. As a man, you have the same style I had back when I was young." Looking at this youth, Long Chen recalled a scene of him standing in front of Chu Yao. He felt a bit emotional. At that time he had also been so young, so immature. Now several years had passed. He had always tried to maintain his original heart, but looking at this young man and woman, he recalled many memories and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Time passed, people aged. It had already been 3 years since he had left Phoenix Cry. He was already 19 years old, but during those 3 years he had experienced far too much. His appearance might be young, but his heart was already tired. He no longer had the kind of feeling a youth had. Perhaps that was the price of growth. You aren't going to kill us." The young man looked at Long Chen, bewildered. It was the woman who opened her mouth and spoke with a trembling voice. "I have no reason to kill you." Long Chen shook his head. "I don't believe you. You definitely have some sort of plot," said that young man. "All right, I can give you proof. Then you'll believe me," said Long Chen helplessly. "What proof?" They were startled. Long Chen raised his saber and took on an attacking posture. "Once I kill you, you'll believe I don't have any plot." "Don't," cried the two of them hastily. "It's just a joke. No need to make such a fuss. All right, I've wasted quite a bit of time. I'm moving on. Otherwise, all the good stuff will be eaten by a bunch of pigs." Long Chen smiled slightly. Putting away his saber, he brushed his hands off and turned away. "Excuse me, big brother, please wait a moment," said the young man after a moment's hesitation. "Do you need something?" Long Chen looked back. The youth once more hesitated, but then he clenched his teeth and said, "I'd like to ask you for some help." "Help? Are you stupid? Or are you stupid? We're enemies." Long Chen was practically speechless. This child really was crazy. The fact that Long Chen hadn't killed him was already his good fortune, but now he actually wanted his help. "Big brother, you're really handsome, an unrivaled hero, eh? Get to the point." "Cough, let me explain. We came out this time in search of a medicine called the 7-star red spider lily nectar. I'd like to ask Big Brother to help us. If you could, I will be endlessly grateful," said the young man. 7-star red spider lily nectar. One of your people's soul has been torn?" asked Long Chen. How did you know?" The two of them were startled. Of course Long Chen knew. Although that nectar had quite a few uses, the greatest one was in healing a torn soul. It had an almost miraculous healing effect in that regard. If my guess is right, a sea expansion expert must have lacked spiritual strength when attacking Foundation forging. When they forcibly tried to condense the immortal platform, it resulted in failure, and their soul was torn, said Long Chen. Although Long Chen hadn't reached that realm, after talking with Xuanhuan and Yang Qiuyu, he had learned many things about that realm. From their shocked expressions, he knew his guess was right. He was quite surprised. There were quite a few powerful existences amongst these aboriginals. Yes, you're right. One of our tribesmen failed while attacking the Foundation forging realm, resulting in a tear in her soul. Each day, she has to suffer immense pain. I beg Big Brother to help us. That young woman seemed to not have so many thoughts, and before the man could stop her, she blurted out everything. Chapter 790, One conflict once more arises. Long Chen nodded. The pain of having one's soul torn was definitely not something ordinary people could endure. The 7-star red spider lily nectar was the only thing capable of quickly stopping the pain. It was very reasonable for them to be looking for it. Originally, he wanted to refuse, but looking at their imploring expressions, and especially since they had taken this risk to help heal someone, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Furthermore, he saw that the strange light on their bodies was weakening them. Otherwise, they would have been able to flee from those 5. Fine, I can accompany you for a stroll. Hopefully it won't take too long because I still have things to do, said Long Chen. Don't worry, Big Brother, that 7-star red spider lily nectar is right within these mountains. It should just require a bit of time, said the one man excitedly upon seeing Long Chen agree. Just now, Long Chen had killed 4 celestials in one blow. They hadn't even been able to resist. Furthermore, from their terrified gazes, it was obvious that Long Chen was an absolutely terrifying figure. If Long Chen helped them, they would have an absolute assurance of safety. Since he had agreed, Long Chen followed them back to their original location. According to them, there was a nearby mountain valley that was guaranteed to have the lily. Big Brother, I'm Xiao Fei and she is Xiao Yu. Dare I ask Big Brother's name? Asked the young man. Long Chen. Big Brother Long Chen, the mountain valley is up ahead. If it weren't for the invaders, sorry Big Brother Long Chen. The young man realized he had misspoken and hastily apologized. It's fine, Long Chen shook his head. He didn't mind if they called him an invader. If it weren't for them, you would have already obtained it, asked Long Chen. Yes. You really were unlucky then. This place is quite a bit off the main path. There shouldn't have been anyone here, but in this large of place, you still managed to run into them. That kind of bad luck can count as heaven-defying. Hee hee, you can't put it like that. Didn't we also run into you? That means our luck is not bad, laughed the woman. She had already recovered from her shock and fear. Long Chen looked at the light coming from their bodies and wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words in the end. He didn't want to ask about their secrets. That was taboo. In truth, Xiao Fei saw Long Chen's actions, and after a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to explain. We've arrived. Let's split up to look for it, but don't go too far. Everyone remains within sight of each other. If you run into anything dangerous, let out a shout. Long Chen cut him off. Xiao Fei was grateful. Long Chen was trying not to make it hard on him. After all, this related to the Aboriginals' secrets. If he explained it to an invader, he would be considered a sinner. The 3 of them entered the mountain valley and spread out. They stayed within a few miles of each other so Long Chen could handle any sudden changes. The 7-star red spider lily nectar was actually a dewdrop condensed from the lily. Once this liquid was condensed, it would rest on the pistil of the flower for 7 days. After 7 days, it would naturally fall and land on the ground. The essence in the dewdrop would be absorbed by the earth, then it would be reabsorbed by the lily. 3 months later, a new dewdrop would form. The cycle continued to repeat endlessly. The red spider lily went from 1 star to 7 stars. 7 stars was the peak, a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient. It had already gone almost extinct in the outside world. Long Chen traveled several miles, and he quickly found a 3-star red spider lily. But it was useless. One reason was that it hadn't condensed a dewdrop, and another was that if it hadn't reached the 7-star level, its dewdrop would be useless. He pulled that 3-star red spider lily into the primal chaos space. He was just about to see if he could make it grow to the 7-star level when Xiao Fei's startled cry rang out. Long Chen hastily shot over, his saber appearing in his hand. But when he arrived, he didn't even see a ghost by Xiao Fei's side. He hadn't encountered any attack. Seeing him completely fine, Long Chen rebuked, "What are you shouting for? You made me think something happened." Xiao Fei reddened and he apologized. "Sorry, I was too emotional. I saw a 7-star red spider lily nectar." He pointed to a 3-foot-tall lily. There was a thumb-sized dewdrop on it. That dewdrop sparkled like a jewel. It reflected their 3 images perfectly like it was crystal. "This is amazing," cried Xiao Fei, but he quickly realized that Long Chen was just staring at the dewdrop, lost in thought. What was he thinking? He gently pulled on him. "Big brother Long Chen, what is it?" The 7-star red spider lily is actually a branch of the paramita flower. As there can be up to 7 starry spots on its leaves, it received the name of the 7-star red spider lily. Although it isn't the true paramita flower, as long as the flower remains undamaged, the dewdrop will undergo a perpetual cycle of reincarnation. It contains the essence of life. When you stand on top of the petal, looking at the ground, you will be full of fear because you'll feel like landing on the ground signifies death. But a few months later, the dewdrop's essence will be reabsorbed, and the red spider lily will condense the dewdrop again. Would you still be you? Or would you no longer be the old you? For some unknown reason, Long Chen felt endless emotion when he looked at that dewdrop. It felt like he had suddenly reached a higher comprehension of the true essence of life. If a red spider lily had 10 stars, it would be called the flower of reincarnation, the paramita flower. It was said that the true paramita flower would bloom for 1,000 years. Then its flower would wilt, and its leaves would grow. The blossom and the leaves would forever cycle, never to see each other. For some unknown reason, Long Chen was filled with pain and sorrow as he looked at this lily. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. This was a 7-star red spider lily, not the paramita flower. It only had a slight relationship to the paramita flower. Its flower and leaves were completely different, but Long Chen couldn't help feeling grief. Is it the pill god memories? Long Chen's heart was heavy. Ever since he had awakened those incomplete pill god memories, their effect on him had lessened as his cultivation base had increased. But today he felt an emotion that was difficult to describe. He felt extremely sad. He still understood far too little about the pill god memories and the 9-star Hegemon body art. Touching his spatial ring, he took out a small bamboo straw. It was a special straw that could isolate the outside world's aura. It was the best tool for storing medicinal liquid. Long Chen carefully extracted the dewdrop and gave it to Xiao Fei. "Thank you, big brother Long Chen." Xiao Fei was endlessly grateful. Long Chen smiled slightly. He was just about to say something when he smashed his fist behind him. Boom! Long Chen's fist struck a spear. The entire ground trembled. A powerful chi wave directly sent Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu flying. Long Chen was startled. This attack had contained incredible power. Without even thinking about, his saber slashed behind him. Only now did he have a chance to see his ambusher. It was a tall man with a powerful aura. He was clearly startled, not expecting Long Chen to have managed to block his attack. "See expansion celestial." Long Chen was startled. This aura of his was as vast as a sea, but some kind of strange law was suppressing it. Long Chen's saber was like berserk lightning. Its angle was perfectly the most difficult angle for the man to block. It was too late for him to block with his spear. He suddenly used his arms to knock aside the saber. Boom! The large man's sleeves were torn apart and sent flying. Long Chen's saber shook. It had actually been blocked by his arms. Long Chen was startled. What kind of person could use just their bare arms to block his attack? But then he saw the arm protectors he was wearing. But although that person managed to block, he still wasn't able to resist Long Chen's immense power. He lost his balance and was sent flying. Long Chen shot after him. His afterimage suddenly blurred as he appeared behind the large man. His saber once more slashed down. "Big brother Long Chen, do!" Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu both shouted in panic. But it was too late. Long Chen was just too fast. His saber was already slashing toward that man's back. The man was like a shooting star. He slammed into the ground and continued for several miles. The entire mountain valley shook and half of it collapsed. He vomited a mouthful of blood, but he didn't die. Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu both sighed with relief. They were pale with fright. There were over 10 people by their side now, and their leader was a woman in her late 20s who looked vigilantly at Long Chen. "Next time can you shout faster?" Long Chen swung his blade a bit speechless. When those two had shouted, Long Chen had realized the situation had turned sour, but it had been too late to stop his attack. So at that moment he had reversed his saber, using the back of it to send that person flying. Otherwise, he would be dead. Xiao Fei patted his pounding heart. Just now, he really had been terrified. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. Even a sea expansion celestial couldn't last a single breath against him. Just who are you? What's your goal in getting close to Xiao Fei? The lead woman asked icily, staring cautiously at Long Chen. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter man, Zhu Sha Hua equals red spider lily. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Bai and Hua equals paramita flower. In Chinese, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter is another way of saying red spider lily. Paramita is literally other side, getting to the other shore. The most popular concept of paramita is that the mundane life is a sea of bitterness, and paramita involves crossing the sea to reach the other shore, which is normally done through enlightenment. Chapter 792, Going to the Xiao Tribe. Big Sister Ling, Big Brother Longchen isn't a bad person. Xiao Yu hastily tried to explain. What do you understand? These invaders are all extremely bad people. They use all kinds of sinister schemes. He might be able to trick you too, but he can't trick me. The woman waved her hand, cutting her off. I still haven't told you two off yet. Who said you could run out like this? Do you know how worried everyone was for you? I know, Sister Ling. We were looking for the 7-star red spider lily nectar for Aunt Qing. Xiao Fei lowered his head. You'll soon be 16 years old. When will you grow up? That nectar is something you might spend months looking for without finding it. Furthermore, this is the absolute worst time to look for it. I know you don't want to see your Aunt Qing in pain, but during this time, if something happened to you, wouldn't you just make Aunt Qing feel even more pain? That woman rubbed Xiao Fei's cheek a bit tenderly. HMPH, how many times have we told you? The invaders are all despicable and shameless schemers. How could you be so stupid as to trust them? The man who had been sent flying by Long Chen now arrived in front of Xiao Fei, furious. Big Brother Long Chen isn't a bad person. Xiao Fei didn't retort the woman's words, but he immediately became enraged when this man spoke. What do you understand? Invaders are enemies, and how could enemies be good people? Shouted the man furiously. Don't use this kind of tone. Xiao Fei is the future inheritor of the tribe. Pay attention to your status. That woman immediately came up to protect Xiao Fei upon seeing him curse Xiao Fei so furiously. HMPH, someone without a head will only cause trouble for others. How can someone who can't even understand the big picture be the tribe leader? Furthermore, his talent can only count as average in his realm. Are people really supposed to be convinced by that? Snorted the tall man disdainfully. Xiao Gu, you go too far, raged the woman. How did I go too far? I just have this temperament. You know me, said the large man Xiao Gu obstinately. How dramatic, truly a good drama. Long Chen finally interrupted their argument. Well, please continue with your drama. I still have stuff to do, so I'll leave first. Little brother, goodbye. Long Chen waved his hand to Xiao Fei and turned to leave. Hold it, leave your life behind first, shouted Xiao Gu. Everyone immediately surrounded Long Chen. Half of them had reached sea expansion, and most importantly, they were all celestials. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and icily said, I didn't kill you just now because of Xiao Fei. If anyone wants to block me now, then don't blame me for starting a slaughter. Sister Ling, don't do this. Big Brother Long Chen saved our lives, and he also helped us find the 7-star red spider lily nectar. Look. Xiao Fei was appalled to see that a battle was about to erupt, and he hastily showed that Sister Ling the nectar. He gave everyone a quick recount of his experience with Long Chen. Are you telling the truth? Asked the startled Xiao Ling. Of course it's true, don't fight, we're all on the same side, said Xiao Yu. Everyone stop, ordered Xiao Ling. Following her shout, the majority of the people came to her side. Only 3 people continued to surround Long Chen, and one of them was Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, what do you think you're doing? Xiao Ling's expression sank. This Xiao Gu was becoming more and more unbridled. He was clearly going against her. HMPH, have you forgotten our ancestors' rules? Invaders are enemies that absolutely can't be trusted. Are you planning on violating the ancestors' rules? Shouted Xiao Gu. He had no intention of giving up. Long Chen's attack just now had humiliated him. Although Long Chen had spared him, Xiao Gu wasn't grateful. He still wanted to work together with everyone to kill him. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just watched. If any of them dared to attack, he would kill them no matter what anyone said. He definitely couldn't indulge such people. I don't need you to teach me the rules. He saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, so he is a benefactor of our Xiao tribe. To forget gratitude is also forbidden according to the ancestral teachings. This matter can't be handled by me, nor can it be handled by you. The tribe leader will naturally make his decision. Right now, we should go back as fast as possible. Don't make me turn hostile against you. Xiao Ling's expression became increasingly stern. Her position was clearly the highest here. HMPH. Xiao Gu snorted and retreated with the other two, but he still kept a close eye on Long Chen. You are Long Chen. Xiao Ling's expression became slightly more gentle. There's no need to waste the time. I only saved them because I saw that they didn't abandon each other even in the face of death. There's no need to thank me. I just do whatever I want. Now, I want to leave as I have many more things to do. I really don't feel like watching your melodramatic internal fight. Long Chen shook his head and was about to leave. Big brother Long Chen, don't leave. Follow us back to the tribe so we can thank you, said Xiao Yu sincerely, pulling on his sleeve. I appreciate the thought, but there's no need. I really have things to do, so I can't tarry any longer. Long Chen politely escaped her hold. Seeing that Long Chen refused to go back with them, Xiao Yu and Xiao Fei were a bit disappointed. Xiao Gu suddenly sneered. I just knew he had to be scheming against you too. He's afraid of being exposed, so he doesn't dare to come. Leave your shallow provocations for children. It's embarrassing to look at, retorted Long Chen. As expected, wherever there were people, there were idiots. Long Chen, I can use my head to guarantee your safety. Our Xiao tribe has its own pride, and we definitely won't harm someone who has helped us. Furthermore, I trust that you came to the immemorial path in search of opportunities. Well, who understands the immemorial path better than us? The people who live here, said Xiao Ling. Long Chen was moved by that. That was true. The map he had obtained was something created through generations of experts that had entered the immemorial path. But these indigenous people had lived here for countless years. They definitely had to have a greater understanding of this place. If they told him a few good secret locations, wouldn't he have made a huge profit? But he was still a bit hesitant. If they didn't have any good intentions, then wouldn't he be sending himself to the tiger's den? However, looking at Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu's expectant gazes, as well as Xiao Ling's righteous manner, it seemed they were trustworthy. Well, as long as he ignored that idiot Xiao Gu, they seemed trustworthy. It seems it really is difficult to refuse hospitality. If I continue to decline, I would become someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Long Chen smiled. Although it was a bit risky, he trusted his intuition. People unafraid of death were normally more trustworthy. Great, Big Brother Long, once we get back to the tribe, I'll treat you to some wine, laughed Xiao Fei excitedly. Although his size was no longer so small, his manner was still quite childish. Only Xiao Gu looked at Long Chen a bit disdainfully upon seeing him agree, but he didn't say anything. They crossed 7 blocks. Long Chen didn't sense anything, but Xiao Fei and the others' auras began to grow as the halos of light around their bodies faded. Ha ha ha, we finally escaped that damnable suppression. Long Chen, do you believe me when I say that I can now crush you with a single fist? Xiao Gu suddenly laughed and pointed at Long Chen. Xiao Gu, Long Chen is our guest. If you dare to be so rude again, don't blame me for becoming hostile, shouted Xiao Ling. It wasn't just Xiao Ling who was infuriated now. The other experts were also dissatisfied. One of the other sea expansion celestials icily said, Xiao Gu, pay attention to your status. Don't go too far. Xiao Qiang, it seems that with your mid-sea expansion power, you don't have the qualifications to criticize me, sneered Xiao Gu. But he didn't continue making things hard on Long Chen. He just continued traveling with them. Perhaps she felt a bit apologetic, but Xiao Ling took the initiative to say, all the indigenous people are normally fine and won't suffer any suppression except perhaps in some trial regions. But when the immemorial path opens, the laws of the immemorial path change. Other than near our homeland where we have special formations, we will receive a heavy suppression. Long Chen nodded. He hadn't expected there to be such a secret. Although he had guessed a bit of it before, for Xiao Ling to be so sincere, it seemed he had made the right choice in coming. They once more advanced for a while when Xiao Ling suddenly stopped and apologetically said, Long Chen, I'm sorry, but the rest of the way is a secret of our tribe. Please wear this blindfold. It will isolate your divine sense. I hope you can understand why we need to do this. Long Chen looked at Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu. They nodded, so he smiled and received the blindfold. Since he had chosen to trust them, he would trust them to the end. This blindfold had strange runes to block his divine sense, but they weren't aware just how strong his spiritual perception was. With his vast spiritual strength, this blindfold was unable to completely block his divine sense. Just relying on a bit of spiritual strength that could slip through, Long Chen could see everything. After 2 more blocks, a new group of people appeared. Upon seeing Long Chen, they didn't say anything. After a bit more, a transportation formation appeared. Once it activated, Long Chen found that he had appeared within a huge tribe. Chapter 793 Punishment. The blindfold was taken off. Although Long Chen had seen everything, he still put on an act and looked around carefully. This was a flat grassland, and the emerald grass spread far into the horizon. There were some large tents further away, looking like stars sprinkled around a large plaza. At the center of the grassland was an ancient altar. Before Long Chen could examine that altar, a huge group of experts surrounded him. There were hundreds of them, and they were all celestials. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. What was going on? Did celestials just sprout out of the ground here? It seemed that every member of the Xiao tribe was a celestial. In the outside world, amongst a million cultivators, there might not even be a single celestial. But here, they were all celestials. An invader. These people all glared at Long Chen, seeming to want to bite him to death. It was like he was the person who had killed their fathers. "Seventh Elder, don't be impetuous. I'm bringing him to see the old tribe leader," said Xiao Ling. It seemed Xiao Ling's status amongst these people was a bit special. Although that elder was displeased, he still nodded to one person. That person immediately rushed off. Being stared at by hundreds of blade-like eyes was extremely uncomfortable. Long Chen even started to feel regret for coming. "Don't be nervous. These uncles are actually all good people. They just have a great deal of enmity with the invaders. You're different," Xiao Fei comforted Long Chen. "HMPH, how is he different? Invaders are all violent and shameless. Each time they come, they'll undergo a slaughter of us. What do you children understand?" shouted a man from the crowd. Xiao Gu's gaze suddenly focused on that man. He cast him a certain look, and that person immediately understood. He took off his boot and threw it at Long Chen. "I'll beat you damn invaders to death." "Pal." Long Chen's expression sank. He definitely wasn't able to endure such humiliation. Even in front of powerful enemies, he couldn't endure it. He was just about to take out his saber, but Xiao Ling was even faster than him. She caught the boot and viciously flung it back into that person's face. "Xiao Ming, when did you become someone else's dog? Someone looks at you and you go to bite someone," shouted Xiao Ling furiously. That person hadn't expected that Xiao Ling would actually interfere. As a result, he was struck by the bottom of his boot, and the smell made him almost faint. In truth, he didn't know that he had just brushed up against the gates of hell. If it hadn't been for Xiao Ling, he would already be dead. "Xiao Ling, you would fight your own tribesmen for an invader. Just where do your loyalties lie?" Xiao Gu was specifically waiting for this moment. He was finally in the right. "Fuck off, pal." Long Chen really couldn't keep watching anymore and sent out a slap. Xiao Gu's square face was struck perfectly. Xiao Gu shot out like a cannonball. People tried to catch him, but Long Chen's slap hadn't left them with any ability to help. Although these people were celestials, they hadn't summoned their heavenly Dao runes. That made their power limited, and as a result, Xiao Gu smashed through them. Even Xiao Ling was stunned. She had never imagined that Long Chen would be so brazen as to strike Xiao Gu here. She could strike someone because these were her tribesmen. Whatever happened, they could discuss it later. But Long Chen was an outsider. People already hated him. Now he had truly provoked a disaster. As expected, despite her shouting, everyone else furiously charged at Long Chen. Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu were both stunned. They had never expected matters to reach this point. Long Chen snorted. His saber was already in his hand. Although this wasn't going according to the plan, it was impossible for him to accept such a humiliation. The only way he could accept such a thing was if he was dead. Seeing killing intent condensing around Long Chen, Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu turned pale with fright. "Stop!" A shout rang out. It wasn't very loud, nor was it very domineering. It was an extremely dignified shout. But it was this shout that caused all of them to stop. Instantly, it became so quiet that it was possible to hear the drop of a pin. Young people must guard against pride and impatience. Pride will bring envy, temper will bring rage, and it will be impossible to make correct decisions when overcome by anger. How many times have I told you this, but you still don't mature at all? Two elders walked over. They were both white-haired and covered in wrinkles. but their bodies were still tall and straight like ancient cedars. One of them was holding an ebony cane. There weren't the slightest fluctuations coming from him, but he gave off a mountain-like pressure. The other elder walked behind him. His eyes were completely white. He had no pupils at all. Old tribe leader. Everyone hastily bowed. The cane-carrying elder nodded. Looking at Long Chen, shock flashed within his turbid eyes, but they quickly returned to calm. Tribe leader, what happened is... Xiao Ling hastily began to explain about how Long Chen had saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, and then even helped them find the 7-star red spider lily nectar. After hearing the story, the elder nodded and comforted the slightly apprehensive Xiao Ling. Good child. You're not inferior to any man when it comes to your conduct. Does our Xiao tribe have any little people who don't know how to repay gratitude? Seeing that the old tribe leader wasn't angry and actually complimented her, Xiao Ling was relieved. She hastily said, Long Chen, this is our old tribe leader. Greetings, senior. Long Chen cupped his hands and bowed slightly toward this person. Many thanks for helping my Xiao tribe's people. This old man will remember this favor, said the tribe leader. Because he had gotten closer, Long Chen now saw an air of death around the elder. His longevity was clearly near its end. He might fall at any moment. This was something he saw only because of his proficiency in the pill Dao. You have a good vision. I still have some affairs to handle before I can go. The old tribe leader saw Long Chen's shocked expression and smiled, but turning to look at his people, his smile disappeared and he coldly said, Xiao Fei, as the future leader of the tribe, how could you be so impetuous as to go out during such a dangerous time? You made Xiao Ling go searching for you with so many people. Do you realize that your actions brought danger to every one of them? Toward the end, his voice became an icy shout. Xiao Fei's actions had clearly infuriated him. Everyone was silent for a moment, not daring to say anything, but Xiao Gu had a hard-to-notice smile on his face. Xiao Fei knelt on the ground, but he stubbornly said, Old tribe leader, I don't want to be the tribe's heir, nor do I have the ability to. You can call me selfish. You can say I don't know how to handle things. I, Xiao Fei, accept my punishment. Xiao Fei didn't confess to anything, nor did he try explaining, nor did he bother asking for leniency. His eyes were completely calm as he looked at the old tribe leader. The old tribe leader looked at the obstinate Xiao Fei and didn't know what to do. In his eyes, Xiao Fei looked too similar to his deceased father. Old tribe leader, although Xiao Fei was impulsive, he had good intentions. Now, we've obtained the 7-star red spider lily nectar, and the Xiao tribe didn't suffer any loss. It's best to have the merit cancel the punishment, implored one tribe elder. He was just lucky this time. To have his companions risk death just because of a selfish whim is a trait unsuitable for a leader. If our tribe allowed such a person to lead us, wouldn't that terrify us all? How many of us could accept such a thing? Xiao Gu was the first to retort. At the same time, there were also quite a few other young disciples who stood out. They obviously didn't look favorably upon Xiao Fei. That was because Xiao Fei wasn't very strong. He could only count as average within his generation. It wasn't enough to convince them. With this many people retorting, Xiao Ling wanted to say something, but anything she could say would be useless. As a tribe's leader, the first requirement was the power that convinced everyone that they should be the #1 figure. The next most important requirement was to be calm, steady, and experienced. Xiao Fei didn't meet any of those requirements. Xiao Yu also couldn't say anything. She wanted to beg for leniency, yet she knew doing so would be useless. Just as quite a few people were hurling abuse, a snicker rang out. Everyone looked toward the source of that snicker. It was from Long Chen. What are you snickering about? Raged Xiao Gu. Naturally, I'm snickering about you idiots. I look down on you hypocritical saints the most, sneered Long Chen. What do you think you're talking about? This is our Xiao tribe's matter. An invader like you has no right to speak, shouted Xiao Gu. Killing intent erupted from him. It could be said that after Long Chen slapped his face, his hatred for him had been carved into his bones and engraved in his heart. You're Xiao tribe, so you know that you're a member of the Xiao tribe. I actually thought that you were an invader. To want to beat your own people to the brink of death for the slightest mistake, your Xiao tribe's people really know how to play around. I must say, your skin is even thicker than mine, sneered Long Chen. You, raged Xiao Gu. Young friend, do you have any suggestions? Asked the old tribe leader politely. You want to hear them? Asked Long Chen. Of course. All right then I'll properly discuss this with you. Long Chen walked over to Xiao Fei in front of everyone's gazes. Chapter 794 Challenge. Seeing Long Chen standing out, Xiao Yu was both grateful and afraid. It was unexpected that the person to speak up for Xiao Fei would be an outsider. Xiao Ling had a complicated expression. Long Chen was the first one from the outside world permitted to enter the Xiao tribe in all of history. She didn't know whether what she had done was right or wrong anymore. Big brother Long Chen, Xiao Fei was stunned. Get up when you speak. Long Chen arrived in front of Xiao Fei. I committed a mistake, I should be punished. A mistake? What mistake? Asked Long Chen. Originally, I thought you were a man, which is the only reason I saved you, but now I find that you're a coward. You really disappoint me. I'm not a coward, exclaimed Xiao Fei. Did you think that just because you could fight against enemies unafraid of death that you're not a coward? Did you think that just because you didn't abandon your companion that you weren't a coward? But you say your decisions were wrong just because someone criticized you. How are you not a coward? You risked your life to gather the 7-star red spider lily nectar to save someone. You couldn't bear to see someone close to you suffer the pain of having their soul torn. Let me ask you, if you had to choose again, would you do it again? Asked Long Chen. Xiao Fei was stunned, but then he nodded. As long as I can stop Aunt Qing from suffering that pain, then even if I had to die, I would be willing. If I had to choose again, I would make the same decision. An uproar erupted. It was unexpected that Xiao Fei was actually so obstinate. He didn't feel any regret. Xiao Fei, you are the future leader of the tribe. If you ignore the big picture, you will bring danger to the entire Xiao tribe. You aren't suited to leading the tribe, said the old tribe leader. Xiao Fei shouted, I never wanted to lead the tribe. I don't have any great ambitions or goals. Ever since my father died, you all started looking down on me. The only one who always took care of me was Aunt Qing, but the rest of you treated me as a tool that had to cultivate all out every day. It's been 10 years already. I've long since had enough. If it weren't for Aunt Qing always looking after me, encouraging me, I'd have long since gone crazy because of you. Just because my father was the tribe leader, why do I have to be the next tribe leader? Did you ever ask me if I wanted to? Did you ever ask me what I wanted? I'm just an ordinary cultivator. Must you force a chicken into becoming an eagle? You're the selfish ones. Do you know what it's like to go all out cultivating but still be thrown into the distance by your peers? Do you know how many times I thought about taking my own life? There are so many geniuses in the tribe. Pick one of them. Why does it have to be me? Only Aunt Qing understood me, protected me, and loved me. If I want to die for her, what does it have to do with you? If I die, then I die. Did I ask you to save me? I just wanted to save Aunt Qing. I just want her to not have to suffer. If I had to die, I'd be willing. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Fei became more and more emotional as he spoke. Towards the end, years of grievance began to spill out. Everyone was silent. 10 years ago, Xiao Fei had just been a child, thinking of how everyone had looked at him with such disappointment and resentment as he didn't improve. It truly was a bit unfair. But what other way was there? He was the tribe leader's son. Originally, the old tribe leader had already given up his position, but then the new tribe leader had died in battle, and so the old tribe leader had had no choice but to take up the mantle again. That was why everyone called him old tribe leader instead of tribe leader. Long Chen patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. A man should be manly. What are you crying about? Crying is for the weak. The strong are the ones who make others cry. Since you were born a man, you have to understand that you were born to be a man capable of supporting heaven and earth. Suffering and grievances are your trials. Only once you pass those trials can you become strong. Weak people don't get strong just because they want to. They have to have a reason to get stronger. Wipe away those things in your eyes. Don't start bawling because of a little grievance. You're a man. Grievances have to be stuffed inside. Yes, big brother Long Chen, I'll listen to you. Xiao Fei wiped away his tears and stood up. For some unknown reason, having Long Chen by his side gave him endless confidence. He trusted that Long Chen's words were correct. Long Chen definitely wouldn't trick him. At this time, the Xiao tribe's experts were all silent. More people were starting to walk out from the interior of the Xiao tribe. They tightly surrounded them. Long Chen looked at those people and said, Xiao Fei is still a child. Although I'm not sure why you're all pushing him so hard, if my guess is right, his body must be special. He should possess immense potential, which is why you're pushing him to be your tribe leader. Everyone was surprised by his words. Many of them were startled, not understanding what he was saying. They turned to look at the old tribe leader and the elders. The old tribe leader nodded slightly. Yes, Xiao Fei possesses an immense energy within him. Once it's activated, his accomplishments will very likely surpass the previous tribe leader. He would become the strongest expert born from our Xiao tribe since the immemorial path was sealed. Unfortunately. He sighed. The other elders were also somber. They naturally had their own secret troubles for them to force Xiao Fei to work so hard. Currently, Xiao Fei was just a rank 1 celestial. If he was unable to awaken as a rank 3 celestial by the time he was 16, he would forever be a rank 1 celestial. Within the immemorial path, there was the remnant spiritual chi from the immortal era. The children here would automatically awaken as celestials by the time they were 9 years old. But normally, they would only be rank 1 celestials. Amongst 10,000 people, perhaps only one person would awaken as a rank 2 celestial. As for Xiao Fei's father, he had been a terrifying rank 3 celestial. Xiao Fei was his only son, and within his body flowed his father's blood. A terrifying energy was hidden within him, and once it was activated, he would also become a rank 3 celestial. The third rank was the limit for these indigenous people. They suffered under the laws of the immemorial path, and so they were unable to break through to the fourth rank. But as time passed, Xiao Fei grew older, and there was still no sign of his awakening. That energy within him was dormant. That made the higher-ups of the tribe extremely worried. So they had increased the pressure on Xiao Fei more and more. They hoped he would awaken that energy under their pressure. Now, Xiao Fei was already 15 years old. They no longer hoped he could awaken as a rank 3 celestial. Just becoming a rank 2 celestial would make them happy. In truth, all these elders cared deeply about Xiao Fei. That was why they were so angry that Xiao Fei would suddenly disappear to go gather the 7-star red spider lily nectar at such a time. They were afraid of something unexpected happening to him. Since you don't want to be the future tribe leader, then fine. The old tribe leader is present. Let's choose a new successor, said Xiao Gu suddenly. His intentions were obvious. Amongst the junior generation, he was the strongest. Although they were all rank 1 celestials, the only one who could slightly suppress him was Xiao Ling. But there was no precedent of a female tribe leader in the Xiao tribe. There's no need for that. You don't have the qualifications, said Long Chen disdainfully. What nonsense, how do I not qualify, raged Xiao Gu. Firstly, you're impatient, hot-tempered, and tyrannical. You like to conduct yourself according to your temper, which is the typical style of a tyrant. Secondly, you are selfish and apathetic to anyone else. Xiao Fei is the last generation's tribe leader's son. Even the old tribe leader has said that the previous tribe leader died in battle. Xiao Fei is so pitiful, but you still hit him when he's down, fighting for his position. Thirdly, a tribe leader should possess a benevolent heart, a heart for the tribe, a heart to protect the tribe to their death. Xiao Fei is willing to throw away his life for his family. Do you have that courage? Fourthly, and this is the most important one, you're not strong enough. Compared to Xiao Fei, you are greatly lacking. Long Chen shook his head contemptuously. The first 3 points were well said. Everyone had been nodding inside, feeling that Long Chen's words were correct, but his last point was doubtful. Xiao Gu was a late sea expansion expert, and he was a rank 1 celestial. Furthermore, his combat power was also excellent. Was Long Chen getting things backward by saying Xiao Gu was weaker than Xiao Fei? The old tribe leader was silent. He just calmly watched. As for the wide-eyed elder by his side, he hadn't said a word from the start. His eyes didn't even move. It was as if he was truly blind. Bullshit, how can I be weaker than him? If you can't accept that, then let's have a fight right now. The loser doesn't have the qualifications to be the tribe leader, sneered Xiao Gu. His words were quite smart. It wasn't very realistic for him to suggest that he become the tribe leader just because he won. But once he eliminated Xiao Fei from the competition, then there was no one else more qualified than him in the junior generation. The tribe leader position would still be his. Furthermore, this suggestion wasn't objectionable. I never wanted to be the tribe leader. If you want that position, you can take it, I said Xiao Fei. Little brother, this time you're wrong. The tribe leader position is like a peach. Even if you don't eat it, you can give it to others. That's called magnanimity. But if someone wants to snatch it from you before your offering, then the flavor changes. Then it's not magnanimity but cowardice. Furthermore, even if it's for no one else, I'm sure your Aunt Qing also has great expectations for you. She has definitely been looking forward to the day that you succeed the tribe leader position and bring the tribe to glory, said Long Chen. When Long Chen mentioned Xiao Qing, Xiao Fei's eyes reddened. He clearly cared deeply about Aunt Qing. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll go all out." Xiao Fei walked over to Xiao Gu, overflowing with battle intent, startling everyone. For Xiao Fei to fight Xiao Gu was just asking to be humiliated. "Ha ha ha, good. Then let me see just what you'll use to go all out against me," laughed Xiao Gu. Xiao Fei had only just taken a few steps when he was held back by Long Chen. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to go all out against him. For Aunt Qing, I'll be the tribe leader," said Xiao Fei. "What's the point? You can't beat him." Long Chen shook his head. Xiao Fei was befuddled. Just now hadn't he encouraged him? Why was he pouring ice water over him now? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say any more to that child. To Xiao Gu, he said, "It seems you didn't understand what I meant when I said that you were weaker than him. In this world there are two kinds of power. One is your own strength, and one is outer strength. Xiao Fei's own strength isn't as great as yours, but he has outer strength." "Outer strength?" asked the confused Xiao Gu. That outer strength is me." Long Chen lazily smiled and patted himself on the chest. Chapter 795, Mysterious Riddle. It was unknown if it was because the Xiao tribe had been isolated from the outside world for so long, but they didn't really understand Long Chen's words. Long Chen continued, "Xiao Fei is one of you indigenous people, and you're all mortal enemies with us outsiders. But his courage to fight and not abandon his companion while being chased down won him my admiration. So I helped him and he became my brother. When my little brother has difficulties as the big brother, I naturally can't just watch. So I will take Xiao Fei's place in this battle. I'm sure you have no problem with that, right, brother?" Big brother Long Chen. Xiao Fei hadn't expected Long Chen to look after him so much. His eyes reddened. In the entire Xiao clan, there were few people who would treat him so well. "Don't do anything embarrassing. Men should be men. I helped you because you reminded me of my younger self. However, my situation was 10 times worse than yours. I can help you once, but next time you'll have to help yourself. Men can only rely on themselves after all." Long Chen patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. Looking at Xiao Fei, Long Chen felt like he was looking back at his younger self. Although their ages were a bit different, the extent of his plaintive misery was similar to his. One was pushed by his family, and one was pushed by his environment. That feeling was like they were a dog being trapped in an alley. That kind of feeling of having no way out was something that could only be understood through experience. "Ha ha ha, fine, I've long since found you unlikable. Since you want to take Xiao Fei's place, get over here," laughed Xiao Gu. A sinister light shone in his eyes. Previously, Long Chen's slap had almost broken his whole head. The pain was one thing, but that humiliation could make a person crazy. When Long Chen first developed his divine face-slapping art, he hadn't made it with any intention of killing people. It was a move specialized toward dealing with those arrogant people who like to cultivate by looking down on others. After so long, it had reached the divine level. Its killing power didn't lay in physical pain, but in ruining that arrogant heart. Long Chen wouldn't easily bring out this face-slapping art to use against just anyone, but some people were just too hateful. Long Chen couldn't even help himself. "Don't, Long Chen. Xiao Gu is a late sea expansion expert and he can release his full power here. He's completely different from when you first encountered him," warned Xiao Ling. Long Chen smiled slightly toward her to express his thanks and then turned toward the old tribe leader. "Will you allow me to take Xiao Fei's place to fight?" The old tribe leader hesitated. For an outsider to participate in this kind of battle was extremely inappropriate. He had saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, and if he was injured from this, their Xiao tribe would become people who repaid gratitude with enmity. He was just about to open his mouth when the wide-eyed elder said, "Young people can play around with themselves." The old tribe leader no longer hesitated upon hearing that. "Then let's switch locations. This isn't the right place for a fight." Very quickly, Long Chen found himself being brought to a wide space. It was an extremely simple and ordinary land, but it was definitely far enough. He could fight to his heart's content here. Looking at Long Chen, the old tribe leader bitterly smiled to the elder beside him. "Old brother, don't let them play around to the point that my Xiao tribe ends up infamous for being ungracious. I don't have that many years left, and I want to be able to face the ancestors in the future. Don't worry, my heaven eyes are not for nothing. These past few days I've been feeling uneasy, feeling like something was about to happen, but despite careful calculations, I didn't learn anything. I then suddenly had an impulse to come and see you to reminisce about the old days. But now that this person has appeared, I finally understand that the reason I came was because fate brought me here." said the wide-eyed elder. The old tribe leader was startled. Fate brought you here. You mean you've been drawn into this? Doesn't the Heavenly tribe cultivate the secret arts to peer into the heavens? How could you be drawn within the scope of the heavenly Taos? The Heavenly tribe possessed an ancient inheritance. Those who cultivated the Heavenly art all needed to blind their own eyes. That was because the Heavenly tribe's people believed that the eyes were the things that tricked people the most. The things they saw were just an appearance, and it was easy to be misled. They took on the position of spectators in the world. The Heavenly tribe's experts could divine fate, so their position was extremely high, but they rarely divined anything for other people. That was because they considered themselves people outside the heavenly Taos. They couldn't interfere in the matters of the heavenly Taos, or they would invoke karma. That karma would definitely come at a price. The heavenly Taos. Everyone says that they cultivate the Tao, but by the end they don't even know what Tao they're cultivating. How could we vainly discuss the heavenly Taos? My Heavenly tribe is just a branch from the ancestors. The cultivation technique we have is incomplete, so our skills are limited. You've overestimating me. According to my understanding, escaping from the heavenly Taos is like a chess piece that jumps off the chessboard, only to find that they are a chess piece on an even larger chessboard. This chess piece might have clearly seen its original chessboard, but it's unable to see the bigger chessboard. So no matter how we cultivate, we're all on that chessboard. When I saw this youth called Long Chen, I suddenly thought of a certain thing. Do you still remember that legend? Asked the elder. Are you talking about the words your Heavenly tribe's ancestor left behind before ascending? Asked the old tribe leader. The wide-eyed elder nodded. Yes, right before the old tribe leader ascended, he left behind 4 lines. The dragon swims through the mortal world, the immemorial revives. Lightning breaks the sky, the end of the 10 worlds. Although the ancestor ascended countless years ago, no one managed to comprehend the true meaning behind his last words. That ancestor was someone who personally witnessed the destruction of the immemorial path. His last words have to have some meaning. Furthermore, the legends say that the ancestor was in the midst of divining something when he hurriedly recited those lines and completely ascended away. The old tribe leader quietly recited, "The dragon swims through the mortal world, the immemorial revives. Lightning breaks the sky, the end of the 10 worlds. The dragon swims through the mortal world. The dragon swims through the mortal world." Long Chen. The old tribe leader was startled. Did that line really refer to Long Chen? It's too early to say anything now. It could just be a coincidence. But when the ancestor ascended, he was extremely hurried. He didn't leave behind any clues. Even after all this time, no one understands the meaning. As for this Long Chen, it's true that he came a bit out of nowhere, but there's nothing strange to it. To put it according to my Heavenly tribe's viewpoint, understanding the past from the consequences is easy. It's predicting the consequences of the past that is difficult. There are thousands of possibilities. A single change can bring forth countless possibilities, said the wide-eyed elder. Then are you saying that Long Chen's arrival here is due to the unseen hand of fate? I wouldn't dare to say something like that so early on, so we should just continue watching. If Long Chen really is the one the ancestors' words foretold, then he is also the key to solving the riddle of his final words. The wide-eyed elder looked at Long Chen. Countless red strands condensed within his eyes, slowly forming red pupils. Long Chen and Xiao Gu were looking at each other. In the distance, Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu were tightly clenching their fists. They were nervous for Long Chen. Here in their homeland, Xiao Gu would be able to release 100% of his strength. Xiao Ling was also worried. She had never expected things to reach this point. This was completely out of her prediction. She had thought that since Long Chen had saved Xiao Fei and Xiao Yu, and especially since Xiao Fei was the future tribe leader, he would be rewarded by the tribe with some compensation and perhaps some help regarding the immemorial path. In the end, everyone would be happy, and the Xiao tribe wouldn't owe him anything. But now, for Xiao Fei, Long Chen was actually fighting their Xiao tribe's strongest junior generation member. Things had progressed completely out of her control. Long Chen, now I'll return the humiliation you've given me 10 times. But don't worry, I won't kill you. That is our Xiao tribe's pride, ha ha ha, sneered Xiao Gu. Within his generation, other than Xiao Ling, there was no one else that could fight him. So he always considered himself as the future leader of the Xiao tribe. That was also why he continuously suppressed Xiao Fei. As for the higher-ups, they silently accepted his actions in order to motivate Xiao Fei and see if he could awaken his latent power. Unfortunately, Xiao Fei's potential continued to remain dormant after all this time. Their hopes for him were growing remote. During this time, Xiao Gu had raised his reputation in the tribe and was already the junior generation's leader. So of course his pride was provoked back when Long Chen had almost killed him. The suppression of the heavenly Taos had weakened him, and if it hadn't been for Xiao Fei's shout, he would already be dead. That was his greatest setback. Then, upon returning to the tribe, Long Chen had slapped him in the face. That had destroyed any bit of his remaining pride. Although he couldn't kill Long Chen with the old tribe leader present, he had already thought things through. He would completely humiliate Long Chen. He would make him kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. A sinister light shone in his eyes. He could already see the scene of Long Chen kneeling and begging him. Just looking at Xiao Gu's sinister smile, Long Chen knew exactly what he was thinking. He sneered, "You can also be at ease because I also won't kill you. After all, I disdain killing petty people like you." His words immediately caused quite a few people's expressions to change. He was intentionally provoking Xiao Gu. If Xiao Gu accidentally killed him, then the Xiao tribe's name would be tarnished. Courting death. As expected, Xiao Gu immediately became enraged. His aura erupted and the space behind him trembled. An illusory scene of a 30-mile sea appeared. A projection of the Qi Sea. Only a celestial could summon such a clear projection. That sea was a reflection of his true Qi Sea. It was the specific manifestation of a sea expansion expert. When their full strength erupted, their Qi Sea would also surge, forming a link with heaven and earth, giving them the greatest possible strength. An ordinary Xiantian expert's Qi Sea would only be a few dozen meters wide. But once they reached sea expansion, through constant expansion, they could increase that by tens or even hundreds of times. Naturally, an increase in the size of the Qi Sea represented an increase in spiritual yuan. In the Xiantian realm, due to a lack of spiritual yuan, it would be difficult to release powerful moves. But sea expansion experts could release those moves easily. Now Xiao Gu had released his aura and runes began to surge around him, scouring heaven and earth. His spear pierced toward Long Chen. Recall that Long equals dragon and Chen equals dust, as in the dust of the mortal world.